Preface of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by Leigh Strachan-Davidson. Preface. More is known of Cicero than of any other person of the ancient world, and almost in proportion to the knowledge is the controversy of opinion concerning him. I formerly attempted a discussion of some disputed points in articles in the Quarterly Review, 1879 and 1880. On the writings of Mr. Froude and Mr. Beazley. Some paragraphs from these articles are incorporated in the present volume. Here, however, my business is not to criticize but to narrate, and I have refrained even from the confutation of Drummond, with whose utterances I find myself at issue on almost every page. In writing Roman history, it is impossible to escape from the influence of the genius of Mommsen. Sometimes by suggestion, sometimes by repulsion, his presence is always felt. I have likewise more especially to acknowledge the aid which I have received from the comments of Tyrrell and Purser, of Boissier, and of Watson. As a lecturer, constantly using Mr. Watson's Letters of Cicero for my textbook, I naturally appropriate the result of his labors, and cannot always clearly distinguish how much of my material is borrowed from him. End of the preface. Chapter 1 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by Leigh Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Cicero's Training, 106 to 74 BC. The purpose of this volume is to tell the story of Cicero's life and at the same time to set forth from his writings a presentation of the concluding age of the Roman Republic, and to record the disastrous but not inglorious failure of the last free state of the ancient world. So far as may be, I propose to let Cicero himself speak to my readers, the most eloquent of all the sons of Romulus, as a contemporary poet calls him, committed his orations to writing after their delivery and gave them to the world. These speeches are public documents which were a living force in the practical politics of Rome. We must not expect absolute candor in words thus spoken and written for a purpose, but it is much to know what were the assertions, the sentiments, and the reasonings which rang in the ears of the Romans themselves at this momentous crisis of their fate. Still more important for the purpose of our story are the private letters, and especially the letters to Atticus. We have before us the very words in which Cicero recorded his thoughts from day to day in all the confidence of intimate friendship. Cicero was not a man of cool and cautious temperament, afraid to commit himself to opinions, accurately weighing and discounting probabilities beforehand, or occupying by anticipation the province of the philosophical historian. From the letters of such a one we should have learnt comparatively little. We have to deal with a man of lively mind, quick to receive impressions, rushing to conclusions, garrulous in expression, and sensitively responsive to the prevailing temper or drift of opinion. In communing with Atticus, he never pauses to make his writing self-consistent or plausible. Reasons, plentiful as blackberries, crowd through his mind as he writes, and the reasons of today will often not fit in with those of yesterday. There is no reticence, no economy of statement. Every passing fancy, every evolution of temper, every varying mood of exultation and depression, every momentary view of men and things, finds itself accurately mirrored in these letters. The time lives again before us in the pages of Cicero, and thanks to him, he and his contemporaries are for us not mere lay figures, but actual flesh and blood. Marcus Tullius Cicero was born on the 3rd of January in the year 106 BC, about the end of the war with Jugurtha. His forefathers had inhabited, from time immemorial, the town of Arpinum in the Volscian mountains, which part Latium from Campania. Cicero was therefore a tribesman of the hardy race, whose wars with Rome filled the early pages of Latin history. Some would have it that he was a descendant of Aufidius or Attius Tullius, the Volscian partner and rival of Coriolanus. The struggle with Rome had ended more than 200 years before Cicero was born. After generations of gallant resistance, the Volscians of Arpinum were reduced to the lowly position of citizens without the right of suffrage, living under Roman law and serving in the Roman legions without political privileges, either in their own town or in the capital. But the races predestined to political greatness possess the faculty of forgetting that which it is best not to remember, and this invaluable gift of character was not wanting to the Volscians. The memory of their alien origin faded away, and they frankly accepted their place as humble members of the great Roman Commonwealth. Their ambition now was to attain the full Roman citizenship, and Rome, at the beginning of the 2nd century before Christ, was still wise enough to encourage and reward such aspirations. The full franchise was granted to the Arpinates in the year 188 BC, shortly before the death of Hannibal and of Scipio Africanus. In the next generation, the Romans deliberately set aside the wisdom of their ancestors and adopted a system of harsh and rigid exclusion in the place of the liberal practice of gradually elevating aliens to the citizenship by which the greatness of Rome had been built up. The punishment for this political crime came upon them when, a century after the enfranchisement of Arpinum, their Italian allies, after having in vain sought the citizenship by peaceful agitation, at length resolved to demand it at the point of the sword. During the Social War, BC 90 and 89, and during the civic conflicts which grew out of it, Rome tardily granted to the Italians, in the midst of her own ruin and theirs, the boon which, if accorded a few years earlier, would have averted irreparable disasters from the nation. So far, however, as Arpinum was concerned, the old liberal policy of Rome had lasted just long enough to secure its inclusion, and thus it came to pass that in her hour of peril Rome could reckon Caius Marius among her citizens. While Cicero was still an infant, the great soldier of Arpinum triumphed over Jugurtha, then re-elected during 5 successive years, BC 104 to 100, to the consulship. He crushed, by 2 splendid victories, the invading hordes of the Cimbri and Teutones, and saved Rome in this her first conflict with the German race. Along with the full Roman franchise, the Arpinates now enjoyed a considerable measure of local self-government. They were an organized community, capable of deciding local questions for themselves and with their local politics and parties. We get an interesting glimpse of Arpinum in the 2nd century BC from a passing notice, which Cicero gives of his family 2 generations back. Our grandfather showed great qualities in the administration of this borough, opposing throughout his life his brother-in-law, Gratidius, who wished to introduce elections by ballot, for Gratidius raised storms in a sauceboat, as the saying goes, just as his son Marius did on the high seas. When the matter was reported to the consul Scaurus, he remarked to our ancestor, "Such principles and such firmness, Marcus Cicero, should have a field for their exercise by our side in the imperial politics of the capital rather than in the local politics of your borough." The contrast here marked between the central unity of Rome and the local life of the township is a characteristic feature of these Italian municipia. Arpinum was one of the earlier of these borough towns, but the whole of Italy was after the Social War organized on the same plan. Each community of newly enfranchised Romans had its own institutions, its own magistrates, and its own local patriotism, which, however, did not interfere with the allegiance of every citizen to the city of Rome. "Every burgess of a corporate town," says Cicero, "has, I take it, 2 fatherlands, that of which he is a native, and that of which he is a citizen. I will never deny my allegiance to my native town, only I will never forget that Rome is my greater fatherland, and that Arpinum is but a portion of Rome. It will be noticed that while Cicero loves to call himself an Arpinate and exults to call himself a Roman, he has succeeded in quite forgetting that he is a Volscian. The insolence of the Roman nobles, especially if they happen to be of patrician blood, might sometimes tempt them to sneer at the modern origin of these municipal Romans. Cataline could speak of Cicero as unnaturalized immigrant, and the young Manlius Torquatus, pleading against him at the bar, could describe his consulship as the reign of an alien, because, forsooth, Cicero came from a borough town. I will give you a piece of advice, my young friend, says Cicero in reply. When you are to sue for office, do not use that expression about any of your competitors, else you may find yourself swamped by the votes of the aliens. The statesman who came from a country town in Italy was perhaps more than compensated for the lack of ancestral connection with the city of Rome by the keen interest which his fellow townsmen and neighbors took in his political career, by their pride and delight in his exploits, and by their anxiety for the reputation which reflected credit on their native place. In this respect, the country towns were in strong contrast with the civic and suburban districts, such as that of Tusculum, which were surfeited with famous and noble families, and were careless about their local worthies. This is our way, says Cicero, pleading the cause of a client from his own Volscian district. And this is the way of our native towns. Why need I speak of my brother and myself? The very fields, if I may say so, and the mountains were partisans in our elections. Do you ever hear of a Tusculan boasting of the great Marcus Cato, foremost though he was in every virtue, or of Corum Canillus, his fellow townsman, or of all the famous men who have borne the name of Fulvius? No one ever says a word about them, but if you are in company with any burgess of Arpinum, you will probably have to listen, however little you may like the topic, to something about me and my brother. Most certainly you will not get off without some reference to Caius Marius. Our boroughs, he proceeds, lay great stress on the duties of neighborship. What I say about Plancius, I am founding on what I experienced in my own case, for we are close neighbors of the Attinates. Most laudable, or rather I should say lovable, is this feeling of good neighborship, which keeps the constant fashion of the olden time, not shadowed by thoughts of evil, not practiced in untruths, not veneered with false colors, undisciplined in the arts of the suburb and of the city. In all Arpinum there was not a man but strove his utmost for Plancius, not one in Sora, not one in Cassinum, not one in Aquinum. All that well-peopled district of Venafrum and Alife, all that rugged, mountainous, faithful, plain-dealing clannish land of ours, felt that it was honored in his advancement and dignified in his dignity. Cicero himself shared the feelings which he so finely describes. It is always with a throb of pleasure that he betakes himself to his mountain home. Ad montines patrios et ad incunabula nostra. In speaking of it, he loves to borrow the language of the homesick Ulysses as he sets his face towards Ithaca. Rugged is she, but nurse of a worthy breed of sons. Never can I see anything to glad my heart like that land. The little town still stands in the Volscian highlands, and over its gate the traveler may read an inscription which the burgesses have put up to commemorate their two great townsmen, Marius and Cicero. The family of Cicero had held for many generations a place of honor and influence in this little community. They belonged to the upper middle class in fortune and position, a class which, from a reminiscence of the time when wealth determined the nature of military service, the Romans named the equestrian order. They had never ventured into the arena of national politics or aspire to the magistracies of the imperial state. The family house, the actual birthplace of Cicero, was situated some 3 miles from the town on the banks of the river Fibrenus, an affluent of the Liris. The place may be best described in the words of Cicero himself, who has made it the scene of his dialogue on the laws. The second book of that treatise opens as follows. Atticus. We have had enough walking, and you have come to a pause in your argument. What if we were to cross over and sit down to finish our conversation in the island of the Fibrenus? That, I think, is the name of this second stream? Cicero. By all means, for this is my favorite spot whenever I want to think over anything quietly, or to write or to read. Atticus. For my part, this is the first time I have been at the place, and I cannot have enough of it. I think scorn now of splendid villas and marble pavements and fretted roofs. When one looks at this, one can only smile at the artificial canals, which our fashionable friends call their Nile or their Euripus. Just now, when you were discussing law and jurisprudence, you ascribed everything to nature, and certainly in regard to these objects, at any rate, which we seek for the repose and refreshment of the mind, nature is the only true mistress. I used to wonder, when I considered that there was nothing in this district but rocks and mountains. So I gathered from your verses and speeches. I used to wonder, I say, that you so delighted in this spot. Now, on the contrary, my astonishment is that, when you are away from Rome, you can bear to be anywhere else but here. Cicero. Nay, whenever I am able to take a long absence from the city, especially if it be at this time of year, I seek this pleasant and healthy spot, but it is not often that I have the chance. However, I have another reason for loving it, which will not affect you so much. Atticus. What reason, pray? Cicero. Well, if the truth must be told, this and no other is the very native land of Quintus and myself. Here is the ancient stock from which we are sprung. Here are our sacred rights. Here our kindred. Here countless traces of our ancestors. Just look at this country house. You see it as it is now, enlarged by the care of my father, who, having weak health, passed almost all his life here in literary pursuits. But in this very house, I must tell you, when it was a little old-fashioned cottage, like that of Curius in the Sabine country, I was born. And so there is a something, some sort of lurking feeling and fancy, which seems to make me take a peculiar pleasure in it. And why not? When we remember that the wise man of old is said to have rejected immortality, that he might see Ithaca once more. The early years of Cicero were spent partly in his native hills, partly in Rome. He tells that, as far back as he can remember anything, he recollects the help and the encouragement which his childish efforts received from the poet Archias. Archias came to Rome in 102 BC, when Cicero would be 4 years old, and lived as an inmate of the house of Lucullus. When 40 years later, Cicero appeared as counsel for his old tutor and successfully asserted his claims to the citizenship before a Roman law court, he told the jury that Archias had more right than any man living to claim the benefit of whatever skill in pleading he possessed, for it was Archias who had first implanted in him the love of those studies which had made him an orator. Throughout life, Cicero was an omnivorous reader. His theory was that a man who wished to excel in oratory could not study too much nor make his range of culture too wide, and we gather from his descriptions that he and the group of cousins to which he belonged were trained from the first on this system. Cicero entered on manhood in troublous times. The final defeat of the Cimbri in 101 BC and the disturbances at home, which cost Saturninus his life in the next year, had been followed by a period of comparative quiet. But the precious time had been wasted. The enfranchisement of the Italians had been vainly urged by the great tribune, Livius Drusus, who laid down his life in their cause, and now in the year 90 BC, the 17th of Cicero's life, The obstinate apathy of Rome was rudely disturbed by the revolt of the Italian allies. In this war, Cicero served his apprenticeship as a soldier. His references to personal recollections show that he was at one time with the northern army under Pompeius Strabo, and at another with the southern army under Sulla. This was in the second year of the war. During the year 90, he remained in Rome, and we find in the Brutus a full account of the condition of things in the city and of his own way of life there. Cicero was eager to use his new emancipation from boyhood by listening to the speeches of the best orators of the time. But all ordinary business was interrupted by the war. Hortensius, the rising light of the bar, was away with the army. So was Sulpicius Rufus, the most distinguished among the men in middle life, and Antonius, the most famous orator of the seniors. Crassus, the great rival of Antonius, had died the year before. The law courts were closed, with the exception of the Commission for High Treason. This court had been instituted by the Democratic and Equestrian parties against those friends of Drusus, whose policy would have averted the social war, and who were now accused of having caused it. The noblest men in Rome were brought to the bar on the charge of having incited the allies to revolt. One of the victims was the orator Caius Cotta. His exile, writes Cicero, just at the time when I was most anxious to hear him, was the first untoward incident in my career. Cicero had to content himself with listening to the political harangues of the magistrates. Of these there was no lack. Varius, Carbo, and Gnaeus Pomponius seemed, he says, as if they had taken lodgings on the rostra. Cicero attended them all diligently, and every day wrote and read and took notes. In the year 88 BC, he studied the technical part of his art with the Rhodian rhetorician Malo, who was then visiting Rome. Philosophical training was supplied him by the Athenian academician Philo, who fled from the disturbances of the Mithridatic War and took refuge at Rome in this year, and afterwards by the Stoic Diodotus. Diodotus became for many years an inmate of Cicero's house, and died there at last in the year 59, making his great pupil his heir. A yet more important aid to Cicero's mental development was the instruction which he received from Scaevola the augur, the greatest lawyer of his time. My father, writes Cicero, immediately after I had put on the dress of manhood, introduced me to him, instructing me that, so far as I found it possible and was permitted to do so, I should remain continually at his side. And so I committed to memory many of his wise discourses and pithy sayings, and strove to learn from his wisdom. After the death of the augur, probably in the year 87, Cicero attended on his cousin and namesake, Scaevola, the Pontifex Maximus, whom above all others of our nation I venture to call the most eminent in talent and in justice. From these men, Cicero, though he never professed the science of jurisprudence, gained such a practical knowledge of the laws of his country that he was well equipped for the duties of an advocate. The year of Sulla's first consulship, in 88 BC, marks the close of the social war and the beginning of a yet more fatal civil war which was its consequence. Now, for the first time, Roman armies were ranged against one another on the battlefield. The leaders of the beaten party were executed by public authority, and their heads exposed on the rostra, as those of enemies of the state. This year saw the first victory of Sulla, the next year the return of Marius. Both made havoc amongst the most brilliant orators of Rome. Sulpicius Rufus, Antonius, Catulus, and Caius Julius, whom Cicero brings together along with Crassus as the personages of his dialogue De Oratore, had all perished before quiet was restored for a time in the year 86. Cotta was still in exile, and for the next 3 years Hortensius was almost without a rival at the bar. Then with the return of Sulla from the east in 83, the civil wars and massacres began again, ending at last with the reestablishment by Sulla of the oligarchical constitution. Just upon the close of this period of disorder, about the year 81 BC, Cicero, after his long preliminary training, began to speak in the law courts. He was now about 25 years of age. An early speech is preserved to us from a suit in which the young advocate matched himself for the first time with Hortensius. He repeatedly refers to his timidity on this occasion and says that when his friend Roscius, the great comic actor, urged him to the attempt, he replied, that he fears he will seem as impudent as a man who should strive for the palm of comedy with Roscius himself. Elsewhere, he relates that he was ambitious to imitate the two leaders of the bar, for Cotta had now been restored by Sulla. But of the two, he considered Hortensius the better model. The next year, Cicero had the opportunity of establishing, once for all, his own position as a great advocate. During Sulla's reign of terror, legalized murder had been an everyday occurrence in Rome, and it was not easy to confine the slaughter within the precise limits which the dictator ordained. In the midst of the confusion, when the city was full of gangs of assassins, hunting down their victims for the sake of the blood money promised by the government, Sextus Roscius, a wealthy citizen of Ameria, who had served in Sulla's army and had come to Rome after his victory, was murdered in the street as he returned home from supper. The assassins were neighbors and distant kinsmen who had been on bad terms with the murdered man. These men next applied to Chrysogonus, a favorite freedman of the dictator, and induced him to get the name of Roscius inserted on the proscription list. His property was thereupon confiscated and sold en bloc by a sham auction. Chrysogonus was the buyer and paid into the treasury the sum of £20 as the purchase money of an estate worth £60,000. He then constituted the murderers his agents and employed them to oust from his father's house the only son of the deceased, who had remained throughout in his country seat at Ameria. Chrysogonus and his associates now divided the property at their leisure, but they could not feel quite sure that the son, named like his father Sextus Roscius, would not one day call them to account. To assassinate him, now that times were quieter, was not so easy, so they adopted the plan of accusing him of being the murderer of his father. If they could procure his condemnation on a capital charge, he would, even if he evaded actual execution by exile, be quite powerless to annoy them in the future. It mattered little to the promoters of the accusation that they were notoriously in possession of the property of the deceased, and that if he had come to his death, as they now pretended, by the parricidal machinations of his own son, his goods could not be liable to confiscation as those of a proscribed person. They calculated that this side of the story would never come out in court. No advocate, they thought, would venture to say a word of the proscription, of the confiscation of the property, and of its purchase for an old song by Chrysogonus. How could anyone insist on these points without openly attacking the dictator's favorite? And to attack the favorite was to brave the displeasure of his terrible master. This was Cicero's opportunity. While all Rome lay crushed and silent at Sulla's feet, this young advocate alone dared to set himself in opposition to the regent's pleasure. In the first 5 minutes of his speech, Cicero had cast away all disguise and grappled openly with Chrysogonus. Chrysogonus asks you, gentlemen of the jury, that forasmuch as he had made himself master of so ample a fortune, which belongs by right to another man, and forasmuch as he is hindered and hampered in the enjoyment of that fortune by the fact that Sextus Roscius lives, he asks you, I say, to relieve his mind from every shade of doubt and anxiety. While Roscius is a citizen, he does not think he can keep hold of Roscius's rich and splendid inheritance. If only Roscius be condemned and cast forth from society, then he hopes that he may be able to squander in luxury and profusion that which he has won by crime. He begs you, gentlemen, to pluck from his bosom this rooted distrust, which frets and plagues him night and day, and to lend yourselves to secure him his ill-gotten gains. Cicero modestly ascribes to his own obscurity that he is privileged to appear as the champion of such a cause, while all the leading advocates shrank from the undertaking. My plain speaking may be unobserved, because I have as yet no pretensions to be a statesman, or it may be pardoned in consideration of my youth, though to be sure the notion of pardoning and even the practice of judging has faded from the memory of the Republic. That day was the last on which Cicero could plead the security of insignificance. He left the court a man of mark in Rome. He had done more than save his client. He had given voice to feelings which all the world must needs smother in silence. He had struck a keynote which vibrated 1,000 hearts, sick of bloodshed and robbery and terror. All this required not only great boldness, but great skill. He was pleading before a bench of senators, newly re-established in the law courts by Sulla, who would not be likely to tolerate from a young man of equestrian family anything which implied disapproval of the Restoration or disrespect towards the government. Nevertheless, with the instinct of a great pleader, Cicero seems to have felt the pulse of the jury as he proceeded. He begins by protesting that he will touch on politics only so far as is absolutely necessary for his case. He ends by claiming that he may speak not only for his client, but for himself. On what seems to me shameful and intolerable, on what, as I think, will touch us all unless we provide against it, on this I will make my utterance in all the sincerity of my heart and from all the bitterness of my soul. Of Sulla himself, whose carelessness and indifference allow creatures like Chrysogonus to batten on the Commonwealth, Cicero speaks with an apparent respect, which really covers the sharpest censure. Rascally freedmen, he says, always try to throw the responsibility of their misdeeds on their patron, but all the world knows that many things have been done, of which Sulla is only half aware. Are we to approve, then, if some such acts are passed over because he does not know about them? We cannot approve, but it cannot be helped. Jupiter reigns above, yet we have men injured, and cities ruined, and crops lost by hurricanes or floods or extremes of heat and cold. We do not attribute these mischiefs to the intention of the god, but to the force of circumstances and to the magnitude of the universe over which he has to preside, while we acknowledge his hand in the blessings we receive. And so it is with Sulla. But if Cicero affects to screen Sulla under this contemptuous apology, he condescends to no half measures when he deals with his favorite. Let the leaders of the party look to it, whether this be a sad and shameful conclusion, that those who could not bear to see the Roman knights in the pride of place should brook the tyranny of this vile slave. Hitherto, gentlemen of the jury, this tyranny has been exercised in other spheres. Now you see what path it is shaping for itself, at what goal it aims. It aims at your honor, your oath, your verdict. That is to say, at almost all that remains sound and uncontaminated in the state. Think that on that judgment seat, Chrysogonus believes that he will work his will, that here too he can hold sway. Oh, the misery and bitterness of it! It is not that I fear that he will have such power. What cuts me to the quick is that he has presumed, that he has hoped to compass, by means of such a bench as that which I see before me, the condemnation of an innocent man. That is the burden of my complaint. Was it for this that the nobility aroused itself and won back the state at the point of the sword? Was it in order that the menials and lackeys of the great should be able to harry the goods and the honor of us and you alike? Of even greater weight are the words of warning with which the speech concludes. Men of wisdom, Men endowed with the place and the power which you occupy are bound to apply the appropriate remedies to the disease of which the state is sickening. There is no one of you but knows well that the Roman people, which formerly had the reputation of being most placable towards their enemies, labors today under the curse of cruelty to its own children. Remove this cruelty from the state, gentlemen of the jury. Suffer it no longer to work its pleasure in this commonwealth. It is a vice which is mischievous, not only in that it has swept off so many of our fellow citizens under every circumstance of horror, but likewise because by the daily spectacle of painful sights it has made the tenderest hearts callous to the sense of pity. For when each hour we see or hear of some fresh atrocity, even though nature has made us mild of mood, familiarity with dreadful deeds plucks all feelings of humanity from our minds. In later life, Cicero criticized the style of this his early effort at oratory, which he found too florid and exaggerated for his more mature taste. For all that, the speech is full of vigor and promise. The situation was so critical and momentous that every sentence struck home. Rome was conscious that yet another brave man and great orator had been born among her sons. We can well believe that. The speech met with such approval that from that time no case was deemed too important to be committed to my charge. Nevertheless, the acquittal of Roscius was soon followed by Cicero's temporary retirement from the bar. The circumstances may best be recorded in his own words. At that time, my body was very thin and weak, my neck long and slender, and a frame like this, if exposed to overexertion and strain of the lungs, is reckoned to incur fatal risks. My friends were the more anxious about me because my practice was to speak without any relief from change of tones, but always at the full stretch of my powers of voice and straining my whole body to the uttermost. They and the physicians urged me to give up speaking at the bar, but I felt that I would rather run any risks than renounce my ambitious hopes of being an orator. I reflected, however, that by changing my style of speaking and by lowering and regulating my voice, I might both avoid the danger to my health and likewise bring my utterances better within compass. It was this purpose of a change in my habits of speaking that made me resolve on a journey to Asia. So after I had been 2 years at the bar and had already some reputation in the courts, I set forth from Rome. Some account of his studies at Athens and in Asia Minor follows, and he continues. Not content with these, I came to Rhodes and resorted to Malo, the same whose pupil I had formerly been at Rome. Malo was not only an eminent writer and pleader in actual suits at the bar, but he had a rare skill in noting and correcting faults and in conveying instruction. He exerted all his powers in checking and keeping within bounds my tendency to exaggerate and to overflow, as it were, with a certain youthful hardihood and license of speech. I returned home after 2 years' absence, not only a more practiced rhetorician, but almost a changed man. The overstraining of the voice was abated, my style had lost its frothiness, my lungs had grown stronger, and my bodily frame was moderately filled out. Cicero was now fully established as one of the leaders of the bar, along with Cotta and Hortensius, and was constantly employed in the most important cases. All three were candidates for office in the year following Cicero's return to Italy. Cotta gained the consulship, Hortensius the office of curule aedile, and Cicero that of quaestor. Under Sulla's constitution, 20 quaestors were elected for each year, and each quaestor, when his term of magistracy was over, passed on to the benches of the Senate, where he had now a seat for life. Meanwhile, Cicero's official duties sent him to spend the year 75 outside of Italy. The lot gave him as his province the western portion of Sicily, with Lilybaeum for his headquarters. The other side of the island, though one praetor ruled the whole, had a separate quaestor who resided at Syracuse. It is necessary to make this point clear for the understanding of an amusing anecdote, which Cicero tells against himself by way of illustrating to a jury the small attention paid in the capital to provincial concerns and provincial reputations. The experience is one which many an Indian commissioner will recognize with a sigh. Now, gentlemen, I will make a clean breast of it, and confess that I thought at the time that people in Rome were talking of nothing but my quaestorship. During a season of dearth, I had forwarded a great supply of grain to the capital. I had been obliging to the dealers, fair to the merchants, liberal to the country people, scrupulous towards our allies, and all agreed that I had been faithful in every duty of my office. The Sicilians had devised compliments for me quite out of the common, and so I returned home in the expectation that the Roman people would come and lay the world at my feet. But it so happened that in the course of my journey I arrived at Puteoli in the height of the season, when it was full of persons of the first fashion. Well, gentlemen, you may have knocked me down with a feather when one of these came up and asked on what day I had left Rome, and what was the last news there. I am returning, I replied, from my province. Oh, yes, of course, says he. From Africa, I think. Utterly vexed and disgusted, I said, No, from Sicily. Then another, who wished to play the well-informed man, put in, What? Don't you know, says he, that our friend here has been quaestor at Syracuse? Not to make a long story of it, I pocketed my vexation, and lost myself among the crowd of those who had come to take the waters. Cicero was 32 years of age when, after this adventure, he returned once more to Rome in the year 74 BC. As a senator, it was time for him to choose a side and to make his influence felt in the affairs of state. To gain a clear conception of the political arena on which Cicero was now entering, it will be necessary to consider what were the parties and who the statesmen with whom he was to be engaged. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by J.L. Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Roman Parties and Statesmen, 81 to 71 BC. When Cicero entered on public life, the government was in full possession of the optimates, or notables, and of the Senate in which they reigned supreme. These nobles inherited the splendid traditions of their ancestors, who had made Rome great in the century of the Punic and Macedonian wars. At that epoch, a ring of great families, some patrician and some plebeian, had been set in a position of eminence, not by any invidious prerogative, but by the natural process of the working forces of the Constitution. Every man was noble who could count curule magistrates among his ancestors, and he was most noble whose hall showed the greatest number of family portraits of consuls and censors. Power and influence accrued to the men who had led the Roman armies in their triumphal march over the civilized world, and this power and influence they handed on to their descendants. There was likewise among the Romans a strong public opinion in favor of a man sitting in the seat of his fathers. There was no occasion for the nobles to assert by law their exclusive right to the highest offices, for the electors would hardly look at any candidate who had not ancestral claims on their attention. It was perfectly legal, indeed, for the son of a Roman knight, in other words, for one who did not belong to the official caste, to contend for high office with a noble, but he would find that the stars in their courses fought against the new man. Fato Romae fiunt metelli consules. Providence always sends the great noble, the Caecilius Metellus, to the head of the poll. To dream of clearing in a single generation the space that lies between the Roman knight and the consul is an insolence which is to be suppressed by the united force of the nobility, and which is looked on with disfavor even amongst the ranks from which the candidate is struggling to emerge. Thus the Roman nobles became, in fact, though not in law, a hereditary caste of office-holding families. In their best days, they had all the great qualities of an oligarchy: high spirit, steadiness of purpose, persistence under difficulties, trained sagacity in war and diplomacy. The nobility represented Rome in a stronger and loftier spirit than any popular organization could have done, and the Romans were proud to follow its lead and to accept as their own the majestic policy which the Senate announced by word and deed. During the latter half of the 2nd century, the nobility shows in a less favorable light. It failed to deal with the complicated questions which presented themselves as the result of conquest, especially the agrarian question and the question of the Italian allies. Thus, the statesmen who undertook to solve these problems naturally drifted into opposition, and from opposition into revolution. The Roman constitution gave fatal facilities for such a development. It had the theory of popular sovereignty without any machinery for realizing that sovereignty in fact. The power of the people was nullified by the dangerous fiction that the whole nation could assemble in the forum, and that an affirmative answer to the question put by a magistrate to such a casual gathering made the proposal into law, absolute and indefeasible. The machinery, like that of the French plebiscite, was fitted not to express the popular will, but to give opportunities for despotism. Unlimited power would be lodged in the hands of any magistrate who could organize the city rabble, if only he were unchecked in his right of initiating proposals. To avoid this consequence, the Romans gave the legal power of initiative, not to one man or to any body of men collectively, but to each one of a number of annual magistrates, consuls, praetors, and tribunes, and they further gave to each of them singly an absolute right of veto over the action of any or all of his colleagues. The result was to throw the constitutional control into the hands of the permanent advising board, the Senate of Nobles. Constitutional usage obliged the magistrate to employ his power of initiative only in accordance with the advice of the Senate. If he declined to do so, his action was at once paralyzed by the veto, and he must either submit or else incur the guilt and danger of an actual breach of the law. Thus, so long as a single tribune remained loyal, the Senate would govern Rome in peace. The whole constitutional fabric rested on the absolute sanctity of the veto. In the controversies of the Gracchi and their successors with the Senate, this ultimate safeguard of the Constitution was violated, and so the revolution began. But while they impaired the oligarchical constitution, the Democrats failed in all efforts to set up a new one in its place. Notwithstanding its formally recognized sovereignty, the assembly was too uncertain and too little representative of the whole people to be able either to check its leaders or to give them any effective support in the hour of danger. The demagogues were for the moment irresistible despots in the midst of a dependent crowd, and for that very reason they had no reserve force of organized public opinion on which to fall back. The democracy in its impotence turned to a military chief, and attained by this evil alliance a brief supremacy under the leadership of Marius and of his successor, Cinna. But the revolutionists proved themselves unworthy to rule. They resorted to bloodshed and plunder. They governed yet more despotically than their rivals had done, and without the softening effect of ancestral custom and historic dignity to relieve the naked harshness of their domination. This party fell ingloriously and without regret before the swords of Sulla's veterans when he returned from the East in 83 BC. An unlimited power for the reconstruction of the state was lodged in the hands of Sulla. Avowedly the partisan of a restoration, he attempted little that was original in substance, though many of his regulations were new in form. He desired to revive, so far as possible, the Rome which had been before the Gracchi, with such variations in detail and such safeguards against revolution as seemed to be suggested by the experience of the last half-century. The senators were henceforth to have exclusive possession of the jury courts. The corn distributions instituted by Gracchus were abolished, and the tribunate, which had been used as an instrument of revolution, was strictly curbed. The constitutional obligation which lay on the tribune to use his initiative power only with the approval of the Senate was no longer left to be enforced by the uncertain and, as it had proved, insufficient sanction of the veto, but was raised to the level of positive law. The proposal of the bill to the plebs was now null and void, unless it had received the previous assent of the Senate. Within the Senate itself, precautions were taken to prevent any one man from aspiring to rise above the little circle of his peers. The offices of the state must be held at fixed intervals, and no man might hold the same office twice except after the lapse of 10 years. Free popular election of the magistrates was still allowed. Long experience had shown that this was not really dangerous to the supremacy of the nobles, and that the influence of the great families would secure them a practical monopoly of the highest offices. Such was the constitution of the Republic when Cicero became a senator. His bold defense of Roscius had marked him out as a future leader of opposition. Indeed, from his position and circumstances, he could not well be otherwise. His sympathies were naturally on the side of the equestrian order from which he had sprung, and that order was now in a state of discontent and hostility to the government. For an explanation, we must look back a little in the history. The Roman nobility was, as we have seen, a nobility of office, and public opinion, as well as positive law, prescribed that this official caste should confine itself to the business of war and government, and should hold aloof from trade and banking, and more especially from speculations connected with state contracts. All these fell into the hands of another set of families, which constituted in its turn a sort of high mercantile caste. As the armies of Rome spread her power over the shores of the Mediterranean, her commerce increased likewise, and so did the complexity and magnitude of her financial arrangements. All this added to the importance of the second order in the state. Its members were necessarily men of wealth and substance, and necessarily likewise they were men who renounced the chances held out to ambition by the official career of magistracy. The new order borrowed a name from the centuries of knights, which had originally formed the cavalry of the state, and for which a high property qualification was required. Every Roman who was in possession of the requisite property, about 4,000 pounds, and who had never held a magistracy or sat in the Senate, now called himself a Roman knight. The phrase implies pretty much what we mean when we speak of a private gentleman. The consolidation of the order is due to Caius Gracchus. He gave the knights outward signs of distinction, the narrow hem of purple on the tunic, the gold ring, and the right to reserve seats immediately behind the senatorial stalls in the theatre. He multiplied their influence and their gains by ordering the collection of the taxes of Rome's new province of Asia to be farmed out to them, and above all, he gave them a controlling power over the nobles by bestowing on them the exclusive right to sit as jurors in the criminal courts. This order occupied a position midway between the ruling senatorial families and the mass of the people. It was strong enough to give a preponderating power to whichever of the extreme parties it might favor for the moment, and as its interests were, in many respects, identical with those of the Commonwealth, it seemed as if this influence was likely to be used for good. To men of substance, engaged in commerce and banking at Rome and throughout the civilized world, public order and maintenance of credit were matters of prime importance. Whenever the democratic factions resorted, as under Saturninus, to riot and bloodshed in the streets, the knights took sides with the Senate against the disturbers of the peace. When the slackness of the Senate allowed piracy to get the upper hand in the Mediterranean, or when its leaders pocketed Jugurtha's bribes while he was cutting the throats of Roman merchants in Africa, the knights bestirred themselves and gave valuable support to the democratic opposition. Unhappily, there were other considerations which touched them more nearly. In the first place, the state contracts were their monopoly, and the equestrian order was apt to be the humble servant of whichever party promised the best bargains. Scarcely less important were its interests in the provincial administration. The Roman knights trafficked with and lent money to the subjects of the Republic. They had control of the lucrative slave trade. They collected from the provincials the taxes which had been farmed from the Roman treasury, or which had been pledged to them as security for debt by the local exchequers of client kings and conquered civic communities. All controversies arising out of these matters fell under the cognizance of the Roman governor. If he were contemptuous of the traders and tax collectors, these might find endless difficulties in exacting their dues. If he were subservient, they were able to reap a rich harvest from the subjects. In every commercial transaction with a provincial, the Roman knight considered himself a privileged person, who might stand on the strictest letter of his bond, if it suited his purpose, or again, if he found it convenient, might play fast and loose with the law. Atticus once asked Cicero's advice on behalf of a provincial who was unable to pay his way. "Good heavens," writes Cicero in reply, "has the man lost his wits? Does this Greek think he is privileged to commit acts of fraudulent bankruptcy just as if he were a Roman knight?" Publicans, or farmers of the taxes, have always labored under an evil reputation. It is related that to pass a wet day at a French country house, it was once agreed that each of the company should tell a story of robbers. Voltaire was of the party, and when it came to his turn, he said, "Ladies and gentlemen, there was once a farmer general." "Well," said his hearers, "and what next?" "What next? What more do you want? We were to tell of robbers." The Roman tax farmer had at least an equal claim to the title. Cicero is a very friendly witness when the Roman knights are concerned, and we may be sure that he is within the truth when he tells us that the conscientious governor was often sorely perplexed by their demands. When his brother was governor of Asia, Cicero wrote to him, "If we set ourselves in opposition to the publicans, we alienate both from ourselves and from the state an order to which we are under obligations, and which, by our efforts, has been attached to the Constitution. If, on the other hand, we give way to them in everything, we shall be parties to the utter ruin of those over whose safety and even whose interests it is our bounden duty to keep guard. This is, if we are to look the business in the face, the one great difficulty in your administration." Now we see why the control of the jury courts was a matter of prime importance for the equestrian order. In the province, they were at the mercy of the governor. They required that he should be at their mercy when he came to stand his trial at home. There was the closest understanding between the Roman knights in the provinces and their fellows on the bench in the forum. "In former days," says Cicero, "when the equestrian order sat on the juries, evil and extortionate magistrates in the provinces were always the humble servants of the tax farmers. They were civil to the agents of the companies. Whenever they saw a Roman knight in their province, they followed him up with favors and compliments. These efforts did not, after all, do much to help those who had been guilty of malpractices, but on the other hand, many a one found it fatal to him to have acted in any way against the wishes and interests of the order. There was observed among them a strict understanding that anyone who thought himself at liberty to treat with indignity a single Roman knight should be treated as a malefactor by the whole order. These equestrian juries were naturally disliked and feared by the nobles. It was against them that the famous appeal of the great orator, Lucius Crassus, was urged. "Snatch us away from this torture, tear us out of the jaws of those whose cruelty cannot be satiated with our blood. Suffer us not to be in bondage to any, saving to yourselves as a nation, to bear whose yoke is within our endurance and within our duty." To secure this control over the official class was the first object of equestrian policy. The The second was purely selfish and far more perverse. The Roman knights claimed for themselves an immunity from all state prosecutions. The senators, such was their contention, are the governing class, and against them alone should such prosecutions be directed. Cicero puts their pretension as plausibly as he can when pleading at the bar for an equestrian client. There is a charm in the most exalted rank in the state, in the curule chair, the fasces, the commands, governments, priesthoods, triumphs, and last of all, in the effigy which hands down your memory to posterity. Along with these come some anxieties, and a greater responsibility to laws and tribunals. We have never thought lightly of your prerogatives, so the Roman knights argue. But we have chosen instead this life of quiet and leisure. As there is no glory to win in it, so let there be no trouble to molest it. This limitation was introduced not only in the case of the court which dealt with extortion in the provinces, but also into the trial of charges for judicial corruption. A senator who gave false witness, or conspired to bribe a jury, or himself took money for the condemnation of an innocent man, might be put on his trial for the offense. Any other citizen was irresponsible. This monstrous immunity was not only publicly defended by Cicero, the favorite champion of the equestrian order, but was acquiesced in even by its greatest enemy, Sulla, who, when he reconstituted the court for the trial of these offenses, forasmuch as he had found the commons of Rome free from such responsibility, did not venture to entangle them in fresh liabilities. Anyone who presumed to interfere with these cherished exemptions and prerogatives incurred the deadly enmity of the Roman knights. Livius Drusus, the patriotic tribune of 91 BC, had committed this unpardonable offense, and in order to thwart him, the knights turned against the Italian allies, whose cause Drusus defended, and thus involved Rome in the disaster of the social war. On this occasion, as on many others, those who might have controlled both the extreme parties and enforced moderation on both, preferred to sell their support to whichever of the combatants best served their private interests and class privileges. When the contest with the Allies developed in the years 88 and 87 into the First Civil War, the equestrian order patched up its differences with the Italians, but the alarm which Drusus had spread in its ranks was still the governing principle of its policy. In fear and hatred of the nobility, the knights espoused the democratic cause. They saw with satisfaction their haughty rivals fall beneath the daggers of Marius and press forward to buy up the confiscated properties. A terrible day of reckoning was in store for them. The full brunt of Sulla's savage retaliation fell on the equestrian order, 2,600 of whose members found their names on the proscription lists. Sulla reduced the survivors to political insignificance by expelling them from the jury courts, and at the same time he deprived them of dignity and precedence by withdrawing their valued privilege of special seats in the theatre. The equestrian order was naturally the enemy of the constitution established by Sulla, and, decimated though it had been by the proscriptions, its influence was still considerable. The enfranchisement of the Italians had filled its ranks with worthy recruits. In each new municipal town and district were to be found substantial and honorable families, whose members were now Romans, but Romans without ancestral nobility. Not belonging by birth to the official caste, these naturally found their place in the second order of the state. The Roman knights, not being personally engaged in politics, sought their spokesmen and representatives among those members of the senatorial order who were most in sympathy with their feelings and interests. At this time, their most prominent champion was Marcus Licinius Crassus, a man of high nobility and now in the prime of life. He had fought on the side of Sulla in the Civil War, but he had no loyalty to his caste. As the richest man in Rome and the foremost in all lucrative speculations, he was the natural representative of the capitalists and bankers. Cicero himself was fast rising into the position of a second leader of the party. He had fully resolved to win his way by his own talents and energy to the highest grade in the state. For the last 3 generations, only one new man had succeeded in attaining the consulship, and this one was his fellow townsman, Caius Marius. In aspiring to reach the same goal, Cicero must necessarily offend all the proprieties of good society, and must be sure that the ruling families would exert themselves to exclude him. He describes the struggle as he looks back on it in the inaugural speech of his consulship. I am the first new man whom you have raised to the consulship after an interval which reaches back almost beyond our recollection and the present generation. I have shown you the way into that stronghold which the nobility has held with its garrison and fortified with every device. You have breached the defenses of that stronghold and have willed that they should lie open to merit in the future. The professional rivalry between Cicero and Hortensius at the bar was sharpened by the circumstance that the one represented the new men and the other the ruling nobility. The one naturally led the assault, and the other defended the barriers of political and social exclusiveness which Cicero had resolved to pass. We may catch a glimpse of the situation in a passage where the younger advocate challenges the behavior of the high society of Rome, tolerant to the misdoings of those within the charmed circle, cold and rigid towards all outsiders. Is it not intolerable, Hortensius, to see that your friendship and that of the rest of the great and noble allows an easier approach to the wickedness and effrontery of Verres than to the virtue and incorruptibility of any one of us? You detest the industry of new men. You look down on their frugal life. You think scorn of their purity, and for their genius and their manliness you wish it stifled and crushed out. Verres is your favorite. The survivors of the Marian party were of course bitterly opposed to the constitution set up by the conqueror, but they had exhausted themselves in an abortive attempt at revolution under the conduct of Lepidus immediately after Sulla's death. They gathered around Crassus, so far as he showed himself in opposition. But much their ablest man, and the one already marked out for their future chief, was the young Caius Julius Caesar. Wild and profligate, and immersed in debt though he was, his native genius, his manly beauty, and the charm of his manners and conversation already won the hearts of men and women, and made him the most popular man in Rome. Though a patrician of the very bluest blood, claiming descent from Aeneas and the kings of Alba, he was closely connected by family ties with the Democratic party. Julia, Caesar's aunt, was married to Marius, and he himself had taken to wife Cornelia, the daughter of Cinna. Caesar, like Cicero, and under circumstances of greater danger, first showed his mettle by daring to oppose the will of Sulla. The threats of the dictator failed to terrify the young man into divorcing Cornelia, and he was obliged to fly for his life. His powerful friends and relations afterwards extorted a reluctant pardon from Sulla, who warned them that in that young dandy there lay hidden many Mariuses. Young as he was, being 4 years junior to Cicero, Caesar from the first judged and acted for himself. He saw that the movement of Lepidus in 78 BC was premature and destined to fail, and he refused to throw in his lot with it. He urged that the various provisions of the complicated constitution of Sulla should be assailed one by one, and that the rehabilitation of the tribunate was the first point to aim at. The personal disqualifications which Sulla had attached to all who had ever held this office were removed by a law of the orator Cotta in his consulship 75 BC, and another ordinance of the dictator was repealed by the renewal of the distributions of corn to the people. In estimating the forces with which the government had to reckon, we must not forget the newly found power of a professional soldiery. During the 3 generations which elapsed between the first consulship of Marius and the Battle of Actium, the Roman armies were organized on a principle intermediate between the militia system of the earlier republic and the permanent standing armies of the empire. The soldier, during this period of transition, is a volunteer and not a conscript. He is no longer a citizen serving his time in the ranks, but a professional. On the other hand, he is under no permanent contract with the state and hardly feels himself to be its servant. He has enlisted under a particular general for a particular war, which now often extends over many campaigns, and to his general alone he looks for promotion and for reward. There now comes into prominence the personal sacramentum, or oath of military obedience, which the soldier swears to his own commander. The sacramentum, and not loyalty to the state, is his point of honor, and the circumstances under which this allegiance may be lent, or recalled, or transferred, are points to be argued with the lawyer-like precision which the Romans carried into all their transactions, whether with men or gods. The power of this mercenary soldiery had been abundantly shown by Sulla, who revealed the fatal secret that with a victorious proconsul and a veteran army lay the last word in political contests. When Sulla had completed his work of restoration, it was from the same quarter that danger to his oligarchical constitution was most to be apprehended. Yet Sulla did nothing or little to guard against the peril. The best safeguard would have been a strong central executive in Rome, wielding the whole military force of the empire and strictly responsible to the Senate. But this seemed too hazardous an experiment. Sulla weakened the magistrates at the seat of government, lest they should be too strong for the Senate, and shut his eyes to the fact that he thus renounced control over the far more dangerous magistrates on the frontiers. Yet as the mercenary soldiery was only half conscious of its powers, nevertheless, the fact that a new military force had grown up was one of the main elements in the political situation. The blind hopes and wishes of the soldiers needed a representative, and this representative was found in the person of the young commander, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus. Born in the same year as Cicero and son of the consul under whom Cicero had served in the Social War, Pompey was 23 years of age when Sulla returned from the East in 83 BC. By his own influence and reputation with the soldiers, Pompey raised 3 legions in Picenum, outmaneuvered the superior forces opposed to him, and effected a junction with Sulla's troops in southern Italy. The dictator treated the young soldier with marked distinction. He employed him in independent commands. He yielded in spite of all constitutional objections to his demand for a triumph, and saluted him with the title of the Great, which Pompey bore henceforth as a surname. After Sulla's death, Pompey in turn lent his sword to defend the constitution against the attacks of Lepidus. Nevertheless, the union between the general and the government was never hearty or sincere, and this was mainly because the oligarchs would not take the trouble to bind Pompey to their cause. It was intolerable to them that any man should claim the exceptional position which Pompey had occupied from the outset, and which he had no intention of relinquishing. It was contrary to all rules that a young man, not yet of senatorial age, who had filled none even of the minor magistracies of the state, should be invested with one extraordinary command after another, that he should be general-in-chief of armies, and triumph like a legitimate consul. Pompey was not really a dangerous man. He had no designs against the state, and no love of the hazards and dislocations of revolution. He asked for nothing better than to be the armed protector of a republican government, but he considered himself a privileged person, for whom everyday rules were not made, and he was fully resolved not to reduce himself to the rank of an ordinary noble, as the principles of oligarchy required. The difference was one which might have been easily settled with a little tact on both sides, but this was wanting, and the influence of Pompey must be considered as potentially at least on the side of the opposition. These, then, were the forces which threatened the established order of things when Cicero became a senator. We have yet to consider what was the character of the government itself, and who were its chief supporters. An oligarchy governing by a permanent and practically hereditary chamber, such as the Roman Senate, is exposed to many risks and dangers. It is apt to injure itself by over-exclusiveness, cutting off the supply of able recruits from below, and thus impairing the efficiency in administration, which is the chief title of such a government to rule. The great prizes which are to be distributed among its members give occasion to cliques and cabals within the privileged ranks. Self-conceit shuts the eyes of the nobles to dangers, and leads them to disregard public opinion outside their own ranks as the mere babble of the multitude. Lack of sympathy and intelligence makes them slow to read the necessities of the time, and they are apt to be affected by a certain lordly apathy which prevents their seriously exerting themselves to frame a policy or to adapt themselves to changing social conditions. These are all natural and inherent defects which every oligarchy has to dread. These dangers may be aggravated by habits of luxury and by the absence of political responsibility. Never, perhaps, was an oligarchy set in the midst of such dangers and temptations as those with which Sulla had surrounded the ruling families of Rome. He had carefully stopped all the channels through which public opinion could legitimately find utterance, and had freed the nobles from all responsibility except to their own order. The fear of equestrian juries and of the tribunician license had at least brought it home to the governing class that they were not the whole state. Now there was nothing to disturb their repose. Sulla's constitution staked all on the hope that within this ring of families there should be a constant succession of vigorous administrators and able officers capable of guiding the state in peace and war. But the system was little calculated to produce the men required to work it. The Roman noble was encouraged to spend his youth in luxury and extravagance. If he were easygoing and careless, he sank into the class of elegant triflers, of whom Cicero says, "They are so stupid that they seem to think that though the commonwealth may go to ruin, their fish ponds will be safe." If he had ambition, then the wilder his expenditure on shows and largesses, the more surely he might look forward to his election as praetor and as consul. Here was the opportunity to restore his shattered fortune. The world was divided into provinces, each of which was destined to be prey of one member after another of the official caste at Rome. The short period of 11 years between the dictatorship of Sulla and the first consulship of Pompey has for its typical administrators the three men whose names Juvenal selects out of all past history when he wishes to gibbet the most shameless and notorious plunderers of the provinces: Dolabella, Antonius, and Verres. We must turn again to Cicero for a summing up of the condition of the subjects of Rome under this dreadful yoke. All the provinces are mourning, all the free states are complaining, every principality utters its protest against our greed and our insolence. Within the bounds set by the ocean, there is no spot so distant or so retired that the lewdness and evil dealing of our nation have not found the way thither. The tribes of the earth overpower the Roman people beyond its endurance, not with force, not with arms, not with war, but with their sorrow, their tears, their lamentation. One more cause of demoralization must not be forgotten. The Roman oligarchy owed its present position to the sword of Sulla, and had founded its domination on the slaughter and robbery of all its principal opponents. Such a past is enough to sap the vigor of any body of politicians. It leads them to look to mere brute force to clear a way for them out of their perplexities. It seems to absolve them from the necessity for wisdom and prescience and statesmanlike capacity, and teaches them to evade the task of finding a solution for political problems. Rome still possessed in her ruling order some men of respectable ability, who in easy and quiet times might perhaps have conducted the business of the state creditably, though they were unequal to deal with the tremendous issues of their own day. Such was Quintus Hortensius Hortalus, whom we have already seen as a leader of the bar; Servilius Isauricus, who did good service in Cilicia in the years 78 to 76; Metellus Pius, who at the head of an army in Spain displayed a moderate soldier-like capacity, though he was overshadowed by his younger and more vigorous colleague Pompey. Servius Sulpicius Rufus, a young man of amiable character and blameless life, who was already becoming famous as the most learned lawyer in Rome. Quintus Lutatius Catullus, a distinguished and respectable nobleman already past middle age, and lastly one man of more brilliant parts, Lucius Licinius Lucullus. Lucullus, after his consulship in 74 BC, was entrusted with the command against Mithridates of Pontus, who had again resolved to try the fortune of war with the Roman people, and who was now supported by the powerful king of Armenia. In this war, Lucullus showed a boldness and skill which we may almost call military genius, but this was marred by a carelessness of disposition and an incapacity for dealing with men, which effectually prevented his becoming a great statesman. A more interesting personality than all these was just rising into notice. Marcus Porcius Cato, a descendant of the famous censor, was the youngest of the four great men whose fortunes were involved in the fall of the Roman Republic. He was born in the year 96 BC, 10 years after Cicero and Pompey, and 6 years after Caesar. Plutarch tells us a story of his childhood, which seems like a foreshadowing of his whole life. He was nephew of the great Livius Drusus, and happened to be with other children at his uncle's house when the question of the enfranchisement of the allies was beginning to be mooted. Pompedius Silo, an eminent Italian who was present, laughingly canvassed the children for their vote and interest in his cause, and all readily consented except Cato. He had somehow got it into his obstinate little head that to yield to the demands of her allies would be unworthy of Rome. When coaxing failed, Pompedius held him out of the window and threatened to drop him. But no. He would not, and he would not. If the fate of Italy had rested with this urchin of 5 years old, he would have died sooner than allow her to be saved from the social war. The same unbending temper, inaccessible to reason, to fear, or to favor, characterized Cato throughout. He always did that which his conscience told him was right, irrespective of consequences, and his very narrowness made him a power. He was the only Roman whom Caesar condescended to fear and to hate. He might unconsciously do Caesar's work for him. In fact, his short-sightedness caused him repeatedly to throw the game into Caesar's hands. But he could neither be bought, nor conciliated, nor coerced, and such a man was highly provoking to Caesar. In aims, in character, and in conduct, alike in their qualities and in their defects, the two men were hopelessly antagonistic. Cato's whole life was a tacit condemnation of Caesar, and his voluntary martyrdom was a keenly felt reprobation of the dictator and all his works. Caesar pursued him even in his grave with a lampoon. Cato's obstinacy, his narrowness, and his impracticability will find ample illustration in the following pages, and I need not dwell on them here. But we must not forget the other side of the picture. In an age of the most unbridled license of speech, an age which would have been inclined to leave not even Lancelot brave or Galahad pure, the character of Cato stood alike above censure and above eulogy. The common sense of the Romans recognized in him a man over whose actions corrupt or self-seeking motives had no power, and whose sole thought was of duty. He became to them a sort of embodiment of the public conscience. To earn the approval of Cato was a synonym for pure and righteous action. Rome was the better for having a living standard of integrity set before her eyes. An advocate, though he might quake at the thought of having him for a juror, hesitated to challenge Cato, for such a challenge seemed an acknowledgment that his case was a bad one. In the year 54 BC, certain candidates for the tribuneship, who wished for once to have a pure election, agreed each of them to deposit a large sum with Cato, which the depositor was to forfeit if his proceedings seemed to Cato deserving of blame. "If," exclaimed Cicero, "there really is no bribery this time, and people seem to think that this will be so, Cato single-handedly will have proved of more avail than all the laws and all the courts. He was likewise through life the champion of the helpless provincials, and in the last terrible struggle he lifted up his voice, though in vain, against the harshness and cruelty of his associates. Cato's want of tact and judgment often made him a sore trial and vexation to his friends, but these weaknesses were on the surface. At heart, the man was sound, honest, and fearless. His faults have deserved to be forgotten by posterity, and his virtues have been claimed as a possession of the world for all time. It has proved true for him that the path of duty was the way to glory. The fortunes of Rome were checkered during the years following the Restoration, which was the work of Sulla. Lucullus, as we have seen, won some brilliant victories in the East. Spain was disturbed by a remnant of the Marians under Sertorius. By the aid of native allies, Sertorius resisted for long years, with varying success, the efforts of Metellus and Pompey. His assassination by one of his Roman comrades caused the collapse of the Spanish insurrection, and the country was effectually subdued by Pompey. Meanwhile, the government had on its hands two contests of a very dangerous and irritating nature. It was too timid or too supine to organize a powerful and centralized fleet or to supply Italy with a proper garrison. The result of the first error was that pirates swarmed over the Mediterranean. A half-hearted attempt was made to create a high admiral in the person of Antonius, but he proved both corrupt and incapable. He plundered the subjects of Rome remorselessly and was defeated by the pirates. After this, the Senate desisted from its efforts. Still nearer home, a serious danger befell the Romans in the slave insurrection headed by Spartacus. The great plantations worked by slave labor, which were so convenient and profitable to the wealthy nobles, filled Italy with men whose extreme misery made them ready for any desperate attempt, and bold bandit chiefs were reared for them in the gladiatorial training schools, which for the purposes of the game were obliged to cherish in their victims habits of endurance, contempt of pain and death, and a sense of honor to be kept bright in spite of social degradation. Cicero has described how gladiators, barbarians, and criminals though they be, stand to the stroke, how those who have perfected themselves in their calling will rather take the wound than avoid it by foul play. How manifest it is that their first object is to do their duty to their master and to the public. Even when sinking under his wounds, the man sends a message to his master to know whether he has any further orders. If his master thinks he has done enough, he should be glad to be able to lie down and die. Spartacus, a gladiator of this type, escaped from his barrack and soon collected round him an army recruited from among the slaves of southern Italy. After defeating over and over again the Roman magistrates and their hasty levies, the insurgents were at length crushed by Crassus, and their leader fell in battle. This was in the year 71 BC. At the same moment, Pompey returned with his army from Spain and extirpated the remnants of the rebel force. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by J.L. Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Cicero as an advocate. Atticus, Cicero's family. 71 to 67 BC. Pompey and Crassus were not good friends, but a common interest now drew them together. Pompey claimed a triumph for his victories in Spain. The claim was irregular. Pompey had never been a consul or praetor. He had therefore no legitimate auspices to hallow his success, and so was not properly qualified for the religious ceremonial of the triumph. In former days, the great Scipio himself had asked in vain for a triumph under similar circumstances. But Pompey had already a precedent in his own case, and it was short-sighted pedantry on the part of the Senate to refuse what even Sulla had been obliged to concede. Pompey likewise demanded that the privilege should be granted him of overstepping all the minor magistracies, and being at once accepted as a candidate for the consulship. To the restrictions of age prescribed by the law, he might well reply, as Napoleon did on a like occasion, "A man grows old on the field of battle, and that is where I have been." Here again the government, which might easily have won the support of Pompey, foolishly haggled over the price. The nobles had soon reason to regret their obstinacy. The Democrats grasped the opportunity and called on Pompey to put himself at the head of the opposition. Pompey and Crassus availed themselves of the pretext of their intended triumph to march their united armies to the gates of Rome. The Senate, which had no troops available, was forced to an ignominious surrender. The necessary decrees were passed, and Pompey and Crassus were elected consuls for the year 70, on the understanding that they were to satisfy the two great sections of the opposition. The Democrats, by the restoration of their former legal right of initiative to the tribunes, and the knights, by placing them once more on the judicial bench. In this great assault on the constitution of Sulla, Cicero naturally went with the equestrian order and took the side of Pompey and the opposition. He frankly accepted Pompey for his political leader, and the bond thus knit between them, though often subjected to severe strain, was never wholly broken. Whether Cicero heartily approved of the restoration of the tribunate, or whether he merely acquiesced in it as part of the bargain between the factions, is uncertain. His references to the change at the time are slight, but they seem to imply satisfaction. Even in later years, when he had himself suffered from the unbridled power of a tribune, he contended, though somewhat faintly, that Pompey was justified in his policy. He urges that, though the power of the tribune is doubtless excessive, yet "the violence of the people is a force yet more savage by far and more uncontrollable, and this is sometimes under great restraint, if it has a leader than if it has none. If the leader considers that he advances at his own peril, whereas the popular impulse takes no account of danger." Pompey, he continues, was bound to have regard not only to what was most desirable, but to what was necessary. It was the part of a wise citizen not to leave to some pestilent demagogue the credit of a measure, which was not so very dangerous in itself, and which was too popular to be resisted. But if Cicero were dubious or neutral in respect of this portion of the program of the opposition, it was far otherwise when he dealt with the reform of the jury courts. Here he was, heart and soul, with the order from whose ranks he had sprung. He felt that it was a mere mockery of responsibility to bring corrupt governors before a bench of their peers, who were too often their accomplices. It was easier, indeed, to point out the faults of the present system than to provide a remedy. Pompey's measure had the merit of settling once for all this much disputed question by a compromise which divided the juries between the orders in the proportion of one of the senatorial to two of the non-official class. But though useful in quieting the rivalry between the orders, it is doubtful whether the new law did much to make the courts more pure or more impartial. Cicero rendered an important service to the party of reform by breaking through his usual practice of accepting briefs only for the defense, and by bringing to trial the most flagitious of all the offenders, Caius Verres, the notorious praetor of Sicily. I will not attempt even a summary of the appalling misdeeds of Verres. Every calamity which the lust, the cruelty, and the rapacity of a tyrant could inflict on his slaves was endured for 3 years by the miserable Sicilians. Cicero's description of the governorship of Verres serves as a sort of high-water mark to show to what a pitch of iniquity men set above the fear of responsibility may attain when granted absolute power over a subject population. I prefer to dwell on a matter which could be treated by the orator with lighter touches. The name of Verres is perhaps best known and remembered as that of the most inveterate pillager of all the great army of unscrupulous art collectors. nothing which was at once beautiful and portable escaped his fingers. From the plate at the tables where he was invited to dinner, up to the most ancient image of Ceres in her native seat of Henna, which was believed to be sanctified by the very presence of the goddess herself, all was swept into his net. Sometimes he added insult to injury by compelling his victims to accept a trumpery sum as purchase money for their ancestral heirlooms or for the tutelary gods of their cities. He appropriated even the statues which the Carthaginian conquerors in former days had carried from Sicily and which Scipio had restored, as a monument of the magnanimity of Rome to their first possessors. The bases with the name of Scipio alone remain to tell the story. The historic pictures on the walls of the Temple of Pallas at Syracuse were torn from their site. The gates of the same temple, supposed to be the finest in the world, were stripped of their embossed gold and ivory and their marvelous Gorgon's head. Of the statue of Sappho from the Prytaneum of Syracuse, Cicero says, "This gave you so fair an excuse that one is almost obliged to allow it. This masterpiece of Selenion, so perfect, so graceful, so exquisite, how should it be in the possession of any individual or of any state, saving only of our most elegant and accomplished Veres? Any one of us, not born to such good fortune, has no business to be particular. If he wants to look at anything of the sort, let him go to the Temple of Happiness, to the monument of Catullus, to the portico of Metellus, or let him bestir himself to obtain admission to the suburban villa of one of you fine gentlemen, or let him content himself with the sight of the Forum, if Verres lends any of his treasures to the Aediles to decorate it on great occasions. But Verres must have these things at home. Verres must have his mansion and his country seats crammed with the spoils of temples and cities. Will you bear any longer, gentlemen of the jury, with the fancies and luxuries of this clown, who by nature and education seems formed in body and mind to be the porter of works of art rather than the collector?" In the meantime, the occupation of the Syracusan guides was gone. They used to take strangers round to show the art treasures of the city. Now they could only point out the place where each had stood before the praetorship of Verres. The end of Verres is characteristic. Condemned and driven into exile, he still clung to some of his darling stolen goods. 27 years later, he was in possession of some vases which attracted the attention of Antony, and for their sake, Verres' throat was cut in the last great proscription. Before leaving this subject, I must say a few words on Cicero's treatment of art and art criticism. We find in his writings all the appreciation of a cultivated gentleman for painting and sculpture, and in his earlier letters to Atticus, he continually commissions his friend to purchase statues and bas-reliefs in Greece, and expresses the greatest delight in what Atticus sends him. But in this speech, in order to point the contrast against Verres, he appears as the representative of the sterner and simpler of his countrymen, who regard the newborn interest of the Romans in art as a sign of degeneracy, the lowering of the imperial race to the petty skill and effeminate tastes of the Greek or the Asiatic. The sentiment has found expression in the immortal verse of Virgil. Excudent alii spirantia mollius aere, credo equidem vivos ducent de marmore vultus, oribunt causas melius, coelique meatus, describent radio et surgentia sidere dicent, tu regere imperio populos Romanae, memento, haec tibi erunt artes, pacisque imponere morem, pacere subjectis et debellare superibus. In Cicero, the affection of indifference is merely playful and is not long sustained, but while it lasts, it is very pretty fooling and affords an excellent specimen of the menda cuiculum, or mystifications, with which, as he tells us, an advocate is permitted to season the gravity of his discourse. The following description, which comes at the very beginning of this section of the speech, will give a sufficient idea of Cicero's manner. In the house of Gaius, there was in the place of honor a shrine, an inheritance from his ancestors, of great antiquity, in which there were 4 admirable statues of the finest style of art and famous of their kind, such as might give pleasure not only to this virtuoso and connoisseur, but to any one of us, to any ignoramus, as he would say. One of these was a Cupid in marble by Praxiteles. You see that in getting up my case against Verres, I have learned the names of the artists. On the opposite side was a Hercules, excellently molded in bronze. This, unless I am mistaken, was the work of Myron. Yes, Myron was the name, I am sure. In front of these gods were small altars, which sufficiently indicated the sanctity of the shrine, and furthermore 2 bronze statues, of no great size but of exquisite beauty, in the form and dress of young girls, with the hands raised to support some sacred object, which they bore on their heads after the manner of Athenian maidens. Canophore was what they were called. But what was the name of the artist? Who was it? Thank you for reminding me. The artist was Polycletus. It would be absurd, of course, to take all this seriously. It is merely as playing the part of the antique and unsophisticated Roman, in which character Cicero is posing for the moment, that he must affect to have learned the names of Myron and Polycletus and Praxiteles as an incident of the getting up of his lawyer's brief. Notwithstanding the notoriety of Verres's crimes, the nobles of the Senate seem to have looked on him with favor. His provincial command, conferred originally for 1 year only, was extended for 2 succeeding years. The great family of the Metelli supported him both at home and in Sicily, where all the machinery of the government was set in motion to detain witnesses and to suppress evidence. Hortensius put not only his eloquence but his powerful influence at his disposal, and Verres seems to have fully expected that between influence and bribes he would be able to secure an acquittal. Those, he observed, had reason to be alarmed who had plundered only enough for themselves. He had taken so much that there was plenty for others as well. He had so ordered the 3 years of his Sicilian praetorship that he should do exceedingly well for himself if he put the proceeds of the first year into his own pocket, while he handed over the second to his advocate and supporters, and reserved the third, that fattest and most lucrative year of all, entire for the jury. His chances would have been much improved if he could have put off the delivery of the verdict till after the beginning of the new year, when Hortensius would be consul with a Metellus for colleague, and another Metellus would be called to preside as praetor at the trial. By the help of intervening festivals, he hoped to be able to spin out the trial over this date. But Cicero outwitted him by making a very short opening speech, and leaving his case to be proved by the witnesses. The evidence was so overwhelming that Verres abandoned his defense and retired into exile. In the meantime, public opinion was running high against the corruption of the senatorial juries. If we may trust Cicero's representation, it was this which gave force to the whole attack against the constitution of Sulla. The Roman people, he says, though beset with many distresses and many anxieties, yet seeks for no reform in the state so eagerly as for the restoration of the old firmness and the old integrity of the juries. It is because they cannot trust the courts that they clamor for the tribunician power. It is because the courts are corrupt that another rank of men is demanded for the bench. It is from the iniquity and the ill fame of the jurors that the censorship, which was once a name of dread, is now asked for, is now a popular cry, and calls forth cheers of approbation. And again, this point did not escape that wise and eminent statesman, Quintus Catulus, who, when asked his opinion in the Senate by our noble and gallant consul on the question of the tribunician power, which was before the House, began his speech with these weighty words: that the senators have handled the courts corruptly and scandalously, and if they had been content to satisfy public opinion by their verdicts, the Roman people would not be so anxious for the tribunician power. Finally, Gnaeus Pompeius himself, in the first speech which he made as consul-elect before the gates of the city, when he indicated, as most people expected, that he would restore the tribunician power, elicited a hum and murmur of approval from his audience, but when in the course of the same speech he said, "The provinces are pillaged and harried, and gross and scandalous verdicts are returned, I hope to find a remedy for this state of things," then the Roman people gave voice to its feelings no longer by indistinct utterances, but by downright shouts of applause. Cicero aided this moment by publishing the full and detailed exposition of the crimes of Verres, which he would have delivered as a second speech if the trial had run its full course. The speech is thus a political pamphlet, setting forth the misdoings of senatorial governors and the corruption of senatorial juries. The influence on opinion of Cicero's published pleadings was such as to make the orator a great power in Rome. His speeches, writes Mr. Tyrrell, discharge the highest work now done by our best newspapers, magazines, and reviews. To gain Cicero was what it would be to secure the advocacy of the times, or rather what it would be were there no other paper, review, or magazine but the Times, and were the leaders of the Times written by Burke and Sheridan. They put the public in possession of the circumstances in each case, and taught them to look on these circumstances with the eyes of the speaker and his party. They converted resistance into acceptance, and warmed acceptance into enthusiasm. They provided faith with reasons, doubt with arguments, and triumph with words. Cicero was now the foremost among the advocates of Rome. For Cotta had died, and Hortensius passed through a period of eclipse, from which, however, he seems to have emerged later on. This is Cicero's own account of the matter in the Brutus. After his consulship, I suppose because he saw that he was beyond comparison the first speaker among the consulars, and took no count of those who had not attained that dignity, Hortensius relaxed the efforts which he had exerted from his boyhood up, and being well off in every way, chose to pass his time more agreeably, as he thought, or at any rate less laboriously. Just as the brilliancy fades from the coloring of an old picture, so the first, the second, and the third year each robbed him of something not noticeable by a casual observer, but which an educated and discerning critic could detect. As time went on, he continued to deteriorate in his delivery, especially in readiness and sustained flow of utterance, until he became every day more unlike himself. By the time that I was made consul, 6 years after his own consulship, Hortensius had almost effaced himself. Then he began again to take pains, for now that he and I were equals in rank, he wished us to be equals in everything. Thus, for 12 years following my consulship, we two were engaged in the most important cases with unbroken friendliness. I always considered him superior to myself. He put me first. The most notable case in which Cicero was engaged during the period immediately before his consulship was his defense of Caius Cornelius, who as tribune in the year 67 BC had attempted to check the practice by which the Senate granted dispensations from general laws under peculiar circumstances. The permission to Pompey to stand for the consulship in 70 BC is one instance of the kind, and Caesar's request for a triumph in 60 BC is another. In pressing his bill through its earlier stages, Cornelius had certainly been guilty of irregularities. Still, he had not persevered in illegal courses, but had withdrawn his measure and substituted another, which was unanimously accepted, recognizing the prerogative of the Senate, but guarding against its abuse. Nevertheless, when he went out of office, he was put on his trial for riot, and Cicero appeared as his counsel. His speech, now unhappily lost, is adduced by Quintilian as the great example of the power of fervid eloquence. In defending Cornelius, Cicero wields arms which are not only potent, but flash resplendent. If he had contented himself with instructing the jury on the merits of the case, and speaking sensibly and clearly and in good Latin, he would never have brought the Roman people, as he did, to utter their enthusiasm not by cheers alone, but by clapping of the hands. It was because he was lofty and majestic and splendid and overpowering that he wrung that applause from them. I fancy that those who heard him were transported, and cheered because they must, not because they chose, like men beside themselves, who had lost consciousness of where they stood. They burst forth into those expressions of delight. Cicero's reputation as an advocate was now so great that his doors, as Plutarch tells, were thronged with clients, no less than those of Crassus and Pompey, who were then the most famous persons in Rome, the one for his wealth, the other for his military renown. He adds that Pompey courted Cicero, and the support of Cicero contributed much to Pompey's power and reputation. This influence was at first exercised only indirectly, for Cicero never addressed the people, nor, so far as we know, the Senate, until after he was elected praetor in 66 BC. At this period of his life, Cicero is above all things a pleader at the bar, and it will be interesting to see what are his own notions of the duty of an advocate. They are just those which the practical necessities of pleading have prescribed to modern lawyers. The advocate speaks as the representative of his client. It is not his business to weigh the case as a judge, but to put as strongly as possible those points which are in favor of his client, and to extenuate those which make against him. It once fell to Cicero's lot to speak in defense of a man named Aulus Cluentius, who lay under strong suspicion of having bribed a jury to obtain the condemnation of his enemy. The case was a notorious one, and had been referred to as such by Cicero, when 3 years previously in his speech against Verres, he was inveighing against the corruption of the courts. The counsel opposed to Cluentius took advantage of this circumstance to claim the authority of Cicero's sentence against his own client. Cicero's argument in reply is very much what an English barrister would plead on a similar occasion. There remains one most weighty judgment, which to my shame I was nearly forgetting to notice, for it is that of no less a person than myself. Atticus read out some speech or other, which he said was mine, and appealed to a jury to give a righteous verdict, in which I referred to some verdicts of evil fame, and amongst others to that of the court over which Junius presided, just as if I had not said myself in opening this speech that the verdict in question lay under grave imputations, or as if when I was discoursing of the corruption of the courts, I could at that time have passed over this case, which was then in everyone's mouth. If I said anything of the kind, I was not speaking from ascertained inquiry, nor was I giving evidence in the witness box, and my remarks were such as the occasion demanded, and not to be taken for my final sentence and judgment. It is a great mistake to suppose that in our speeches, which are delivered at the bar, you have our deliberate judgments on record. All such speeches are the utterances, not so much of the counsel as of his brief and of the case. For if the case of a litigant could speak for itself, no one would employ a pleader. Now we are employed to utter, not that which we are to lay down on our own responsibility, but that which is prompted by the requirements of the case in which we are engaged. Side by side with this passage, we may set another from the Brutus, in which Cicero's ideal of the qualities of the forensic orator is more fully set forth. To have studied more subtly than other men that literature wherein the fountainhead of perfect eloquence is to be found, to have embraced philosophy, the mother of all good deeds and good words, to have learned the civil law, a matter most necessary for private suits and for the technical skill of a pleader, to hold in your memory the story of Rome, whence you can summon, when need is, most authentic witnesses from the tomb, to be able shortly and neatly to turn the laugh against your antagonist, and so give some repose to the minds of the jurors, and lead them a little way from sternness to a smile. To be able to take a wider sweep and transfer the argument from the particular man and the particular time to the consideration of the universal principle involved, to know how to give pleasure by a slight digression, to be able to stir the soul of the juryman to anger or to move him to tears, to carry him with you. This is the special prerogative of the orator, in whatever direction the case demands. With the year 68 BC begins the great series of Cicero's letters, but they are at first brief and scanty. It is not until after his consulship that they become our main guide and authority for the history. This will be a good opportunity to speak of Cicero's chief friend and correspondent, Titus Pomponius Atticus. The family of Atticus had held its place for generations in the equestrian order, but unlike that of Cicero, it belonged from the first to the purely Roman stock. He was closely connected with the tribune Sulpicius Rufus, who became the victim of Sulla in his first attack on Rome in the year 88. The young Pomponius is said to have been in some danger on this occasion, but this did not deter him from aiding the flight and supplying the needs of the younger Marius, who was proscribed at the same time by Sulla. Sick of the civic bloodshed, which as he doubtless foresaw was destined immediately to be renewed on a more horrible scale, he transferred his home and his money to Athens, where he resided for the next 23 years. On his return to Rome in the year 65, he still declined to take any active part either in the administration of the state or in the decision of the great issues of the time. His manhood coincided almost exactly with the period of the civil wars, 88 to 31 BC. Yet through them all, he claimed, and his claim was allowed, to stand neutral. It was not an exalted part to play, and such apathy is a danger to any commonwealth. Yet as he bowed his head to each new master, the victory was always a little less savage, and the humiliation of the conquered a little less bitter, because Atticus was friend with all parties and could make his influence felt on the side of moderation. His ample wealth was husbanded by skillful management and by frugal habits of life. Cornelius Nepos tells us that to his own knowledge, Atticus's household expenses came to only £30 a month. His money was always at the disposal of his friends in difficulties, and especially when the fortunes of their party were at a low ebb. As he had aided Marius in his hour of danger, so he befriended the Pompeians who were in need of money for their hurried flight at the beginning of the Second Civil War. He helped and protected Terentia when Cicero was in exile, and Fulvia and her children when Antony was defeated at Mutina. We have here to consider mainly his lifelong friendship with Cicero. This intimacy began when they were fellow students in youth, and it lasted to the end. In Atticus, Cicero found the friend exactly fitted to supplement his own qualities. The warm, impulsive heart of the one sought repose in the easy-tempered, stable, appreciative nature of the other. The impetuous, indiscreet man of genius needed a calm, sympathizing, and absolutely safe companion, in whose ear he could breathe all his fears and hopes and doubts. Through all the years of their intercourse, never a word escaped through Atticus which could add to Cicero's embarrassments. It is from this perfect confidence that the letters to Atticus derive their peculiar interest and their peculiar value. Cicero is not more likely to deceive Atticus than a patient is likely to lie to his physician. The statement of the circumstances which he lays before his counselor may sometimes be erroneous, but it is never willfully misleading. Cicero set the highest value on the judgment of his friend. At critical seasons, he writes to him every day, and sometimes as much as thrice in a day. His dependence is quaintly expressed in a passage where he describes his perplexities just before the outbreak of the Civil War. Imagine the scene. The consul names me. I call on Marcus Tullius. What am I to say? Wait a little, if you please, till I can go and consult Atticus. Alas, there is no evading the question in that fashion. Moderate, sagacious, and cautious, with an onlooker's insight into the game, Atticus was admirably fitted to support and to control the far greater intellect and finer character, but less equitable temperament of his friend. His advice is commonly towards a safe course, and he has a constitutional dislike of hazardous ventures. He particularly objected to Cicero's rash opposition to the triumvirs in the year 56, and if his advice had been followed, Cicero would have escaped the humiliation which befell him after the conference of Lucca. So in the years immediately following, Atticus counseled submission and the acceptance of Caesar's overtures for friendship. Nevertheless, he is keenly interested not only in the safety but in the good fame of his friend. He recognizes that while the Roman knight, the man of business and of letters, may be permitted to make his own preservation and his own ease the first object, a very different standard of conduct is set up for the consular. He sees that by the lofty tone of his speeches and writings, Cicero has given hostages to public opinion which must not be forfeited. Atticus may go out to the 5th milestone to greet Caesar as he returns from driving Pompey from Italy, but at the same time he encourages Cicero so to bear himself that Caesar may have cause to respect him rather than to thank him, and at all risks refuse to allow himself to be dragged to Rome. Though Atticus was staggered by Pompey's desertion of Italy, and though at first he counseled neutrality with a view to mediation of peace, yet when that hope failed, it was with his full concurrence that Cicero betook himself to Pompey's camp. Immediately after the assassination of Caesar, Atticus could see, though both Cicero and Brutus were blind to it, that whether or no Caesar's acts were to be confirmed, it was ruinous policy to allow a public funeral to his body, and that passions would thus be excited which would be fatal to the general amnesty. And once more, when 6 months later, Cicero was on the point of retiring to Greece, we find Atticus ready to brave his friend's displeasure by telling him plainly that public opinion will accuse him of deserting his post. Cicero, obedient to the call, returns at once to face Antony in the Senate. If it had not been for Atticus, the first Philippic would never have been spoken. In private life, as in public, Cicero always leaned on Atticus. All domestic jars, and Cicero's family often caused him uneasiness, are reported at once to his friend, who always plays the part of sympathizer and sometimes that of peacemaker. All his business transactions likewise went through Atticus's hands, and the letters are full of references to them. Cicero was very careless about money matters. If a house or a farm or a statue took his fancy, he bought first and afterwards considered how he was to find the money. Thus, though his fortune was never compromised, hardly even seriously embarrassed, he is constantly in small difficulties. Such a bill has to be met on such a day, and there are no funds, unless that other sum which he is expecting be paid up to date, which is unlikely. On such occasions, Cicero gets alarmed about his credit and writes to Atticus to raise money for him at any cost, or to sell his property at any sacrifice, rather than allow him to appear for a moment as a defaulter. Atticus never grudged trouble on behalf of his friend. We always find that, one way or another, he manages to meet the call, and a few months' economy or a legacy, opportunely falling in, sets Cicero's affairs straight again. One business relation between the friends has a more permanent interest. Atticus had a large retinue of slaves born in his house, whom he carefully educated and trained to act as his literary assistants. His household staff, says his biographer, though insignificant for purposes of display, was admirable so far as use was concerned. It comprised a number of highly educated slaves, excellent readers and copyists enough and to spare. Indeed, there was not a footman who was able to fulfill both these tasks with credit. They were experts in the art of binding, cataloging, and arranging, and were at home among bookcases and titles. Atticus lent their skilled assistance to repair the damage done in Cicero's library while he was in exile, and Cicero was delighted with their work. Since Tyrannio, with their valuable aid, has put my books in order, the house seems to have a soul breathed into it. After completing his own library, Atticus set his slaves to work to make extra copies of his books, for which he found a ready sale. Before he left Athens, we find that he had a whole library to dispose of, and that Cicero marked it for his own. By no means pledge your offspring to anyone else. Though you meet with a wooer, never so ardent, I am keeping all my odd moneys for that object, and I look to those books as the standby of my old age. Cicero's own compositions naturally passed into the workshop of his friend, and Atticus became his publisher. There was no copyright either of author or publisher, but the labor of Atticus's literary slaves doubtless brought in handsome returns to their master. Cicero commonly had the benefit of Atticus's criticisms while each work was in progress, and looked with anxiety for his red pencil marks. His suggestions on the second Philippic are known to us from Cicero's letter in reply. When Cicero has put the last hand to a book, he sends Atticus word, "Now you may begin copying out." When he resolves to cancel the first version of his Academics and to recast the dialogue with a fresh set of interlocutors, he writes, "You will easily console yourself for the loss involved in those copies which you have written out to no purpose. The new version is more brilliant, more concise, better in every way." Sometimes these relations caused a momentary unpleasantness, as when Cicero finds that copies of the De Finibus had got abroad without his leave, before he had put in his final corrections, and before the presentation copy had been sent to Brutus, to whom the treatise was dedicated. Though Cicero was not aware of it, the same thing must have happened in the case of the Academics, for of the two surviving books, one belongs to the revised and the other to the suppressed version. Boissier remarks that here we have publishing in its inchoate stage. Originally, whoever wished for a book must borrow it and get it copied at his own risk. Here we have a private gentleman employing his special facilities to make copies for sale among his friends. In the next generation, the Socii family, the publishers of Horace, make the bringing out and selling of new books a regular trade. Atticus survived Cicero 8 years. With the triumph of Antony, all Cicero's friends were in danger. Atticus had to fly for his life, and took refuge with Volumnius, an officer of Antony's, whom Atticus had himself concealed and protected, while his enemies were in power a few months previously. When, however, Antony heard of Atticus's kindness to Volumnius and to his own wife and children, he caused word to be sent that he had removed from the proscription list not only his name, but for his sake that of his friend Gellius Canus, who was in hiding with him. From that time forward, Atticus was on intimate terms both with Antony and Octavian. True to his usual practice, he kept up his friendly relations with both till the end of his own life, though at that time the two were preparing for another civil war. Meanwhile, he had accepted the interest of Antony to obtain for his daughter Caecilia Attica the most splendid match in Rome. He married her to Agrippa, the prime friend and coadjutor of Octavian, and Atticus lived to see his little granddaughter Vespasia, the only issue of this marriage, betrothed in her cradle to Tiberius, the stepson and destined successor of Augustus. Their child again was Drusus, who was appointed the colleague of his father Tiberius, and who, but for his premature death, would himself have been emperor of the Romans. The high society of Rome considered it a blot on the nobility of Drusus that there were men alive who could remember his great-grandfather, a simple Roman knight. But to return to Atticus himself. Can we forgive the man who, after enjoying for half a century the most endearing friendship with Cicero, could forget all and live on as the genial companion and favorite adherent of the men who had murdered him? Atticus might plead that he had never failed Cicero while he lived, and that he could do him no good now, whereas there were living friends whom he might still help and save. When once his own peace was made with the triumvirs, he was privileged to offer a shelter to the proscribed, and his estate in Epirus became a sort of unchallenged sanctuary. After the Battle of Philippi, we find him at the same work, and his biographer mentions the names of many republicans who owed their lives and fortunes to Atticus. For all this, the human instinct of Homer is true, when he marks it as a grievous and dreadful thing, that Priam must needs stoop to what never man had borne to do before, and that he should put his lips to the hand which had slain his son. This instinct did not touch Atticus. In his youth, he made himself so charming to Sulla that the proconsul, while he remained at Athens, could never bear to have him out of his sight. He refused Sulla's pressing invitation to come back with him to Italy, on the ground that in the opposite camp there were friends against whom he could not lift a hand. But of the dead friend Sulpicius Rufus, whom Sulla had murdered, he took no account. So it was again in his old age, and better would it have been for Atticus if his name had remained on the proscription list. Atticus could not have been a selfish man, for he spent his life in doing good to his friends, at the cost of unceasing trouble and sometimes of serious danger. He must have been a lovable man, for everyone loved him, and such affection is not to be gained except by a kindly and tender heart. But he was devoid of noble rage. He never knew that there are some wrongs which it is degradation to forgive. He could love, but his love was never strong enough to cause him to hate, and a man without the capacity for hatred is but half a man. Cicero's earliest letters to Atticus records a domestic trouble, the death of his cousin Lucius, to whom he was much attached. Late in the previous year, Cicero had lost his father, and his mother had been long dead. His immediate family circle now consisted of his brother and nephew, and of his own wife and children. Shortly after his return from the East, in the year 77 BC, Cicero had married Terentia, a lady of good family, but so far as we can judge, of somewhat harsh and unfeminine temper. Her husband said of her that she was much more likely to take on herself the management of the affairs of the state than to allow him to meddle in the affairs of her household. Their eldest child was a daughter, Tullia, on whom her father lavished all his affection. Her betrothal to Piso, while yet a child, is mentioned in a letter of the year 67 BC. Cicero's only son, named Marcus like his father, was born in the summer of 65 BC. We find frequent references to the children in these early letters. Now it is Tullia who insists the little pet on having the present you promised her, and calls on me as the surety, but I am resolved to repudiate rather than pay up. Now the young Marcus, at the age of 6, claims a line at the end of his father's letter to show off his first Greek writing in a postscript. Cicero the Small sends his love to Titus the Athenian. Or, Cicero the Philosopher sends his love to Titus the Statesman. Quintus, the younger brother of Marcus Cicero, followed his example in adopting the senatorial career and rose to the praetorship. He had some pretensions to be a man of letters, and wrote Greek tragedies while campaigning in Gaul and Britain, but nature had meant him for a soldier rather than for a student or for a statesman. His frank and affectionate nature was marred by a passionate and hasty temper, and the possession of great office did not awaken him to any high sense of duty or responsibility. Marcus Cicero perhaps somewhat abuses an elder brother's privilege of pointing out to him the error of his ways, and Quintus in turn sometimes chafes under the lecture, but in spite of this, the brothers heartily loved one another. Quintus married Pomponia, the sister of Atticus, and had by her one son, named after his father. This Quintus the son was spoiled, so his uncle thought, by the overindulgence of his parents. He died nobly in the end, but his conduct as he emerged from boyhood was anything but satisfactory. Cicero always felt himself responsible for the behavior of his brother and his nephew, and was ever in a fidget lest they should do something to discredit the family. It is needless to say that he confides his alarms to Atticus. One such communication may serve to illustrate the elder brother's uneasiness. When Cicero quitted Cilicia after his year of governorship in 50 BC, it was a difficult question whom to leave in charge of his province. He finally resolves that he will not pass over his quaestor, officially the second in command, in favor of the higher standing and greater experience of his brother. In writing to Atticus, after a long string of arguments for this decision, he concludes, "So much for reasons which we can give to the world. Next one for your private ear. I should never have a moment's peace, for fear he should do something hasty or insolent or indiscreet, for such things will happen in this world. Then there is his son, a boy, and a boy with a mighty good opinion of himself. What a vexation it would be! And his father will not hear of sending him home, and is displeased at your suggesting it. Now, as for the quaestor, I do not pretend to say what he may or may not do, but then I plague myself much less about it." On one occasion, a darker cloud came between the brothers, but though the evidence looks black against Quintus, the complete reconciliation which followed allows us to hope that what looked like baseness proved to have been only ill temper and indiscretion. In death they were not divided, and Cicero's nephew, too, redeemed a worthless life by a heroic end. In the last dreadful days of the proscription, the two brothers set forth together on their flight. Quintus returned with his son to Rome to procure supplies for their journey, and the two fell into the power of the headhunters. They died like worthy Romans, each striving to sacrifice his own life for the preservation of the other. Young Marcus, the son of Cicero, alone survived. Like his uncle, he was a gallant soldier, and he did good service both under Pompey and under Brutus, but with the civil war his credit ended. Thenceforth he was known chiefly as the hardest-headed toper in Rome. Nevertheless, in his case too, the whirligig of time brings in his revenges. The pious historian deemed it a clear case of a special interposition of Providence that Marcus Tullius Cicero was consul in the latter part of the year 30 BC, and that so it fell to his lot to announce to the Senate the tidings of the final defeat and death of Antony, and to decree the destruction of Antony's statutes and the legal damnation of his name. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by J. Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Cicero as a Magistrate, 69 to 63 BC. While the case against Verres was still pending, Cicero had been elected curule aedile, and in the year 66 BC he served the office of praetor. He had no difficulty in his contest for this magistracy, and he tells Atticus that he need not put himself out of the way to come to Rome to help him. There appear to have been 2 abortive attempts at a voting before the election was actually carried through, and on each occasion it was clear that Cicero was at the head of the poll. Meanwhile, political agitations were astir, which brought Cicero for the first time to the front as an orator, dealing directly with the affairs of the state. The spread of piracy in the Mediterranean became during these years so alarming, and the incapacity of the government to deal with it so obvious, that public opinion called for a drastic remedy. "Am I to tell you," says Cicero, "that during these years the sea was closed to our subjects, when our own armies could never set forth from Brundisium except in the depth of winter? Am I to complain to you that envoys coming from foreign nations have been captured, when legates of the Roman people have been held to ransom? Am I to say that the sea was not safe for merchants, when 12 fasces with their axes have fallen into the hands of the pirates? Will you listen to the story how the famous cities of Cnidus and Colophon and Samos and many others have been captured, when you know that your own harbors, and those harbors which are the very channels of your life and breath, have been in the pirates' power?" And again, "What state was there ever before, I will not speak of great maritime powers such as Athens or Carthage or Rhodes, But what state was there ever so feeble, what island so petty, which could not by its own efforts defend its harbors and fields and some part of its shores and coasts? Yet for many years together before the Gabinian law, that same Roman people, which within our own memory had preserved a record clean from defeat at sea, made a huge surrender not only of its interests, but of its power and dignity. We, whose ancestors overcame at sea King Antiochus and Perseus and the Carthaginians, we could not on any waters look pirates in the face. And yet in those bad days, the magistrates of the Roman people were not ashamed to take their stand on this very platform which your ancestors left to you, adorned with the spoils of fleets and with the beaks torn from the ships of our enemies. This reproach was quickly wiped away. In the year 67 BC, Aulus Gabinius, a tribune of the plebs, proposed to the people that one man of consular rank should be invested for 3 years with supreme command over the whole Mediterranean and its coasts and islands, and should have all the resources of the empire placed at his disposal for a great effort to clear the seas of pirates. The name of Pompey was not mentioned in the law, but it was certain that the popular vote would fall on him. This proposal was eagerly welcomed by every rank in the state, except the senators. The populace of the capital was cut off from its supplies of grain. The country people of Italy found not even the great Appian road safe from the freebooters. The Roman knights, who had business relations in all parts of the civilized world, suffered from an interruption of communications ruinous to their interests. All were sick of the prolonged inaction and feebleness of the government, and called upon it to stand aside and let the one efficient man do the work. In spite of the utmost efforts of the senatorial leaders, the law was passed. Pompey was then unanimously appointed to this great charge, and the Senate was directed to give him all assistance in detail, and instruction which the nobles did not venture to disregard. The public confidence in Pompey was marked by an immediate relief in the corn market, where famine prices had been ruling, and this confidence was abundantly justified by the result. Pompey made his preparations instantly for a systematic campaign. Personally, and by the aid of the 15 lieutenants whose services he commanded, he swept the Mediterranean from west to east, and drove back the pirates into their Cilician harbors, where he soon compelled their surrender. Before the end of the summer, his task was accomplished, and the seas were open. His triumph was due partly to the overwhelming force which he displayed at every point, partly to the mildness and clemency with which he received submission. Many of the freebooters were glad to abandon resistance and to accept pardon from Pompey's hands. He planted thousands of them in Cilician colonies and granted them lands, that they might not be driven by poverty to resume their old trade. The anxiety of the Cretans to make their submission to Pompey rather than to Metellus, the proconsul of the island, nearly brought an armed collision between the two generals. In an age when, as Cicero says, the Roman soldiers had destroyed more cities of their allies, which were assigned to them for winter quarters, than cities of the enemies, which they had taken by force of arms. Pompey succeeded in protecting the peaceable provincials against his troops. His own self-restraint set them an example, and likewise enabled him sternly to repress any outrages on the part of his subordinates. The integrity and single-mindedness of the commander contributed not a little to his great and startling success. Whence came, do you suppose, this incredible rapidity of movement? It was not any preternatural strength in his oarsmen, nor any magic art in navigation, nor any new currents of wind which bore him so swiftly to the ends of the earth. It was that those impediments which checked the progress of other commanders never stayed him. Greed never made him swerve from his path for any prey, nor lust for any beauty, nor any pleasant spot that he should loiter there, nor any famous city that he should be curious about, nor any toil that he should repose after it. And for statues and pictures and all the adornments of Grecian towns, which others think are made for them to carry off, he would not so much as go to look at them. The glories of Pompey's success are heightened doubtless by all the skill of the orator, but the success itself was complete, indubitable, and overwhelming, and it was the more welcome from the long period of distress and humiliation to which it put an end. In the meantime, affairs in the East were fast approaching a serious crisis. Lucullus could conquer in the field, but he could not manage his troops, who were now in open mutiny against him. Acilius Galbrio had been sent to succeed Lucullus, and the soldiers considered this sufficient to discharge them of their allegiance. Although the new commander delayed his appearance, they refused to obey the old one. Mithridates, with the assistance of Tigranes, had again begun to make head against the Romans. He had cut off and overpowered a division of the Roman army under Terrarius before Lucullus could come to its assistance. He had recovered the greater part of his kingdom of Pontus and was pressing hard upon Cappadocia. It was evident that the Romans had acted prematurely when they decreed the recall of Lucullus under the belief that the war was practically over, and Galbrio and Marcius Rex, the governors on whom would fall the responsibility of defending Asia, were obviously not strong enough for the task. Everything seemed to portend a great disaster in the East, and all eyes turned towards the victorious proconsul of the seas and coasts. Manilius, one of the tribunes of the year 66 BC, gave voice to the general wish by a proposal that the command against Mithridates should be assigned to Pompey. A disturbance in Asia was not so much a matter of life and death to the mercantile class at Rome as was the blockade of the seas and coasts by the pirates. Still, the interests of the Roman knights, both as merchants and as tax farmers, were seriously affected by the threatened danger, and they expected relief from the same hand which had just rescued them from the more pressing and intolerable calamity. They applied to Cicero as their natural representative and champion to support before the people the proposal of Manilius. Thus it was that for the first time Cicero, now vested with the office of praetor, came forward on the rostra and lifted up his voice no longer to a bench of jurors, but to the assembled Roman people. To the nobles, this heaping of fresh honors and powers on the head of the man they detested was a bitter necessity, against which they rebelled to the end. Had they possessed sagacity to penetrate the character of Pompey, they might have known that he could be safely trusted with these powers, but they seem never to have truly gauged either his greatness or his weakness. If he had been indeed a man possessed with the vulgar ambition to make himself a despot, this last additional grant would, no doubt, have concentrated in his hands force sufficient for the overthrow of the free state. It might well be argued that the republic ought not to be thus laid at the mercy of any citizen, however loyal. But such arguments were discredited by having been used the year before against the Gabinian law. Cicero's rejoinder is crushing. What then is the burden of Hortensius's speech? That if all power is to be placed in the hands of one man, Pompey is the most worthy recipient, but that such a grant ought not to be made to him or to anyone else. That argument has grown stale. It has been refuted, not so much by words as by events. For you, Hortensius, who advise us now, employed last year all your wealth of words and all your marvelous faculty of oratory in a studied and weighty speech in the Senate against that worthy citizen, Aulus Gabinius, when he proposed his law for appointing a single commander-in-chief against the pirates, and again from this place, where I now stand, you spoke at length against that law to the people. Well, suppose that, heaven help us, the Roman people had then listened to your counsels rather than to its own instinct of self-preservation and to the cogency of fact. Should we this day be enjoying this glorious present and this empire which we hold over the wide world? For how could you call that an empire when legates and praetors and quaestors of the Roman people were taken captive? When neither the state nor its citizens could touch the supplies which should have come to them from all the provinces? When every sea was so closed to us that we could conduct no business, private or public, across the water? And so the Roman people judged that you, Hortensius, and the rest who agreed with you, spoke in all sincerity what you believed to be for the best. but it preferred, when the public safety was at stake, to obey the call of its own sufferings rather than bow to your authority. And so one law, one man, 1 year, has not only freed us from that distress and that reproach, but has made us at last to be in very truth what we claim to be, lords by land and by sea over all peoples and nations. The result could not be doubtful. The law of Manilius was carried by acclamation, and Pompey was invested with powers hardly inferior to those afterwards enjoyed by Augustus. For the next 5 years he remained in the East, marching, fighting, and organizing. Meanwhile, affairs in the capital went on their course without his active intervention, but amidst all the shifting scenes of parties and all the conflicts of statesmen, the presence in the background of the power of Pompey is never forgotten. It is felt that whatever men may do at home, his must be in the end the deciding will. Among those who most envied the great position of Pompey was his former colleague, Crassus. Crassus was anxious to win for himself some exceptional command which might hold in check the power of his great rival. It seems probable that Caesar, who was now dazzling the world with the extravagant splendor of his shows as aedile, encouraged these aspirations of Crassus, and that the Democratic party as a whole followed his lead. Though they had supported Pompey in the struggle over the Gabinian and Manilian laws, the Democrats seem to have recognized more clearly than the Optimates that the great soldier would not readily fall in with the plans of a revolutionary party. Crassus and Caesar looked to Egypt as the scene of their operations. Crassus was censor this year, and he proposed to enroll Egypt in the list of provinces on the ground that it had been left to the Roman people by the will of the last king. This king, Ptolemy Alexander II, had died 16 years before, in 81 BC, but with characteristic hesitation, the Senate had never declared whether they considered the bequest valid or whether they meant to accept it. Meantime, an illegitimate member of the family, nicknamed Aletes, or the Piper, had usurped the throne, where he had been tolerated, though never acknowledged by Rome. The plans of Crassus with regard to Egypt were frustrated by his brother's censor, Catullus, and by Cicero, who as a matter of course opposed all measures directed against Pompey. The most that Crassus could do was to induce the Senate to dispatch a young partisan of his, named Cnaeus Piso, with an extraordinary command to Spain, where he hoped that he might raise an army to serve as some sort of counterpoise to that of Pompey. This scheme, too, fell through, for Piso was assassinated, some said by partisans of Pompey, not long after his arrival in his province. The mission of Piso to Spain is connected with a strange story in which we hear for the first time that name of Lucius Sergius Catilina, who was destined 2 years later to cross Cicero's path, with momentous consequences to them both. This first conspiracy of Cataline, as it is called, is assigned to the end of the year 66 and the beginning of the year 65 BC. Crassus and Caesar are said to have been implicated in it. A plot which never came to overt acts is a fruitful theme for speculation, and modern writers have expended much ingenuity in discussing it. The evidence is so inconclusive, and the story, as told, contains many contradictions and improbabilities, that I prefer to pass it over as wholly or almost wholly apocryphal. An assassination or a massacre, more or less, makes no great difference in our estimate of Cataline, or even of Crassus, but it is satisfactory not to be obliged to fix this stain on the great name of Caesar. Having served the praetorship in 66 BC, Cicero was eligible for the consulship in the year 63 BC. For a year before the election, that is to say, from about midsummer 65 to midsummer 64 BC, his thoughts and efforts were constantly directed to the attainment of this great prize. From his own letters, and from his speeches on behalf of clients, and likewise from the canvasser's pocketbook of instructions, Commentariolum Petitionis, which Quintus Cicero wrote out for his brother's use, we get a vivid picture of a contested election at Rome. Questions of party or policy hold but a small place in these contests. There is nothing answering to the modern caucus, and it is rarely that we hear of the selection of candidates who are to forward the interests of a party or can claim its united support. It was not even expected that a competitor for office should put forth any political creed or announce whatever platform he adopted. Rather, it seems to have been considered proper for the aspirant to office, while striving to produce the general impression of statesmanlike qualities, to efface his particular convictions as much as possible, and not to touch on the burning questions of the day, for fear of giving offense to any party or section in the state. The explanation of this strange divorce between politics and electioneering is not far to seek. In modern states, there is what the French call solidarity between the different members of the executive government, so that votes at elections are practically given for a whole group of men united by common convictions under a common chief, who are to undertake not only the business of administration, but the responsibility of initiative and the duty of guiding the policy of the state. But in the Roman Republic, the function of the magistrate is much more limited. The Senate, and not the magistrate, advises and directs, and while he keeps within constitutional limits, the magistrate does not use his formal power of initiative in legislation, except under the Senate's instructions. It is noticeable that the revolutionary faction at Rome, which never respected the constitutional rules, and always, when it was strong enough, carried through its measures on the bare initiative of a magistrate, had an organization more resembling that of modern parties, and tried to elect magistrates in order to carry out schemes of policy and legislation by their means. But this is the exception and not the rule. The regular practice is that, as each magistrate has under the Constitution a personal though limited power coordinate with that of his colleague, and not a joint power as member of a board or cabinet, so in the contest for magistracies, each man is chosen separately and independently, and each must fight for his own hand. An election to the consulship is the advance of an individual in the official career and the door of admission to the most dignified order in the state, not the triumph of a party or of a principle. The aspirant does not wait to be adopted as the representative of a party, whether as the reward for past services or in hopes that he will carry out its political program. If to high nobility and connections he unites a decent character and tolerable capacity, he drifts naturally to the front. If he be the son of a Roman knight, destitute of the advantages of aristocratic lineage, he must force his way by personal exertions. In either case, it is a question of men, not of measures. The ideal Roman elector was supposed to look to the merit or dignity, as it was called by the candidate, resting partly on a man's ancestry, partly on his own services to the state, at home or abroad. But merit was always liable to be overridden by favor. Each man who votes considers more frequently what claims the candidate has on him than what claims he has on the Commonwealth. To gain this personal favor was the first business of the candidate. To this end, he must be constantly in evidence and habituate the people to his presence. His face and manner must be familiar in their daily surroundings. "I perceived," says Cicero of himself, "that the ears of the Roman people were somewhat dull, but their eyes quick and keen, and so I ceased to trouble myself as to what men might hear of me from a distance, but took care that they should see me in person. I lived in public. I frequented the forum. No one was ever kept from seeing me by my porter or by my slumbers." In apportioning their goodwill, the electors kept a strict note of what each candidate had done or was prepared to do in the way of amusing them. The Roman people dislikes private luxury, but it loves public magnificence. It has no liking for sumptuous banquets, but it hates shabbiness and ungraciousness. Cicero tells of one rich man who was always unsuccessful in his candidatures because he was thought to have shirked the aedileship, and of another of great family and reputation who lent his ears to those budge doctors of the Stoic fir, and by an unlucky display of philosophic frugality on a great occasion lost him his chance of the praetorship. On the other hand, there was a feeling that the man who had sufficiently dazzled the people by his entertainments would never ask for their votes in vain. It was on this account that the aediles ransacked the world for the gift of wild beasts and the loan of works of art, that Caesar displayed gladiators in silver panoply, and that Scaurus invented his movable theatres, which, when the plays were over, were wheeled round, spectators and all, so as to form an amphitheatre for the exhibition of the fighting. "You have no right," says Cicero, "to cast such scorn on the tastefulness of Murena's games or the magnificence of his scenery, which were strong points in his favor. Why should I observe what is obvious, what it is the populace and the crowd of ignorant men who are so much caught by games? There is no great wonder in that. But that is enough for my argument, for the elections lie with this same common multitude. Men do enjoy the games, you may take my word for it, and not only those who frankly acknowledge their interest, but those who pretend not to care. This was brought home to me when I was a candidate, for I too had the magnificence of a rival's scenery against me, and if I, who had given 3 sets of games myself, was staggered by those of Antonius, do you suppose that you, who as it happened had not given any, were not put at a disadvantage by these very silver fittings of Murena's stage at which you scoff?" In Cicero's own case, it was mainly the influence gained by his practice at the bar which won him the consulship. His brother puts this in the forefront of his advantages. "You will have your fame as an orator to counterbalance your want of noble birth." The Roman advocate was forbidden to accept a fee, but he expected to be repaid by the personal exertions of the client and his friends at the next election. "You must take care," writes Quintus, "that they are as good as their word. You must constantly remind, ask, exhort, and look after them, that they may understand that they will never have another opportunity of showing their gratitude." Each brief undertaking thus formed a center of influence and of support for the successful pleader. We hear much of the aid given by friends and partisans. In Murena's contested election, for instance, his stepson had feasted his young comrades in the equestrian sentries, his chief engineer had hired seats at the games for his fellow tribesmen, a Vestal, his kinswoman, had placed her stall at the disposal of the candidate. These proceedings, so Cicero argued with success, did not come within the blow of the law. All such observances count among the dues of friendship, the gratifications of the humbler classes, the attentions looked for from a candidate. The Roman elector expected to be asked and even entreated for his vote. He was not displeased if he were asked more than once. This required great personal exertions on the part of the candidate and his friends. Quintus urges his brother never to be out of the way and never to give anyone the opportunity to say that, so far as he was concerned, you might have had what you wished if he had been asked by you and asked with earnestness and insistence. Nearly a year before the actual election, there commenced the process of preliminary canvassing, Prinsatio, or handshaking, as it was called. It was a great point for the candidate to be able to address each voter by his name, and to aid him in this he had specially trained slaves, whose business it was to make themselves acquainted with the faces of the citizens, and to whisper the name of each in his master's ear as he approached him. "Oh, fie, for shame, Cato!" exclaims Cicero as he banters the precisian statesman who is trying to upset the election of Murena. "Is it possible that you can do such a thing? Are you not deceiving? Are you not using your slave's memory to act a lie to your fellow citizens? Is this consistent with principle? Can such a practice bear to be weighed in your philosophic scales?" As nothing succeeds like success, it is important for a candidate to produce the impression that he is assured of overwhelming support. He must lose no opportunity of advertising his strength, and for this purpose must collect an imposing array of followers. To take part in such a following is an attention which the humblest can offer, and on that ground Cicero defends the practice against Cato's strictures. What need is there, says Cato, for followers? What a question to put to me of all people! What need is there for that which we have all of us always practiced? The one opportunity which men of humble rank have of earning the thanks and repaying the kindnesses of those in our station is the service and attendance which they give in our candidatures. Senators and Roman knights cannot spend all the day in following about their friends when canvassing, and no one expects it of them. If they call at your house each morning and occasionally escort you down to the forum and honor you with their company for one turn along the colonnade, you think that they have shown ample consideration and observance. Constant attendance is the special task of our humbler friends, whose time is more at their own disposal, and of these a kindly and charitable man is sure to have no lack. Do not be so anxious then, Cato, to rob the lower classes of their sole chance of showing their dutifulness. Allow those who look to us for all sorts of favors to retain one favor which they can confer on us. If such a one has nothing to give but his single vote, that seems a petty boon. If he wishes to canvass for us, he has no influence. As they say themselves, they cannot speak for us. They cannot give security for us. They cannot invite us to their houses. Such attentions they expect to receive from us, and they think that their only means of acknowledgment is this personal service. All this elaborate machinery of canvassing was worked with untiring assiduity by Cicero when he stood for the consulship. It may be doubted, however, whether he would have had an easy victory if he had not been aided by an external circumstance. The candidature of Cataline and Antonius began to alarm the constitutional party. Already during the early summer of the year 64 BC, Cataline had begun to lay the foundations of a desperate conspiracy against the state. His plans got abroad through the vaporings of one of his associates, a foolish young spendthrift, to his mistress. The woman gave information to the government, and the nobles, who had hitherto looked askance at Cicero's candidature, now withdrew their opposition. Cicero was returned by acclamation at the top of the poll, and Antonius headed Cataline by a few votes for the second place. Caius Antonius was a man of high birth, but of indifferent character and small reputation, who had been closely connected with Cataline, and who was supposed to be ready to give at least a passive support to his plans. Cicero's first effort was to detach him from the conspiracy, and he purchased his support by giving up to him the lucrative province of Macedonia. Thus fortified, Cicero entered on his consulship on the 1st of January, 63 BC. The year began with an attempt on the part of the Democrats to renew the efforts which they had made under the guidance of Crassus 2 years before, to win for themselves some base of operations independent of the power of Pompey. This time, the scheme took the well-known form of an agrarian law. A tribune of the plebs, Publius Servilius Rullus, proposed that there should be a great distribution of land to the poorer citizens. But where was the land to be found? As the result, partly of the legislation of the Gracchi, partly of the reactionary measures which had followed their death, the whole of the public land, which had formerly been held by the great squatters, had ceased to belong to the state. It was now the property of individual Romans and the agrarian agitators of the Roman Republic, though they often disregarded equitable rights of occupancy hallowed by long prescription, never mentioned the confiscation of what was legally private property. Some fresh public land had indeed been provided for this generation through the appropriation by the state of the lands of towns and individuals that had stood against Sulla, and the occupiers of these lands might well fear eviction. But Rullus protested that he had no such design. He even introduced a clause making all such land the absolute property of the present occupiers, or else paying them its money value in case they preferred to get rid of it. There remained only a small district round Capua, which, because the tenants of this land paid a rack rent to the state, had escaped distribution in the age of the Gracchi. This Rullus proposed to parcel out, though the treasury could ill bear the loss of the rent. But this was the most modest feature of the bill. Rulus's commissioners were further empowered to sell the whole of the property of the Roman people beyond the seas, in order, with the money so obtained, to buy land in Italy for distribution. The project seems so extraordinary that we could hardly believe it if the very words of this clause had not been preserved to us by Cicero. All lands, places, buildings. What is there besides? Well, there is much property in slaves, cattle, gold, silver, ivory, raiment, furniture, and so forth. What are we to say? Did he think it would not look modest if he named all these things? He has never shown any signs of such scrupulosity. What then? He thought it would be tedious, and feared that he might omit something, so he simply added, or anything else. Everything therefore outside Italy, which has become the property of the Roman people in the first consulship of Sulla, or since that date, is ordered to be sold by the decemvirs. I say, Romans, that by this clause all peoples, nations, provinces, and kingdoms are granted away and committed to the sole authority, judgment, and power of the decemvirs. For first I would ask, what place in the world is there of which they may not assert that it has become the property of the Roman people? For when the person who asserts has the power of pronouncing judicially on the question, where need he draw the line in his assertions? It will be convenient to maintain that Pergamus, Smyrna, Tralles, Ephesus, Miletus, Cyzicus, in fact the whole of Asia, which has been recovered since that consulship, has become the property of the Roman people. Then there is Alexandria and the whole of Egypt, how secretly it is smuggled in, how all mention of it is avoided, how cunningly it is handed over to the decemvirs. You all of you know that it is said that this kingdom became the property of the Roman people under the will of King Alexander. Now on this matter I, as consul of the Roman people, not only pronounce no judgment, but decline to express any opinion, for the question seems to me too difficult, I will not say to decide, but even to discuss. I see that there are some who assert that such a will was made, and that the Senate committed itself to the acceptance of the inheritance, when after the death of Alexander, it sent envoys to Tyre to claim possession of moneys which he had deposited there. I remember I have heard Lucius Philippus repeatedly assert this in the Senate, and I take it that almost all are agreed that the person who occupies the throne at present is not of royal birth and has none of the qualities of a king. On the other side, it is maintained that no such will exists, that it is unbecoming in the Roman people to seem to be grasping at the possession of kingdoms, that our citizens will be tempted to migrate to that country on account of the richness of the soil and the abundance which reigns there. Well, on this momentous question, who is to be judged but Rulus and the rest of the commissioners his colleagues? And a famous decision they will make of it surely. Thus, under cover of an agrarian law, the democratic leaders seem to have designed to secure for themselves the control of the powerful province, which would, as they hoped, enable them to treat with Pompey on equal terms. This unlimited power of raising money was supplemented by an equally wide discretion in spending it. The decemvirs were empowered to buy lands and plant colonies in whatever part of Italy they chose, or rather, says Cicero, to occupy the strategical points of the country with their garrisons. Keen partisans, eager for violence, ready for rebellion, who, at a word from the decemvirs, can be armed against the citizens and let loose for slaughter. Respecting the 10 kings, as Cicero calls them, who were to be set up by the law, 2 things were certain. First, that Rulus would, under the machinery proposed, practically have the nomination of them, and secondly, that Pompey was not to be one of them. While other existing magistrates were eligible, Pompey was excluded, almost by name, through a clause which required the personal appearance of each candidate in the forum. And can you doubt, says Cicero, that certain persons are seeking for domination and supremacy over the whole state, when you see that they keep out that man, who, as they plainly perceive, will be the defender of your liberties? The bill as it stood was fairly open to Cicero's strictures, At the same time, we need not suppose that its promoters were so foolish as to intend to bring about any immediate conflict with Pompey. If the bill had been carried, Caesar would doubtless have persuaded his colleagues on the commission to avoid carefully any interference with Asia Minor or Syria or the Greek islands. Possibly he might have made it a merit with Pompey to refrain from any action which could trench on this, Pompey's undoubted sphere of influence. At any rate, the game of the Democratic party was to allow Pompey to settle the East as he pleased, and to return quietly to Rome while they established a rival power for themselves in Egypt or elsewhere. Meanwhile, they would have ample means at their disposal to provide for their more hungry partisans, and so to put off any premature attempts at revolution. It may be doubted whether Cicero himself fully understood the plan on which Caesar was working when he encouraged Rullus to propose this law. The main lines of that plan can now be clearly traced by the light of Caesar's subsequent action in Gaul, but at the moment they were not so obviously discernible. In the meantime, however, it was quite clear that a blow was being aimed at Pompey, and Cicero justly thought that it was his first business to parry that blow. If the main object of the bill was dangerous to the future peace of the state and the stability of the constitution, the most tempting points for criticism were those which seemed to portend a speedy collision with Pompey. On these Cicero directed his main attack, and the bill was so loosely and clumsily drawn that it was easy to construe its provisions as an outrage on Pompey's dignity. All the sources of revenue with which Pompey had enriched the state, all the kingdoms and cities which he had conquered, and whose affairs he was in the act of regulating, might be claimed by the rival power. The very ground on which Pompey was encamped might be sold under his feet by virtue of this law. Pompey, he says, is determined that whatever you decide, he will consider that he must bear it, but he will take good care, you may be sure, that whatever you cannot bear, he will not permit you to be compelled to bear it longer than you please. Are these, Cicero asks in another place, the plans of sober men or the dreams of the wine-bibbers? Are they the calculations of sense or the extravagances of lunacy? The answer doubtless is that the promoters of the bill can have hoped to carry a scheme manifestly directed against Pompey only on the supposition that he was too far off to trouble himself about their machinations, and that his friends in Rome would not honestly and fearlessly maintain his cause. In this they were disappointed. Cicero at once came forward, and in a series of spirited and effective speeches exposed the nature and object of the scheme. He directs many arguments against the promoters, but one is really sufficient, namely that the bill is a studied attack on the position of Pompey. With the name of Pompey, he always couples the liberty and the greatness of Rome. He sums up the whole matter at the end of the third speech. Is any one of you disposed for violence, for crime, for massacre? Not one, and yet it is for men who will do all these things that the land of Campania and the great city of Capua is reserved. An army is being got together against yourselves, against your liberty, against Gnaeus Pompeius. Capua is set up against this city, bands of desperate ruffians against you, the 10 chiefs against Pompey. When once the bill was put in its true light as an act of war on Pompey, public opinion declared against it. Cicero was listened to with marked favor by the multitude. They gave up to him, says Pliny, the agrarian law, that is to say, their own bread. One of the other tribunes announced that he would veto the bill, and its chances were so hopeless that Rullus presently withdrew it of his own accord. The next 6 months may be passed lightly over. The consul is recorded to have pacified by a conciliatory speech the popular resentment against Roscius Otho, who 4 years previously had restored to Cicero's friends, the knights, their reserved seats in the theatre. A little later we find him resisting an attempt to remove the political disabilities with which Sulla had affected the children of those who had been put to death in the great proscription. Cicero acknowledged that the proposal was humane and righteous, but he succeeded in persuading not only the people, but the very victims of the existing law themselves, that it was ill-timed. Strange to say, the same considerations seem to have kept Caesar during his consulship and the triumvirs during their period of supremacy from meddling with Sulla's arrangement, and it was not until the year 49 BC, while the Second Civil War was in progress, that this relic of the first was removed. Cicero does not appear to have taken any part against a harmless but popular measure proposed by the tribune Labienus, which restored to the people, under certain restrictions, the power of electing the members of the great priestly colleges. The first effect of the change was to place in strong light the overwhelming personal popularity of Caesar. The supreme dignity of Pontifex Maximus was now vacant, and Caesar, though as yet he had served no office higher than the aedileship, appeared as a candidate and was elected by a great majority over the heads of all the most distinguished members of the senatorial party, including the aged and revered Catullus. Labienus and Caesar were next found united in a fanciful project, which seems to have been intended as a sort of manifesto of principle on the side of the Democratic party. 37 years previously, the tribune Saturninus had been put to death in consequence of an armed riot during which he had seized on the Capitol. The Senate, by special decree, had empowered the consul Marius to act against him, and on the strength of this decree, Saturninus and his associates had been overpowered and massacred. Caesar and Labienus now affected to rehabilitate the memory of Saturninus and to protest against such proceedings on the part of the Senate, by bringing to trial an aged senator named Caius Rabirius, who had avowedly taken part in the attack on Saturninus, and who, as his accusers assert, though he seems to have proved the contrary, had actually struck the fatal blow. For the purpose of this trial, an imposing though somewhat childish display of constitutional antiquarianism was provided. On the one side there was furbished up the rugged formula of the old law, which was said to have been invented by King Tullus Hostilius, for the trial of that Horatius who stabbed his sister for lamenting her lover, the fallen champion of Alba. On the other side, an equally obsolete contrivance enabled the praetor, Metellus Celer, to break up the assembly by striking the red flag on the Janiculum, which in old times was the sign that the Etruscans were at the gates, and that the burghers must run to arms. Cicero spoke to the people on behalf of Rabirius, but the proceedings were not intended to be very serious. The assembly was allowed to disperse, and Labienus and Caesar, though they might have brought on the case again another day, let the matter quietly drop. Only 2 legislative measures bore the superscription of Cicero's name as consul. The first was a law heightening the penalties for corrupt practices at elections. An opposing advocate once wittily suggested that Cicero must have passed it in order to furnish his perorations with more touching appeals to the feelings of the jurors. The second measure relates to honorary, or as they were called, free embassies, which enabled a senator to travel in the provinces at the public expense. A law was passed by Cicero limiting the power of the Senate to grant such commissions. They were now never to be extended beyond the period of 1 year. Cicero tells us that he wished to abolish them altogether, but was thwarted by the opposition of a tribune. I have hitherto noticed these actions of Cicero as consul, which had no direct bearing on the Catilinarian conspiracy. So far we have the record of a useful and creditable, but by no means a brilliant year of office. We must now turn to the more stirring events which have made Cicero's consulship famous in the history of the world. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by J.L. Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. Cicero and Cataline, 63 BC. In describing the conspiracy of Cataline, we lie under one grave disadvantage. Atticus was by Cicero's side throughout this period, and no letters passed between them, and so the detail of events, as they appeared from day to day, is wanting. We cannot, as in each subsequent crisis of Cicero's life, reconstruct an absolutely trustworthy picture of his plans, his hopes, and his fears. We cannot say positively what Cicero knew or believed about Cataline at the moment, but only what the consul chose to announce to the world. Our main authority is the collection of 4 speeches which Cicero delivered to the Senate or the people during the last 2 months of his consulship. The accounts of later writers, Appian, Plutarch, and Dio Cassius, are probably founded to some extent on Cicero's own story, as told in the lost treatise on his consulship. Besides these, we possess the monograph of Sallust on the Catilinarian conspiracy. This, as the work of a contemporary and a Caesarean, is of a special value. We have the satisfaction of finding that the writer on the Caesarean side gives substantially the same account of the conspirators and their plans as that which we gather from Cicero's own speeches. In presence of this agreement, we may feel pretty confident that we have a story trustworthy and correct in its main outlines. Lucius Sergius Catilina was a member of an ancient patrician family which had been famous in the early days of the Republic, but which had long fallen into obscurity. None of its members had attained the consulship during the last 200 years, and the name of the Sergii is scarcely mentioned in the history of the period when Rome was conquering and ruling the world. During the Civil War, Cataline had been a partisan of Sulla and had taken an active part in the bloody work of the proscription. His brother was one of the victims, and a dark story ran that the infamy which Lepidus earned in later years had been anticipated in the first proscription, and that Cataline was himself responsible for the insertion of his kinsman's name in the list. Since then, he had risen through the various magistracies until he gained the government of Africa as propraetor. After his return, he was accused of extortion on evidence which Cicero, though he thought of accepting a brief for the defense, evidently believed to be overwhelming. He was acquitted by the jury, but according to Quintus Cicero, the verdict cost him a ruinous sum in bribes. At any rate, we find him immediately afterwards overwhelmed with debt and ready for desperate methods of extrication. He had by this time completely deserted his old party and was among the most violent members of the opposition. The hopes which the Democrats had of useful service from him are attested by Caesar's action when in 64 BC he brought to trial the assassins of Sulla's proscription. Everyone knew that Cataline had been a ringleader amongst these, but Caesar, who had throughout his life let bygones be bygones whenever he had any present purpose to serve, screened him from punishment. In private life, Cataline was known to be both dissolute and unscrupulous. He had many of the qualities necessary for a revolutionary chief: a powerful frame, a fearless temper, great capacity for endurance, a ready tongue, and a faculty of adapting himself to his company and winning familiarity with good and bad alike. At the same time, he was hopelessly deficient, as the event showed, in the most essential qualifications of a leader: the cool head, the keen eye for the real forces to be dealt with, and the power of coordinating means to ends. We have seen that in the years of Pompey's absence, the Democratic Party under its recognized leaders, Caesar and Crassus, was engaged in fruitless attempts to establish itself as a power independent both of the Senate and of Pompey. This was the object of the attempt of Crassus as censor on Egypt in 65 BC and of the agrarian law of Rullus in 63 BC. It must be supposed that Caesar and his associates counted on the political short-sightedness of both Pompey and the Senate to frustrate any cordial action between the two until the new power should have grown too strong to be successfully resisted. A consummation closely resembling this actually resulted some years later, when Caesar established himself in Gaul, so that the project must be deemed not wholly chimerical, if only the first step could be safely taken. This first step was, however, prevented on both occasions by Catulus and by Cicero. In the meantime, the Democrats had striven hard to gain possession of the consulship. Cataline and Antonius were supported by all the efforts of the party against Cicero in 64 BC, and Cataline again at the next year's elections. An active and unscrupulous man like Cataline, once possessed of the consulship, would have been able to help forward the long-cherished schemes of the party, and if at the same time he could have found means to shake off the burden of his debts and to provide for himself in the future, he might easily have been induced to confine his operations within the limits prescribed by his more sober coadjutors. Crassus and Caesar could have kept Cataline quiet by flinging him a rich province to worry, just as Cicero converted Catiline's associate Caius Antonius by the gift of Macedonia. The frustration of these plans brought to light the weak point in the position of the Democrats. They had within their ranks men who could not afford to wait, to whom the want of immediate success meant absolute ruin. These could not be withheld from attempts which in their failure brought discredit on the Democratic Party, but which, if they had succeeded, would have destroyed that party altogether and profited no one but Pompey. At the head of this desperate class was Cataline himself, and around him were other men of high family whom reckless luxury and extravagance had brought to the verge of bankruptcy and ruin. If these men could see their way clear to a political revolution, they might hope to restore their fortunes in a general scramble for the good things of the government. But if they were debarred from this chance, they were resolved to fall back on counsels of despair, and as Cataline afterwards put it, to extinguish the fire which would consume them by bringing down the roof tree on the top of it. The evil precedents of Marius and of Sulla appealed with fatal seductiveness to these ruined aristocrats. A civil war, a massacre, a proscription, a confiscation appeared things possible and hopeful. They could point to men who in the late troubles had suddenly emerged from poverty to enormous wealth and from obscurity to domination. Their power of judgment was impaired, partly by the dazzling contrast of these hopes with their present embarrassments, partly by the deluding atmosphere of secret cobbles in which the vaporings and daydreams of one hour are apt to become the fixed ideas of the next, and above all, perhaps, by the impatience of weakness, which, when once men have begun to conspire, makes them feel that suspense is intolerable and that something, no matter what, must be done. To eyes so blinded, the occasion seemed not unfavorable. The noble conspirators, though their fortunes were hopelessly undermined, still kept up the show of wealth and profusion, and could command the services of armed slaves, of clients, and of retainers. Rome was full, as Sallust tells us, of fugitive rascals from all the world. The remnant of the sufferers by the last revolution likewise lingered on there in hopeless poverty. These would be ready enough for deeds of bloodshed, and the mass of the populace crowded together in a great city without industry, pauperized by doles of state corn, puffed up with the conceit that they were the masters of the world, and yet painfully conscious that they gained little either in comfort or in dignity by their preeminence, would, it was thought, welcome a disturbance in which they might hope to gain, while at the worst they had nothing to lose. In the country towns of Italy, the conspirators, though they might number in their ranks some Italians of good position, who had been drawn into the vortex of fashionable life in the capital, would find little favor with the rank and file of the citizens, who were sounder and more industrious than the masses in Rome itself. But they counted that the country folk would be slow to move, and that they would have time to strike the great blow before a sufficient force could be raised against them. On the other hand, Sulla had stored up for them an ample supply of revolutionaries in the very men whom he had intended to be the guardians of his government. The veterans of his Asiatic army were richly rewarded from the spoils of the conquered party, and were planted out as colonists over Italy. It was supposed that their interests had been effectually bound up with the maintenance of Sulla's ordinances. But these professional soldiers seem not to have made good farmers. Some of them had sold their holdings and gone to swell the pauper population of Rome. Others remained, having squandered their donatives and involved themselves in debt, and these naturally looked for a fresh call to civil war as the best means of restoring their fortunes. While these resources lay ready to the hand of the conspirators, the forces at the disposal of the government were invitingly weak. There was no garrison and no tolerable police force in the city of Rome. The officers and public slaves who attended the magistrates might be overpowered by a resolute gang of assassins, especially if their attention could be distracted by the alarm of fire in various parts of the city. The only efficient army of the state was far away with Pompey in Asia, and all the troops available were a few cohorts in Cisalpine Gaul and the scanty retinue of two commanders, Lucius Lucullus and Marcius Rex, who were waiting for their triumphs outside the city gates. On these considerations, the schemes of this party within a party were based. A military force was to be raised in Upper Italy, which was to advance as quickly as it might be on the city. Its approach was to be the signal for fire-raising within the walls, which would, it was hoped, give the opportunity for a sudden assault. Cataline was to seize the government, with the same title of consul, which Marius and Cinna had borne. There was to be a general abolition of debt and recall of condemned criminals, and the old story of massacre and confiscation was to be renewed. It will now be clear how widely the plans of Cataline differed from those of Caesar. The revolution projected by the great leaders of the Democratic Party was an elaborate and far-reaching scheme. It recognized the fact that Rome was no longer the chief strategical point, and that the first requisite was a base of operations in the provinces. A remote country such as Spain or Egypt would be the best fitted for the silent equipment of an armed force, which might eventually cooperate with partisans at home. To train an army for civil war and generals fit to command it must needs occupy, if not so long a stretch of time as Caesar afterwards employed in the same task in Gaul, at least several years of hard fighting with enemies who were to be sought on the frontiers of the empire. In the meantime, the rival interests in Rome were to be alarmed as little as possible. The Senate and Pompey were to be left to counteract each other by their mutual jealousies, and the Roman knights were to be kept quiet by being allowed to see Crassus, the greatest of all the moneyed men, at the head of the movement. Viewed as a plan of revolution, the defect in this scheme lay not in the general lines on which it was framed, but in the great difficulty of getting it launched. Catiline's plan, on the other hand, presented a fatal facility in its initial stage, but it led up necessarily to a result the very contrary of that which Caesar hoped to accomplish. Its first defect was to produce a cordial union between the Senate and the equestrian order. Now one of two things must happen. Either these two united would be strong enough to deal with Cataline. This, of course, was the actual result. Or else the senatorial government would collapse, and Cataline would be able to carry out his full program and establish in Rome a revolutionary government of the same bloody type as that of Marius and Cinna. The conspirators forgot that one essential point. Their situation differed from that of which Cinna had taken advantage. The revolutionary movement of 87 BC had been possible because Sulla and his army were engaged with Mithridates. It took Sulla 3 years to dispose of his great enemy, and until this was done, happen what might in Italy, he could not stir. A 3 years' respite was thus allowed to the new government, and it was only by its own folly that it did not use the time in building up a military and political power, against which Sulla would have found it hard to contend. But what chance was there of a similar respite for Cataline? Mithridates was already driven from Asia, and Pompey was ready to set sail immediately. A massacre in Rome would have brought the nobles thronging to his camp. He would have returned with his veteran army. His name would have rallied all Italy to his standard, and the hasty levies of the insurgents, led by men not one of whom had ever commanded an army in the field, would have been swept like chaff before him. The difference between Caesar and Cataline reminds one of the choice placed before the peasant of the Scottish legend, who found himself in the presence of a magic sword and horn, and whose fate was to depend on whether he first drew the sword or first blew the horn. Caesar avoided the challenge to Pompey until he had provided himself with a weapon. The fate of Cataline, even had his first effort succeeded, would have been that of the peasant in the tale, who was torn in pieces by the spirits whom his blast evoked. Woe to the fool that ever he was born, that did not draw the sword before he blew the horn. It is obvious that Crassus, however willing he may have been to use Cataline as a tool in his designs against his rival Pompey, can have had no sympathy with his schemes of national bankruptcy, and we may be sure that Caesar was no less averse to a movement which would have united the Senate and Pompey, the constitutional and the military power, once for all firmly together, and would have postponed indefinitely the chances of revolution. Both Crassus and Caesar got wind of the plot which was formed inside the ranks of their party. They did their best at first to gain for Cataline an official position which would have enabled him to dispense with actual armed rebellion. When this failed, and it was manifest that the conspirators would proceed with their further designs, Caesar and Crassus both warned Cicero of the danger and gave him such information as they possessed about the plot. The subsequent utterances of both may be cited in evidence of the reality of the conspiracy and the imminence of the danger. When Caesar, 14 years later, wrote of the ultimum senatus consultum, that the state had never had recourse to it, saving when the city was almost in flames, and the audacity of malefactors was striking terror into the hearts of all men, he must have been understood by all Rome to refer to Cataline. Crassus is still more explicit. A year after Catiline's death, he declared in the Senate, "I owe it to Cicero that I am a senator, that I am a citizen, that I am a free man, that I draw the breath of life. Whensoever I look on my wife, on my home, or on my country, I behold a blessing for which I am indebted to him." The election of consuls for the next year, which probably took place in July, gave the first opportunity for violence. Cataline was once more a candidate. Manlius, a veteran centurion of Sulla's army and a confederate of Cataline, came to Rome with a gang of his associates to organize a riot at the polls, in the course of which the consul was to be assassinated. In view of this danger, Cicero obtained a decree temporarily postponing the elections, and next day, the day for which the polling was originally fixed, he publicly questioned Cataline in the Senate with regard to seditious and inflammatory words which he was reported to have addressed to his partisans. Cataline showed a bold front. He replied, "That there were two bodies in the state, the one weak with a feeble head, the other strong without a head. To this he would give good care that a head should be supplied." Cicero thought that the challenge should be taken up at once, but he could not on this occasion carry the Senate with him. The resolutions passed were mild and colorless, and Cataline strode forth from the Senate house triumphant. Cicero's own precautions proved, however, to be sufficient. When the day of election arrived, he appeared as returning officer on the Campus Martius, guarded by a strong body of friends, and the gleam of a corset, which could be seen between the folds of the consul's civic gown, proclaimed his danger to the world. The popular feeling was deeply stirred. Cataline saw that an attack on that day would be hopeless and kept quiet. The voters gave their voices against him, and Silanus and Murena were elected consuls. Manlius returned to Etruria. The last hopes of the Confederates for a triumph by means of simple riot or assassination were over, and they fell back on their reserved project of military insurrection. During the next months, their forces were silently enlisted in Upper Italy. By the month of October, they were ready for action. On the 21st of October, Cicero announced in the Senate that open rebellion was imminent, and that the 27th was fixed as the day for the rising. Next day, the 22nd, the statement of the consul was taken into consideration, and the Senate resolved to proclaim that a state of civil war had begun, thus recognizing in the consul the power to use extreme measures of resistance, which were permissible only when the Commonwealth was in danger. This extreme decree, as it was termed, was expressed in the words, Let the consuls see to it that the state takes no harm. Under this modest form, the magistrate was commissioned to exercise, though always on his own responsibility, whatever force he might deem necessary for the salvation of the Republic. While Cicero guarded Rome, the consul Antonius and the praetor Metellus Celer were directed to take the field against the insurgents. Manlius appeared in arms, just as Cicero had announced on the 27th of October, at Faesulae in Etruria. Cataline had planned a massacre of the nobles in Rome on the next day, the 28th, and had intended to seize the stronghold of Praeneste 3 days later on the 1st of November. Cicero announced both projects in the Senate beforehand and completely frustrated the attempts. So far he had checked the enemy at every point, but he had not succeeded as yet in forcing him to disclose himself. Though the forces of his confederates were actually in the field, and Cataline had arranged shortly to put himself at their head, he thought proper to occupy the intervening days with a clumsy display of innocence, offering himself to the custody of one magistrate after another, and finally taking up his quarters with Marcus Metellus, whom he begged to keep watch over his movements. Cicero tells us that down to the time when Cataline actually joined the rebels in Etruria, "There are men in this house who either do not see what is hanging over us, or seeing it, pretend not to see, who have nourished the hopes of Cataline by the mildness of their proposals, and have given strength to the newborn conspiracy by refusing to believe in it. There are many outside, not only of the bad but of the simple, who have followed their lead, and who, if I had taken extreme measures against Cataline, would have called my action cruel and tyrannical." Something like a dramatic exposure of the childish pretenses of Cataline was desired by the consul, and for this his adversary soon gave him an occasion. On the evening of the 6th of November, a meeting of the conspirators was held, at which it was agreed that Cataline should forthwith set out from Rome and take command of the troops raised by Manlius, leaving the other chiefs of the conspiracy to continue their operations in the city. He would fain have Cicero disposed of before his departure, and 2 of his associates, Cornelius and Vargunteius, promised to procure him this satisfaction. They were on sufficiently friendly terms with the consul to be able to make their way into his house as morning callers, and they arranged to take advantage of this opportunity to murder him the first thing next day. Cicero, however, was well served by his spies. Next morning, the murderers found the door barred against them, and a number of the principal senators assembled to witness the discomfiture of the men whose presence verified what Cicero had announced beforehand as to their names and their purpose. Next night, the conspirators met again and decided that notwithstanding the failure of the assassination, Cataline's departure could no longer be delayed. On the following morning, November 8th, Cicero summoned the Senate to the temple of Jupiter Stator on the Palatine. Cataline himself, who was resolved not to throw off the mask until the very last moment, had the audacity to be present. This was Cicero's opportunity. He knew that Cataline was about to join the insurgents, and he wished to emphasize this, his first act of overt rebellion. He wished likewise to have the correctness of his own information publicly attested, and to avoid the supposition that Cataline's hypocritical protestations had duped the consul, and that his escape from Rome was a success scored against the government. He therefore turned upon him in the tremendous invective which has been preserved to us under the title of the First Catilinarian Oration. The opening words, "Quousque tandem abutere, Catilina, patientia nostra," are perhaps more universally known than any other sentence from an ancient author, and the whole speech well merits its fame as a masterpiece of passionate and defiant eloquence. Throughout, Cicero assumes the tone of one who has complete command of the situation. He mocks at Cataline's affectation of innocence. He reveals all his actions and projects before his face, charges him with all that had occurred at the secret meetings of the conspirators during the last 2 nights, and explains to him where his comrades are to meet him on the road, how the silver eagle, which is to serve as their standard, has gone on before, and how Manlius awaits his arrival. As consul, Cicero has ample evidence and ample precedent for ordering him to execution on the spot, but it does not suit his convenience to do so. "I will have you put to death, Cataline," he says. "But it shall be later on, when it will be impossible to find anyone so vile, anyone so abandoned, anyone so like yourself, as to deny that I am justified in the act. So long as there is anyone left to plead for you, you shall live, and you shall live as you live now, hemmed in by my guards, many and trusty they are, so that you cannot stir a finger against the state. The eyes and ears of many, when you least suspect it, shall in the future, as in the past, spy out your ways, and keep watch on your actions." If Cataline wishes to keep up the farce for a few hours longer, and to represent himself as an innocent man, driven friendless into exile by the threats of the consul, Cicero will humor him so far. "Go," he says, "I order you, go into banishment if that is what you want me to say, and if," he continues, "you wish to blast the name of me, whom you are pleased to call your enemy, withdraw in very truth into some distant land. I shall scarcely be able to survive the ill fame which will attach to me if you allow yourself to be driven from the country by the command of the consul. But if you wish to be the instrument of my praise and my reputation, then set forth with all your crew of reprobates, betake yourself to Manlius, summon all criminals to your standard, sever yourself from every honest man, declare war against your country, glory in the act of impiety, that it may be clear you have not been thrust forth among strangers, but that you have sought the company of your fellows. You will go at last," he adds. "Well, I know it, to that camp whither your unbridled and insane desires have long been summoning you. It is no painful task that I impose upon you, but an inexpressible pleasure. For this mad adventure it is, that nature has fashioned you, that choice has trained you, that fortune has spared you. You never loved peace, nor even war unless it were war as a pirate. You have found for yourself a gang of ruffians, recruited from among broken men, whom not only all luck, but all hope has deserted. In the midst of such a crew, how you will take your joy, how you will triumph in delight, how you will revel in satisfaction, when in the whole circle of your associates you never hear the voice of one honest man, nor see one honest man's face." That night Cataline left the city for Etruria. Next day, November 9th, Cicero addressed a speech, the second Catilinarian oration, to the Roman people, in which he announced the departure of Cataline, and laid before them the whole situation. He exults in the thought that he is now permitted to fight with the traitor in the daylight. "For this one leader of this intestine war, I have beaten him beyond a doubt. No longer will his dagger play against my breast. I have done with the perils which I have had to face on the campus and in the forum and in the Senate House, and even within the walls of my own home. He has lost his vantage ground, now that he is driven from the city. We shall wage a fair war with none to hinder us against a declared enemy. Unquestionably, we have ruined the man and triumphed over him, now that we have drawn him from his secret ambush into open piracy." Cicero answers to the people, as he had already done to the Senate, the criticisms which he fears will be made on his policy in allowing the rebel captain to put himself at the head of his forces. He protests that though he would have been justified in killing him, yet that his execution would have been useless to the Commonwealth. Catiline's associates would have declared his innocence, would have made a martyr of him, and would have used the outcry against the consul in order to carry out Catiline's schemes more effectively. Now that he has set himself in arms against the state, no one can any longer pretend to disbelieve in his conspiracy, and so not only he, but his accomplices, whom he leaves behind, can be safely dealt with. To these last, Cicero addresses significant words of warning. "They are conscious," he says, that all the resolutions of their council of the night before last have been reported to me. I exposed them all yesterday in the Senate. Cataline took fright and departed. What are they waiting for? Nay, but they are much mistaken, if they think that my lenity is going to last forever. One boon I will still grant them. Let them go forth. Let them start on their journey. Let them not suffer their Cataline to pine with grief for want of them. I will show them the road. He has gone along the Aurelian way. If they will make haste, they may catch him up towards evening. One word more. Either go they shall, or keep quiet, or else if they remain in the city and do not mend their ways, let them look to receive their deserts. Further on he returns to the same theme. If my mildness heretofore has seemed to anyone to argue want of vigor, I would reply that it has been waiting till this, which lay concealed, should spring to light. For the future, I can no longer forget that this is my native land, that I am the consul of all these Romans, that it is with them that I have to live or for them that I have to die. There is no guard set upon the gates, no ambush upon the road. If anyone wishes to go forth, he can use his own discretion. But if anyone dares to stir a finger in the city, if I take him, I will not say in any accomplished act, but in any attempt or effort against the nation, then I say that I will make him feel that in this city there are consuls who will not sleep. There are magistrates who will do their duty. There is a senate which will stand firm. There are forces in arms. There is a prison which our ancestors established to be the scene of vengeance for heinous and red-handed crime. With this warning, Cicero left things to run their course in the city. Outside, the armies of Metellus Celer in the valley of the Po and of Antonius in Etruria were hurriedly reinforced by fresh levies. Meanwhile, Cataline had fulfilled Cicero's predictions by joining the band of Manlius at Faesulae. Disguise was no longer possible, and he assumed the dress and title of consul in open rebellion against the state. The Senate replied by declaring Cataline and Manlius enemies, and summoned those who had followed them to disperse. Rewards had already been offered for the denunciation of their confederates within the city. Sallust tells us that these decrees produced no effect. None of the conspirators in the capital came forward to give evidence, and none of those in the field deserted their standard. Cataline's force now amounted to 10,000 men. He felt himself strong enough to refuse the aid of the runaway slaves, who would gladly have flocked to him. He feared that their presence might alarm those who looked with indifference or with favor on his movement, and so spoil his chance of support from the populace of the capital. While the forces were thus mustering on either side, Cicero was annoyed by a foolish and ill-timed contest among his own followers. At the recent consular election, Silanus and Murena had headed the poll, with Servius Sulpicius Rufus for third and Cataline for fourth. A law had been lately passed increasing the penalties against bribery, and Cato, the sworn foe of electoral corruption, whose characteristic it was to be instant in season and out of season, must needs choose this moment, when all the fortunes of the Commonwealth were at stake, to divide the friends of the Constitution by trying to unseat Murena on a charge of bribery and treating. Cicero protested against the folly of throwing the city again into the confusion of a contested election. He offered himself as counsel for Murena and delivered on his behalf a speech, which is a very model of playful and persuasive eloquence, the more pleasant because it comes as an interlude in the grim tragedy of the Catilinarian orations. The serious arguments of the consul as to the political necessities of the time are relieved by a sportive attack on the technical subtleties which form the stock in trade of the lawyer Sulpicius, and on the Precisian doctrines which Cato has imbibed from his Stoic tutors. I must tell you, gentlemen, that those eminent qualities which we observed in Marcus Cato are all his own. What we sometimes find wanting in him is to be set down not to his nature but to his master, Zeno, whose doctrines have been caught up from learned tutors by our most talented friend, and that not as a topic for discussion, which is the usual way, but as a rule of life. Cicero laughed the jurors into a good humor by a ludicrous application of Stoic maxims to the practical exigencies of Roman politics, and they unanimously acquitted Murena. The additional peril which Cato's obstinate purism would have created was thus happily averted. It is difficult to realize that this witty and sparkling speech was uttered by a man in hourly danger of his life, and with all the responsibilities of a tremendous political crisis weighing upon him. "What a merry man we have for consul," was Cato's remark, as he listened from the accuser's bench. It never seems to have occurred to Cato that Cicero's merriment was pressed into the service of the state, and that his own austerity was helping on the projects of the very men whose execution he was himself to urge a few days later. The trial of Murena took place in the month of November. Meanwhile, the conspirators in the city anxiously awaited the appearance of Cataline and his army. Their chief was Publius Cornelius Lentulus Sura, who had been consul in 71 BC and had been afterwards expelled from the Senate by the censors. He had recovered his seat by being again elected to the praetorship and was now serving that office. He appears to have been a man of flighty and credulous temperament. He lent his ears to designing soothsayers who persuaded him that a Sibylline oracle had foretold the domination in Rome of 3 Cornelii. Part of the prophecy, they said, had been already fulfilled by Cinna and Sulla, and Lentulus was marked by fate to be the third. Other senators and knights of good family, Autronius, Gabinius, Statilius, Cassius, and Segethus, were associated with him. Cethegus was supposed to be the most energetic of the conspirators and always urged immediate and violent measures. Cicero had failed as yet to get evidence of any overt act which would justify the arrest of these men, but at length their own folly gave him the desired opportunity. There were present in Rome at this time some envoys from the Allobroges of Transalpine Gaul. The Allobroges were overwhelmed with a burden of debt to Roman moneylenders and were ready for any desperate action. In the meantime, they had sent an embassy to Rome to beg some relief from the government. These Gallic envoys were introduced to Gabinius by a certain freedman named Umbrenus, and Gabinius and the rest conceived the wild idea of associating the Allobroges in the conspiracy and inducing them to supply Cataline with cavalry for the invasion of Italy. The Gauls at first listened with sympathy, but on further consideration they reflected that they might gain more by betraying their tempters to the government than by engaging seriously in so desperate a cause. They accordingly took counsel with Fabius Sanga, the patron of their tribe, who at once gave notice to Cicero. The Allobroges were instructed to continue their negotiations with the conspirators and to obtain from them, if possible, written documents. With incredible stupidity, Lentulus and his associates fell into the trap. They gave the Gauls letters in their own handwriting, addressed to the Senate and people of the Allobroges, undertaking to perform what they had promised verbally to the envoys, and urging the Allobroges in turn to send the assistance which their envoys had promised. The Gauls were to visit Cataline on their way north, and they bore with them a letter from Lentulus to Cataline, in which he advised him to admit the slaves into the ranks of his band. By the evening of the 2nd of December, all was settled, and the Allobroges started on their homeward journey that night. They were accompanied by Volturcius, one of the confederates, and attended by a considerable escort. Cicero was duly informed of all this, and made his preparations accordingly. The Great Northern Road from Rome crosses the Tiber at the Mulvian Bridge, some 2 miles above the city. Cicero set 2 of the praetors in ambush with armed bands in farmhouses on each side of the water. These waited until the Allobroges and their companions were crossing in the darkness. Then, advancing simultaneously, they occupied the 2 ends of the bridge. Thus not only were the letters seized, but the whole party was caught on the bridge. They were conveyed to Rome and deposited at the consul's house about daybreak on December 3rd. Cicero forthwith summoned to his presence Gabinius, Cethegus, Statilius, and Lentulus. Messages were likewise sent to some of the principal senators, who hurried to the consul's house. Contrary to the advice of these, Cicero declined to open the letters. He preferred at once to convoke the Senate, so that the evidence might come out in open court. In the meantime, acting on a hint from the Allobroges, he sent one of the praetors to search the house of Cethegus, where a store of swords and daggers was soon found. These were immediately seized. As soon as the Senate had assembled, Cicero took Lentulus by the hand and led him into the house. This show of gentle force, exercised by the consul in person, was considered due to the dignity of the praetor. The other conspirators, being but private men, were arrested with less ceremony. Volturcius was first admitted to give evidence under promise of pardon, and detailed the instructions with which he was charged for Cataline, who was to be urged to advance as soon as possible on Rome, so as to be before the city during the festival of the Saturnalia. This would be the most convenient opportunity for his accomplices to cooperate with fire and sword within the city. Next came the Allobroges with their evidence as to the messages and letters with which they had been entrusted, and as to the promises which Lentulus had made them on the strength of his Sibylline oracle. When confronted on this point, Lentulus's assurance forsook him, and he did not venture to deny the charge. But the most overwhelming evidence was that of the letters themselves, which lay still unopened on the table. The accused were called upon, one by one, and each acknowledged his own hand and seal before the thread was cut, and the correspondence inciting to a Gallic invasion of Italy was read to the House. After this, there could be no question as to the guilt of the prisoners, and to close the mouths of all objectors for the future, Cicero directed that the evidence should be taken down word for word by certain trustworthy senators, and then immediately copied out and published. The fidelity of the document was thus guaranteed by its being at once subjected to the criticism of those who had heard the evidence, and it was impossible to maintain with any plausibility that the record had been tampered with afterwards. The Senate next resolved by a unanimous vote that Lentulus should be required to resign his magistracy, and that he should then be remanded with the rest to safekeeping. Cethegus, Statilius, and Gabinius were already secured, and orders for arrest were issued against 5 other ringleaders, of whom, however, only one, Caperius, was actually caught. The prisoners were guarded in the houses of the magistrates and senators, 2 of them being committed to the charge of Caesar and Crassus. By this choice of guardians, the consul meant to indicate that he put no trust in the rumor which made Caesar and Crassus accessories to the conspiracy, but regarded them as loyal and trustworthy citizens. After thus providing for the custody of the prisoners, the Senate with equal unanimity passed a vote of thanks to Cicero, because by his courage, wisdom, and forethought, the Commonwealth had been delivered from the greatest dangers. At the same time, a solemn thanksgiving was voted to the gods for having blessed the efforts of the consul to rescue the city from conflagration, the citizens from massacre, and Italy from war. Thanksgivings had often been decreed for the success of commanders in the field, but Cicero was the first to whom it had ever befallen to receive such a recognition of his services in the city. Late in the afternoon of the same day, December 3rd, Cicero assembled the people and recounted to them the events of the last 24 hours. This speech, the 3rd Catilinarian oration, is our main authority for incidents which have been already detailed. The statements are fully confirmed not only by Plutarch, but by Sallust, whose master, Caesar, voted on this day in agreement with the rest of the Senate. We are justified in concluding from this unanimity that the facts were absolutely plain and notorious, and that there were not 2 opinions as to the guilt of the accused. Thus Cicero's first object was fully attained. The conspirators in the city, whose machinations had hitherto been hidden from the public, were now caught in a flagrant act of rebellion, and an act which had conspicuously failed. In presence of their egregious folly, Cicero may well have exulted that Cataline was no longer at hand to be their guide, and it is not surprising that he should have been tempted to magnify the sagacity of the leader whom they had lost in comparison with the ineptitude of those who remained behind. "Cataline," he exclaims, "would never have fixed for our information the season of the Saturnalia, or announced so long beforehand the day of doom and destruction for the Commonwealth. He would never have been so simple as to allow me to lay hands on his own seal, his own letters, or the eyewitnesses of his guilt. When I drove him from the city, Romans, I had this in my mind that, Cataline once away, I had no reason to fear the sleepy Lentulus, or the bloated Cassius, or the raving maniac Cethegus." The conflict was not yet over, but a first great success had been scored, and Cicero was fully justified in addressing his fellow citizens in a tone of triumph and confidence. "Night is now upon us, so do you, Romans, offer your thanks to that Jupiter who watches over the city and over you, and then return to your homes. Though the danger has been averted, yet I would have each one of you keep watch and ward over your own house this night, as you did last night, that you shall not be called upon to do so much longer, and that you shall enjoy quiet from this time forward. That shall be my care, Romans." The multitude greeted his words with acclamation and escorted him back in honor to the house of a friend with whom he was to lodge for the night. The consul could not sleep that night in his own home, for it was in the possession of the Vestal Virgins, who each year celebrated in the house of one of the magistrates certain rites of the good goddess, from which all males were rigorously excluded. After the interval of one day, December 4th, during which it appears that further evidence was being taken and rewards voted to the informers, the Senate assembled for the third time on the 5th, the famous nones of December, and the consul asked its advice on the question what was to be done with Lentulus and his fellows. The place of meeting was the Temple of Concord at the foot of the Capitoline Hill. The forum was filled with citizens who had armed themselves at the consul's bidding, and the slopes of the Capitol were occupied by bodies of Roman knights, amongst whom Cicero's friend Atticus was conspicuous. The accounts which have been preserved to us of this great debate are strangely conflicting. Plutarch relates that the only one of Cato's speeches surviving in his time was that delivered on this occasion, for Cicero the consul had trained certain writers of special intelligence to use signs which express the sense of many letters in a few short marks, and had set them here and there in the Senate House. For the keeping and employment of what are called shorthand writers had not yet begun, but it is said that this occasion was the first when men struck on the track of any such invention. It might have been hoped that this precaution would have secured us an authentic account of the speeches and motions before the House. Nevertheless, we find perplexing discrepancies. Sallust omits Cicero's speech altogether, and Plutarch and Dio Cassius give accounts of it which are in contradiction of each other, and neither of which agrees very well with the published version. Brutus, who in later years wrote a life of his uncle Cato, went hopelessly astray, believing that Cato was the first to propose the punishment of death. Luckily for us, this blunder caused Cicero to give us in a confidential letter of criticism addressed to Atticus a plain statement of some of the facts, which is our best guide through the labyrinth of contradiction. Lastly, as to the nature of Caesar's proposal, we have two distinct versions. The one, easy in itself but irreconcilable with what we know of the order of debate, is propounded by Appian and Plutarch. The other, vouched for by Cicero in his published speech and by Sallust, fits in with the other facts as they are known to us, but present serious internal difficulties. This is not the place for a full discussion of these vexing questions. I will only say that I believe that the contemporary authorities, Cicero and Sallust, have preserved the true account of the order of debate and of Caesar's proposal, and that I shall follow them rather than Appian and Plutarch in the subsequent narrative. Cicero first put the question to Silanus, the consul elect, who thereupon moved that the 5 prisoners should be put to death. He was followed by the other senators of consular rank, who all supported the motion. The praetorian benches were next to be consulted. Among the first in this rank came Caesar, who was praetor elect, and would enter on office at the end of the month. Caesar, if we may trust Sallus's version of his speech, while fully agreeing as to the guilt of the accused, and acknowledging that no punishment could be too severe for their crimes, urged that the Senate should nevertheless consider not the deserts of the prisoners, but its own character, as the guardian of the laws and the Constitution. He pointed out with much force that it is just by cases like this that bad precedents are set up and the habit of obedience to the law broken through. It was thus that the 30 at Athens had begun their tyranny by putting to death without trial men of notoriously criminal character. To let the prisoners go would be manifestly impolitic, but without breaking the law, which forbade that any Roman citizen should be punished with death except by command of the people, measures might be taken which would render the conspirators powerless to do harm for the future. He therefore proposed that the property of the culprits should be confiscated, and that they should be confined in chains in corporate towns of Italy, and that it should be declared illegal for anyone to bring before the Senate or the people any proposal for their release. It is obviously very difficult to understand how such a proposal could follow on such an argument. Caesar, by proposing an alternate sentence, seems to acknowledge the right of the Senate to try these men and to condemn them to punishment of some sort. Why was the Senate better qualified to pronounce a sentence of imprisonment for life than a sentence of death? This question, though it seems to force itself on the notice of the reader, is never clearly stated, much less solved, by any of our authorities. Appian evades it by making Caesar propose a mere reprimand of the prisoners for a legal trial later on. Sallust and Cicero give us little help in explanation, though they state the facts correctly. The most probable answer seems to be that imprisonment in the days of the Roman Republic was not fully recognized as a species of punishment, but only as a harsh method of safekeeping. For this reason, it was not mentioned amongst the punishments against which a right of appeal was guaranteed to the Roman citizens. All the laws which treat of the right of appeal speak of death, of scourging, and of fine, as the penalties which are appealed against. The Senate then, or rather the consul acting under the advice of the Senate, is justified, so we must suppose Caesar to maintain, in punishing dangerous enemies of the state, so long as the punishment inflicted is not one forbidden totidem verbis by the statute. Thus Caesar's motion may be held to keep on the windy side of the law. Though it seems a strange subtlety to say that a court not qualified to pronounce any capital sentence, which in this age commonly meant a sentence of death to be avoided by voluntary exile and self-deprivation of citizenship, should nevertheless have the right to inflict a punishment infinitely more severe. Whatever the reasonableness of Caesar's proposal, his speech produced a strong effect, and many of the senators of praetorian rank signified their assent. Silanus the consul elect took alarm, and explained away his own motion by an unworthy quibble. It was worded in the terms, that the extreme penalty be inflicted on the prisoners, and he now interpreted this to mean the same as Caesar's proposal. For perpetual imprisonment, he said, is the extreme penalty which can be inflicted on a Roman citizen. Many of Cicero's friends approved of Caesar's motion, as it would undoubtedly relieve the consul from the risk and responsibility which he would incur by the actual infliction of death. His brother Quintus is said to have been among those who wavered. At this point, Cicero intervened in the debate with the speech which he afterwards published as the Fourth Catilinarian Oration. As consul, he was not, like the rest, called upon to deliver his opinion in the order of his place, but might interpose with a magisterial statement at any moment which he deemed expedient. In another respect, the consul differs from the ordinary senator. He is present to ask and receive the advice of the Senate, not to give advice himself. He must therefore refrain, much as an English judge charging a jury refrains, from expressing his adhesion to one side or the other, though by his method of summing up and laying the question before the House, he may indicate pretty clearly what is his own opinion. In this speech, Cicero insists on 2 points. First, he wishes that the Senate shall decide according to what it deems good for the state, without regard to what may be the personal consequences to himself. These he is ready and proud to accept. Secondly, he protests against any delay. Now, whatever is to be done, whatever way your minds and your resolutions incline, you must decide before nightfall. You see what a crime has been brought before your bar. If you suppose that only a few are associated in it, you are much mistaken. This mischief has spread further than we thought. It has not only infected Italy, but it has crossed the Alps, and working its way in darkness, has already laid hold on several provinces. It cannot be crushed out by withholding your hand and putting off the day of reckoning. Whatever the nature of the punishment which you select, you must inflict it instantly. He next proceeds to explain to the senators the alternatives presented to them. I see that there are 2 motions before the House. The first, that of Decimus Silanus, who proposes that those who have attempted to destroy this commonwealth shall be punished by death, and that of Caius Caesar, who, while exempting them from death, provides for every other punishment in its most aggravated form. Both these senators have pronounced sentences stern as their own dignity and the gravity of the crisis demand. The one thinks that men who have attempted to slaughter the Roman people, to destroy our empire, to blot out the name of Rome, ought not to be allowed to enjoy a moment longer the life and breath which we all draw in common. He bears in mind that this punishment has often been inflicted on wicked citizens in this commonwealth. The other perceives that death has not been established by heaven as a punishment, but that it is either a debt due to nature or a haven of rest from toils and troubles. And so wise men never meet it with reluctance, and brave men often seek it of their own will. But chains, and chains to be worn forever, are truly a device framed for the exemplary punishment of heinous crimes. He adds a heavy penalty on the townships in which they are to be confined. If any of the prisoners escapes his bonds, he commits them to a dreadful prison, and provides, as the crimes of these wretches deserve, that no one shall be allowed to propose to alleviate by decree of Senate or people the penalty to which he condemns them, thus depriving them even of hope, so often the sole consolation of men in trouble. He orders further that their property be confiscated. All that he leaves to these criminals is life, and if he had taken this too by a single pang, he would have relieved them from all the pangs of mind and body, and all the expiation of their crime. And for this it was that the men of old, in order to set before the eyes of the wicked some terror in their lifetime, thought it well to teach that pains and penalties, not unlike this, are reserved for the impious in the world below. They understood, it is clear, that if these were set aside, death in itself was nothing to fear. Now, senators, I see what course is for my own benefit. If you accept the proposal of Caius Caesar, it is probable, since he has professed those politics which are supposed to be in favor with the many, that having him for the adviser and the voucher for this sentence, I shall have less to fear from the attacks of the multitude. If the other proposal be adopted, I do not know but that more trouble may be in store for me. But let all considerations of my danger give way to the interests of the state. For Caesar, as his own dignity and the splendor of his ancestry required, has laid this sentence in our hands, as a pledge of his enduring loyalty to the state. The truth is that Caius Caesar knows that the Sempronian law is intended for the benefit of Roman citizens, and that the man who is an enemy to the state cannot by any possibility be a citizen. He knows likewise that the very man who carried the Sempronian law paid the penalty of his treason without the command of the people. And so a man of his known kindliness and clemency does not hesitate to commit Publius Lentulus to a lifelong dungeon and chains. He provides that for the future no man shall be permitted to gain credit for himself by alleviating the punishment of Lentulus, or to pose as the people's friend while bringing calamity on the Roman people. He adds that his goods are to be confiscated, so that to all the other torments of mind and body, want and beggary are to be added. Therefore, whether you vote with him, you will have given me a coadjutor, beloved and acceptable to the commons, to help me to plead my cause to the multitude, or whether you prefer to follow the advice of Silanus, you will have an easy defense both for yourselves and me against any charge of cruelty, and I will maintain that this sentence was far the less severe of the two. The next feature in the debate was the speech of Cato. He was tribune-elect, and would probably be asked for his opinion immediately after the senators of praetorian rank. Plutarch tells us that Cato severely rebuked his brother-in-law Silanus for his weakness, and fiercely attacked Caesar for trying to intimidate the Senate, when he might be thankful if he himself escaped condemnation as an accomplice. Salus's version of Cato's speech contains nothing about Silanus, and softens down the invective against Caesar. But the main argument, as Salus gives it, is so perfectly adapted to the situation that there can be little doubt that it is the one which Cato actually used. This argument is that the situation calls for administrative action rather than precise weighing of penalties. The prisoners are avowedly guilty, so that no injustice can be done, but the really vital question is what effect will the one or the other decision of the House have on the chances of Cataline and his army? When the question was brought to this point, a sensible man could hardly doubt what answer it was his duty to give. Caesar's proposal was obviously and notoriously impracticable. What probability was there of such a sentence being carried out? How could the Senate prevent any magistrate from proposing the release of the prisoners? Cicero had later on the opportunity of proving in his own person the futility of such restrictive clauses. Clodius in the law, which banished him, provided that it should be unlawful to propose his recall, but this did not prevent its being both proposed and carried. The same would doubtless have been the case in this instance, if Caesar's motion had been adopted, and agitation would at once have been set on foot to review the sentence. Meanwhile, Cataline and his companions in arms would have had no sense of discouragement or terror at the fate of their fellows. They would have regarded Lentulus as simply out of the game for the moment, until they could come and rescue him. His fate would have depended mainly on the issue of the military operations in the field, whereas, as we shall see presently, his immediate execution had a momentous effect on the decision of that issue. Cato's speech determined the sense of the House, which Cicero had left doubtful. An effort was indeed made at the last moment to put off the decision, in spite of the protest which the consul had uttered against delay. Tiberius Claudius Nero moved to adjourn the question until further measures of defense against Cataline should be provided, and Silanus, tossed to and fro by conflicting anxieties, took refuge at last in this neutral proposal and announced that he should vote with Nero. By the rules of the Roman Senate, motions for adjournment had no precedence over those on the main question, and thus it happened that the proposal of Nero was never put to the vote. Cicero first submitted to the House the proposal of Cato, which was in substance the same as that of Silanus, but which was more fully and clearly expressed. This was carried by a great majority, and all the other motions before the House necessarily dropped. Cicero lost no time in carrying the sentence into execution. He at once dismissed the Senate, and proceeding to the Palatine, where Lentulus was confined, led him along the sacred way through the Forum to the door of the ancient prison of the kings, close to the Temple of Concord, where the debate had been held. Hither he commanded the other prisoners to be conveyed, one by one, from their several places of detention. The multitude which thronged the forum was as yet uncertain for what purpose they were being brought. As each arrived, he was handed over to the magistrates, charged with the care of executions, and by them thrust down into the subterranean vault of the prison, where he was immediately strangled. When all 5 had perished, the consul turned to the assembled people, and humoring the superstition which forbade the ill-omened mention of death, announced their fate in the words, "They have lived their life." Night was falling when Cicero returned homewards amidst the flare of torches displayed at every door and the shouts of the multitude who hailed him as their deliverer and preserver. The soundness of Cato's advice and the wisdom of Cicero's action were soon manifested. The army of Cataline, which had remained unaffected by all the previous decrees of the Senate, began, as soon as the news of Lentulus's execution arrived, to disperse and dwindle until it was reduced to 3,000 men. These were soon confronted near Pistoria, some 20 miles from Faesulae, by a superior force under Petreius, a brave and experienced officer who was acting as lieutenant to the second consul Antonius. The whole of them were cut to pieces, fighting bravely around their leader, whose gallant death atoned in some degree for the criminal stupidity of his attempt against the Commonwealth. Scott has recorded for us the plea of the Roman, who with the gladiator's aid, for empire enterprise, he stood the cast his rashness played, left not the victims he had made, dug his red grave with his own blade, and on the field he lost was laid, abhorred but not despised. The defeat and death of Cataline happened on the nones of January, exactly 1 month after the execution of Lentulus. There can be no question that the one event was the direct result of the other. Cataline had calculated on having to deal with a weak government, divided by party factions and hampered by constitutional scruples. He was met by a dramatic revelation of the total collapse of the schemes of his confederates in the city, and by a startling example of the length to which the consul and the Senate were prepared to go in dealing with them. Down to the nones of December, it was not clear which party had most force on its side. When once this question seemed to be decided, Cataline lost his chief hopes of support. All the outer circle of his followers deserted him, and he was left alone with a handful of desperate men, for whom there was no retreat. No state trial, excepting that perhaps of Charles I, has ever been the subject of so much controversy as that which consigned Lentulus and his companions to the executioner. The clamor against Cicero's action began a few days later and never ceased until he was driven into banishment by a vote of the people. This condemnation was solemnly reversed, and the exile restored in triumph 18 months later. But after 19 centuries, the controversy still rages, and the question is eagerly debated whether Cicero's act was that of a bold and public-spirited magistrate, who at a critical moment used his legitimate powers with vigor and discretion, or whether it was a judicial murder, perpetrated without legal warrant by a timid and self-seeking partisan. I will attempt to state very shortly the main points at issue. The Roman constitution, while restricting the capital jurisdiction of the magistrate over citizens, allows him to use any amount of force against enemies of the state. A citizen may commit acts which constitute him an enemy, in which case he, by his own deed, renounces his civic privileges. The rule for the magistrate by Roman, as by English law, seems to be that he may not treat any citizen as an enemy on the ground of apprehended or future mischief, nor on the ground of past offenses, but only in the presence of overt acts, implying grave and immediate danger to the state, which can only be repelled by the use of violent methods of self-defense. It follows that the executions must be on a scale not out of proportion to the necessity, and that they must not be continued after the immediate danger has ceased. If the conduct of the magistrate is afterwards called in question, the burden of proof that the forcible act was really necessary lies on him. On the other hand, the moment that the necessity is present, he is neglecting his duty if he fails to act on it. In extreme cases, the private man has the same duty. In the colonies and dependencies of England, the exercise of this terrible responsibility has been sometimes preceded by a solemn proclamation of martial law. This proclamation does not, strictly speaking, make any alteration in the rights and duties which each magistrate and each citizen had before, but it calls attention to the fact that a state of war exists with all the extraordinary obligations which such conditions implies. It indicates that the magistrate or the officer expects to be obliged to act on his extreme powers, and that he intends to do so. In Rome, a corresponding proclamation is found in the decree of the Senate, that the consul see to it that the state takes no harm. This decree, on the face of it, does not so much confer fresh powers as call upon the magistrates to stir up the powers which they already possess. Nevertheless, it is felt to make a grave difference in the situation, to bring home to the magistrate the responsibility for defending the commonwealth, and to justify acts which otherwise would be held tyrannous and outrageous. It authorizes the consul, as Sallust says, to employ every means of compulsion on aliens and Romans alike, and to exercise extreme authority inside and outside the city. As Cicero himself puts the case, the whole dispute resolves itself into the question, was Lentulus a citizen or an enemy? About Cataline, who was openly in arms, there could be no doubt, but Lentulus had not actually struck a blow. Was he to be classed in the same category? There was no doubt on any hand as to the guilt of the accused. They were taken red-handed in the act of corresponding with the enemies of the state, and their own public confession constituted a plea of guilty. But how were they to be dealt with? The law of Caius Gracchus said that no Roman citizen was to be condemned to death without the command of the people. The democratic exposition of that law was that given a citizen, no amount of treason short of physically appearing in arms against the state could constitute an enemy. The view of the Senate was that a man who from inside the walls cooperated with insurgents was really and truly an enemy, and a more dangerous one because he was posted in ambush. The common sense answer to the question seems to be that suggested by Cato's speech as reported by Sallust. If the peril from outside had been over, there would have been no public need for execution of these men, and under those circumstances, their rights as citizens would have revived, as they did in fact in the case of the 4 criminals, who were included in the sentence of the Senate, and who escaped immediate seizure. But while Cataline was still threatening the Commonwealth with a dangerous army, his confederates could not justly claim any immunity which conflicted with the public safety. The determining factor in the decision was the prospect of the effect which either course would produce on the operations in the field. On the ground, then, of public necessity, Cicero would have been justified in putting the Catilinarians to death by his own authority, or by the advice of any assessors whom he might select to act with him. But in view of the fact that no case absolutely parallel had occurred since the law of Caius Gracchus, on which his adversaries mainly relied, he thought it better first to take the advice of the great public council which the Constitution had provided for him. This was, strictly speaking, an innovation. The Senate had sometimes condemned rebels by name as public enemies, thereby directly advising the consul to put them to death. But such rebels had always been persons at large and in arms, as Fulvius, or supposed to be in arms, as Caius Gracchus, not prisoners under present detention. The difference, however, is one of circumstances, not of principle. In either case, the decree of the Senate could make no difference in the legal responsibility of the consul. The legal justification of his act was, not that the Senate had ordered it, but that it was necessary for the preservation of the state. He would have been worthy of blame if, in order to carry out this consultation, he had dangerously delayed his action. But when the advice of the Senate could be asked without practical inconvenience, it was clearly wise in the consul to obtain it. It was important for the sake of the moral impression to be produced that the execution should appear not as an act of violence or panic on the part of the magistrate, but as the deliberate judgment of the Supreme Council of the state, which had seen the proofs of guilt and heard the confessions of the prisoners. By confirming the action of the consul, the Senate, though it could take no legal responsibility off his shoulders, could yet give him moral support to justify his severity from the charge of cruelty and tyranny. Cicero's actions throughout seems then to have been both righteous and prudent. He never lost his head, though pressed by open enemies without and beset with traitors within the city. He refrained from striking prematurely, but allowed time for Cataline to appear in the rebel camp and for Lentulus to commit himself by overt acts of treason. He made the guilt of the conspirators so manifest that even Caesar was obliged to concur in the verdict of guilty, and to sanction it by proposing an alternative sentence as on convicted criminals. He baffled all attempts within the city by his vigilance, and finally blasted the hopes of Cataline by the execution of his confederates. He acted throughout with the calmness and indifference to personal danger proper to the chief magistrate of the imperial state. He carried the Senate and people with him at each step, and so when the crisis came, he could adopt the stern measures which led up surely to success, and yet at the same time could avoid any division in the government and enable it to present a united front to the enemy. There appears not a single false step to mark from the day when Cicero detached his fellow consul from Cataline to the day when he broke the back of a formidable conspiracy by the death of 5 most guilty persons. Cicero was a man of mild temper and of constitutional timidity, but of honest heart and sincere purpose. On this occasion, in the presence of danger and under the stimulus of great responsibilities, he rose above himself and exhibited unexpected resources of strength and courage. Transformed by the exigencies of his duty into a man of action, he played his part with coolness, with vigor, and with marked practical success. His own conscience fully approved the deed. Nowhere, even in periods of the darkest depression and suffering, when all the world seems to have turned against him, do we find the least hint of a doubt that he has been in very truth the savior of his country. Nor do the personal misfortunes which his act entailed upon him ever lead him to regret the act itself. For these 2 mighty generals, he writes of Caesar and Pompey at the beginning of the Civil War, so far from setting their achievements above my own, I would not change my battered fortunes for theirs, which seemed so glorious. For what man can be happy when his country is enslaved by him or deserted by him? I am sustained by the proud reflection that, when I had the power, I did the state good service, or at any rate never had an intention that was not loyal, and that the Republic has foundered in the very storm which I foresaw 14 years ago. I take this approving conscience with me as a companion in my flight. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by J. L. Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Cicero's Ideal Party, 63 to 60 BC. The fortunes of Cataline had been watched with interest from the other side of the Aegean Sea. Pompey saw clearly what a marvelous piece of good fortune the folly of the revolutionaries was preparing for him, and in order to take advantage of it, he sent one of his lieutenants, Metellus Nepos, to Rome in time for the Tribunician elections in 63 BC. It was hoped that Cataline might make sufficient head against the government to alarm all classes, and Metellus as tribune was to seize the opportunity to carry by general assent a decree calling upon Pompey to return to Italy with his army and save the state from the anarchists. Plutarch tells us that Cato, who had just set forth on a journey, met Nepos and his retinue entering the gates of Rome. Cato guessed that mischief was afoot, and in order to frustrate it, he turned his horse's head and appeared as a rival candidate for the tribunate. Both Cato and Metellus were elected and entered on office on the 10th of December in the year 63 BC. If Cataline had succeeded better, and if the government had shown itself incapable of dealing with the conspiracy, Cato's opposition would have gone for very little, and a prize such as man never won before would have been within Pompey's grasp. Without serious danger, and without breach of duty or loyalty, he would have stepped at once into the position of savior of society. He would have been a Sulla without guilt or bloodshed, claiming from the gratitude of his fellow citizens that deference which a despot has to extort by force. Neither the jealous nobles nor the baffled revolutionaries could have refused to recognize his preeminence and to accord him that place of acknowledged chief and protector of a free state to which he aspired. Such were the prospects of Pompey during the October and November of the year 63 BC. His hopes were rudely shattered by the nones of December. The conspiracy in the city was crushed, and Catiline's army had melted away. The Dignus Vidici Nodus had been disentangled by other hands, and the Deus Ex Machina had missed the opportunity for his appearance. Metellus Nepos proposed indeed that his patron should be given the command against Cataline, but his tribuneship had begun 5 days too late. His arguments had lost their force now that Catiline's power was maimed. His only recourse was to exaggerate as far as possible whatever elements of discontent and disorder were still available. Amongst these was the dispute whether the action of Cicero had been legally justified or not. Might not a state of affairs, in which citizens could be put to death without trial, be represented as calling for the intervention of the second Sulla? If Pompey could no longer be summoned to save the state from the anarchy of Cataline, might not the tyranny of Cicero serve, for want of a better, as an available pretext? With this object, Nepos took the first opportunity of entering a formal protest against the executions. When Cicero laid down his consulship on the last day of December, he prepared to address, as was the custom, a parting speech to the people. Metellus, by virtue of his sacrosanct power as tribune, interrupted him, declaring that he who had deprived Roman citizens of their right to plead in their own defense to the people should not be allowed to speak to the people himself. He forbade him therefore to do more than to take the oath prescribed by law. Cicero affected compliance and advanced to take the oath. Then, lifting up his voice so as to be heard by the assembled multitude, he swore, "This city and commonwealth have been preserved from destruction by me." The unexpected appeal called forth a ready response from his audience. The whole assembly shouted assent and swore along with him. The humiliation which Metellus had intended for Cicero was thus turned into a triumph, and attacks which the tribune made on him in the Senate on the following days were likewise repelled with vigor. Nevertheless, the incident was calculated to cause him grave uneasiness. The hostility of Metellus Nepos might, in so far as he alone was concerned, be viewed with indifference. But the menace implied in the action of Pompey's agent was in the highest degree alarming. The agent, at least, clearly thought that the loss of the opportunity of intervening as the supporter of law and order would make no difference in Pompey's action, except that he would now come as the ally of the revolution instead of its suppressor. Pompey's power as the commander of the only efficient army was so great that the fortunes of the Commonwealth hinged on his will, and the sole hope of the constitutionalists lay in his keeping true to his honor and obedient to the law. Cicero's anxiety was increased by a letter received somewhat later from Pompey, which was very cold in tone and contained no word of congratulation on the achievements of his consulship. Pompey's annoyance may easily be understood, and the only strange thing is that Cicero does not seem to have perceived how inevitable it was that Pompey should feel displeased. If Cataline had been in Pompey's pay, he could not have served him better than by the untimely attempt at revolution. If Cicero had been Pompey's deadliest enemy, he could not have done more to thwart his action and frustrate his hopes. If Cicero had made a false step, if he had not parried Catiline's attempts to assassinate him, if he had fled from the post of danger and called for Pompey's assistance, if he had only allowed matters to drift until riot and massacre began in Rome, Pompey's course would have been easy and dignified. Duty and interest would have pointed in the same direction. But now, for the first time in Pompey's life, fortune conspicuously failed him, and he was called upon to decide between the sacrifice of his cherished hopes and the sacrifice of his conscience. The temptation was strong, and Pompey wavered and waited, hoping that chance would serve him once more. Meantime, Metellus continued his machinations in the city. In spite of the defeat and death of Cataline, he still pressed his proposal that Pompey should be summoned to restore order, and in these efforts he was encouraged and supported by Caesar, who was now praetor. Caesar certainly did not wish any such decree to be really carried, but he saw that the proposal could not be forced through, and he wished by every means to embitter the relations between Pompey and the Senate, thus averting the one combination which would have been fatal to all revolutionary schemes. Cato steadily interposed his veto on the proposals of his colleague, and Metellus and Caesar persevered with inflammatory speeches and riotous assemblies. The disorder grew to such an extent that the Senate passed decrees which, under whatever form, for on this point we have conflicting statements, prohibited Caesar and Metellus from the exercise of their magisterial functions. Caesar, after a show of resistance, submitted and shut himself up in his own house, and the Senate soon afterwards relieved him from his disabilities. Metellus declared that he was under stress of violence, and fled for protection to Pompey's camp. Cicero's brilliant success as consul had raised him at once to a place amongst the foremost statesmen of Rome. Cato made the first use of his new power as tribune to summon an assembly in which, amidst the applause of the multitude, he saluted Cicero as the father of his country. The precedent was followed in later days in favor of the emperors, and the appellation came to be an official title. When Cicero retired from office and took his seat among the consulars at the beginning of the year 62 BC, the new consuls asked his opinion first in their consultation of the Senate. His principles and line of policy are to be explained by the changes in the relation of parties which had occurred during the last 7 years. The bond between the equestrian order and the Democrats, who were equally hostile to the Constitution of Sulla, had naturally been loosened by their joint victory. The knights had now recovered their place in the jury courts and their seats in the theater, and had for the present no special grievance against the Senate. The barrier of aristocratic exclusiveness had been forced by Cicero's election to the consulship, and everything tended towards a reconciliation between the first and the second order in the state. This new union was further cemented by a common fear of the revolutionary designs of Cataline. The Roman knights could feel no sympathy with the party which had favored men who conspired to abolish debt and to wage war on capital. Hence it was natural and proper that Cicero and the equestrian party, of which he was one of the acknowledged chiefs, should be on the side of the Constitution when the great crisis came. The consul who had risen from the ranks defended the state from revolution as vigorously as the proudest aristocrat could have done, and his success was largely owing to the staunchness with which the equestrian order stood by its leader and by the Senate. To consolidate and perpetuate the harmony between the orders thus attained was the dream of Cicero's politics. The good cause, as he often calls it. His ideal party was to include the moderate men of both orders, and their combination was to present a firm barrier against revolution. As the equestrian order contained not only the great capitalists of Rome, but the men of wealth and local importance in the country towns, this concordia ordinum implied the consensio Italiae, on which the statesmen from Arpinum naturally laid great stress. But no union of parties in Rome could be sufficient unless accompanied by a reconciliation between the civil and the military power. To accomplish this, Cicero was anxious to secure Pompey as the leader of his coalition. Seriously, as he had crossed the path of his chosen hero, his own loyalty towards him remained unshaken. He marked him out as the man fit to play the part of Scipio, the soldier chief of a free state, and alongside him, Cicero hoped to fill the place of Laelius, the man of peace, of eloquence, and of learning, who could supplement the qualities of the military leader. This apportionment of functions was suggested in a letter which Cicero wrote to Pompey in reply to the one which had caused him so much uneasiness early in the year. Cicero's letter is naturally severe in tone, and he refers not without dignity to his own services to Pompey in the past. It is my great satisfaction to be conscious that I have not failed in supporting my friends, and if on any occasion these fail to support me in turn, I am well content that the balance of obligations conferred should rest with me. Of one thing I feel sure, that if the zeal which I have always shown in your service proves an insufficient link to bind us the one to the other, yet nevertheless the interests of the state will draw and unite us together. When you have made yourself acquainted with the truth in the case, you will readily allow me, as scarcely less than Laelius, to be associated both as a political ally and as a friend with you who are so much greater than Africanus. The failure of Cicero's good cause is the story which we have to trace of the politics of the ensuing years, but it may be well to attempt, once for all, to arrive at a judgment on the practicability of his ideal. The problem presented to Rome was one which had never been solved in the ancient world. Free states there had been, and great empires, but the two had always proved mutually exclusive. The question then, which pressed for solution, was this: how can a free state be at the same time a conquering and governing state? How can an empire be organized without the sacrifice of political liberty? In the absence of representative government, the sole forms of free state known to the ancients were the confederation, an organization which common sense at once discarded as too loose and inefficient for the purpose, and the city-state as had been elaborated by Greek politicians and political philosophers. To the mind of all Roman statesmen, excepting perhaps Augustus, liberty and the city-state were inextricably bound up together, and under these conditions, the task of uniting liberty and empire was in truth an insuperable labor. Caesar's failure to perform it was at least as conspicuous as that of Cicero and Cato. It is to Caesar's credit that he saw that the empire must be maintained and organized at whatever sacrifice, but his plan of organizing it was simply to throw up in despair the problem which he was called to solve. He reverted to the method of primitive despotism, that crude and long discredited form of government by which Egypt, Assyria, and Persia had ruled and degraded vast populations. He renounced all the political inheritance of the civilized West and all the glorious hopes and ideals with which Greece and Rome had enriched the world. To these hopes and ideals Cicero clung, and unhappily he clung at the same time to the use of the very imperfect machinery which Greece had invented for the fashioning of political liberty and order. A state great and powerful, as Rome had now become, had really outgrown the forms adapted to the government of a city. These forms supplied no means by which the collective will of the great body of Roman citizens could find a regular and peaceful expression. They afforded no effective machinery for making the provincial administration work in due harmony and subordination to the central government, or for bringing home to the central government itself any sense of responsibility, whether towards citizens or subjects. The Senate was too weak when it had to deal with the details of government throughout the empire, or to defend the civilized world by military force, and at the same time to keep the soldiers and their commanders in order. It was too strong whenever, for the sake of its own interests, it chose to ignore or to defy public opinion at home. The rectification of abuses, which with better arrangements might have been accomplished by a change of ministry, was possible under this perverse system only at the cost of revolution. Cicero seems to have been unconscious of these defects. He never saw that, if the free state was to survive, it must invent a fresh machinery of government. He looked on the forces which destroyed the republic as the devices of wicked men breaking into the system, whereas the system was, in truth, largely responsible for the mischief. He assumed that the traditional powers and methods recognized in the Constitution of Rome were absolute and immutable, and that all his combinations must be within the lines thus prescribed for him. These limitations preclude any of those radical reforms which alone could have permanently saved Rome from her fatal revolution. But as a temporary expedient, staving off the evil day for that generation at least, and giving time for the Republic to work out its problems and remodel its institutions, Cicero's policy seems to have been far superior to that of any other statesman of his time. If the great disaster of the military despotism was to be avoided, it was necessary that Senate and knights should compose their differences once for all and show a united front to the enemy. Still more necessary was it that Pompey should be attached to the Constitution and diverted from any alliance with the revolutionary party. To accomplish this, Cicero was for frankly conceding to Pompey the exceptional position which he claimed as the first man in the state, and was quite content himself to act as Pompey's lieutenant and coadjutor. For the success of any such combination, it was needful that all the parties with which he had to work should have shared Cicero's insight into the dangers of the time and his willingness to make sacrifices to meet them. But Cicero failed in his efforts to bring this conviction home to his contemporaries. Nobles alike and men of business preferred their private interests and animosity and prejudices to the pursuit of a sane and consistent policy, and Pompey, the leader of Cicero's choice, was by no means equal to the difficult and delicate part which he had to play. The most obvious and pressing danger to liberty was, however, for the moment, averted. With the outraged tribune in his camp, Pompey was furnished with the same sort of pretext for armed rebellion as that of which Caesar availed himself when he crossed the Rubicon 13 years later. Of the action of Caesar, Plutarch pithily remarks that Caesar was far too sensible a man to have gone to war to redress the wrongs of the tribunes, if he had not made up his mind for war on other grounds. The same may be said of Pompey on the earlier occasion. The real question which he had to decide was whether the object of his own policy could be attained by espousing the tribune's quarrel. If the prize for which Pompey was seeking had been the same which Caesar afterwards won, if Pompey had desired to found a despotism for himself on the ruins of Roman liberty, then unquestionably success was within his grasp. The Republic had an able general in Lucullus, but it had no troops fit to oppose to Pompey's veterans. He was tempted to advance to a field on which victory was certain, but he knew that such a victory would cause the destruction of all the elements of republican liberty. It would leave him no choice but to rule the Romans by the domination of naked force, and it would imply the renunciation of his own noble ambition to be the chief citizen of a free state. From such a crime Pompey shrank. If he had been a man of frank and generous disposition, he would have instantly rejected the very idea of such a treason with horror and indignation. But this was not in the nature of Pompey. He spent the greater part of the year 62 in loitering on the homeward road, brooding over the ruin of his hopes of the year before, watching for the chance of making his power felt in some less odious way, and all the while dallying with the temptation to turn his arms against his country. Throughout these months, Pompey preserved a gloomy silence, and the Roman world waited in suspense for his decision. At length, towards the end of the year, the dictates of honor and of conscience triumphed over those of ambition. Perhaps the prospect which Cicero's letter had held out to him may have influenced him in some degree for good, for Cicero, writing on the 1st of January, 61 BC, says, "I have good evidence that Pompey is most friendly to me." A few days before this letter was written, Pompey had landed in Italy. His mind was now made up, and he resolved to give striking evidence of his loyalty, and to remove at once all apprehension of civil war. As soon as he landed at Brundisium, he disbanded his troops and proceeded to Rome with a small escort. So far, Pompey's action was straightforward and decisive. He put away from himself all possibility of appealing to unlawful force, and threw himself unreservedly for support on the goodwill of his fellow citizens, the only rightful basis of authority. Unhappily, his capacity for a plain and vigorous policy seems to have been exhausted by this single good action. He fell back on his pitiful habit of silence and reserve, never perceiving that the statesman who tries to refrain from committing himself on the main political issues of the time must of necessity become impotent and ridiculous. The natural and logical sequence to the dispersion of Pompey's army was a frank union with the constitutionalists, and this implied a clear and unmistakable approval of the action of the government in the matter of Cataline. But for this, Cicero looked in vain. During the month of December 62 BC, another question had arisen in Rome, petty enough in itself, but destined to have serious consequences. A young patrician named Publius Clodius was caught, disguised as a woman, invading the mysteries of the good goddess, whose privacy was polluted by the presence of any male at her worship. The sacrifices were performed in the house of Caesar, who was praetor for the year, and in pursuit of an intrigue with Caesar's wife, Clodius thrust himself into the company of vestals and matrons. Caesar divorced his wife and declined to stir further in the business. But the matter could not rest there. The virgins performed afresh the ceremonies whose virtue had been impaired. The pontiffs declared that sacrilege had been committed, and it followed that the state must purge itself from the impiety by the punishment of the offender. After discussions in the Senate, the consuls were instructed to bring a bill before the people, constituting a court for his trial. A tribune, Fufius, proposed in Clodius's interest a rival scheme, which differed from that of the Senate by providing that the jury should be chosen by lot, whereas the consular bill directed the praetor to select the jurymen. This was the condition of affairs when Pompey arrived early in February before the gates of Rome, and the world eagerly awaited his utterances on all these burning questions. Cicero gives a graphic account of his first appearances before the people and the Senate. I have already told you what Pompey's first speech was like, with no comfort for the wretched, too unsubstantial to please the disloyal, unsatisfactory to the comfortable classes, and with not sufficient firmness for honest men. And so it fell flat. Not long after, at the instigation of the consul Piso, that paltry fellow, Fufius the tribune, again put Pompey forward. The scene of this was the Flaminian circus on a market day with a large attendance. He questioned him as to whether he approved of a praetor selecting the jurors who were to sit as that praetor's court, this being the arrangement proposed by the Senate in the case of Clodius. Then Pompey replied very much en grand seigneur. He said that the authority of the Senate weighed heavily with him on all occasions, and had always done so, and so on at great length. Next, the consul Messala asked Pompey in the Senate what was his opinion regarding the sacrilege and regarding the bill that had been proposed. He replied by praising in general terms all the decrees of that house, and as he sat down again beside me, he remarked, "I suppose I have said enough on your business as well." It is not surprising that this hesitation and inability to speak his mind should have produced a bad impression on Pompey's contemporaries. The desire to keep things open and the weak love of silence and reserve could only be indulged in at the expense of his reputation for honesty and straightforwardness. It is of no avail that a man has been seen to make great sacrifices on occasion to the cause of duty, if his daily bearing contradicts the idea of his sincerity. Cicero was strongly provoked with Pompey's conduct, and expressed his vexation in no measured language to his friend. There is no courtesy, no candor in him, no sense of honor in politics, Nothing high-minded or vigorous or straightforward. On the other hand, the leading optimates were much to blame in not exerting themselves to win Pompey. Whenever he made advances, they were coldly received. Pompey showed what he wished when he proposed a series of matrimonial alliances which would have united him closely with Cato. Cato rejected his overtures, and soon afterwards saw cause to exult in his short-sighted way over his own prudence. Pompey spent money too freely at the elections of 61 BC in order to secure the return of his partisan Afrianus as consul. "I should have shared in the ill fame of this," said Cato, "if I had allied myself to Pompey by marriage." Plutarch, who is our authority for the story, very sensibly adds, "However, if we are to judge by the event, Cato made a fatal error in rejecting the alliance and leaving Pompey to turn to Caesar and contract a marriage which, by uniting the forces of the two, nearly ruined Rome and actually destroyed the constitution. None of these things would have happened if Cato had not taken fright at the small faults of Pompey and so allowed him to commit the greatest of all in building up the power of another." Meanwhile, the business of Clodius had entered on a fresh phase. Hortensius, who was one of the prominent supporters of the bill, fearing that it would be vetoed at last by Fufius, suggested that it might be well to paralyze his opposition by accepting Fufius's own bill as a substitute. The guilt of Clodius, he thought, was so manifest that no jury, however constituted, could fail to find a true verdict on the question of fact. He would cut Clodius's throat, he protested, even with a leaden sword. Accordingly, the experiment was tried. The consuls withdrew their bill, and that of Fufius was carried unopposed. When the jury came to be impaneled, it was manifest that the lot had fallen unluckily. The challenges of the accused cleared out the best men, while those of the prosecutor could make little impression on the mass of indifferent characters whose names had come from the ballot box. There never was a more rascally lot collected round a gaming table. Clodius's defense was an alibi. He produced witnesses to swear that he was never near Caesar's house that night, but was 50 miles away at Interamna. Unfortunately, Cicero had happened to meet him in Rome only 3 hours before, and he earned Clodius's deadly hatred by coming forward in disproof of the alibi. At first, it seemed as if the jury were going to decide according to the facts. When Cicero came forward to give his evidence and the partisans of Clodius hooted and attempted to mob him, the jurors rose as one man and interposed their persons for his protection. They protested likewise against the coercion of the court by Clodius's rabble and applied to the Senate for an armed guard, which was immediately granted. Hortensius was triumphant, and all the world believed that a verdict of guilty was inevitable. But a powerful factor had been left out of consideration. Crassus was the richest man in Rome, and though he loved his money dearly, he loved power and influence still more, and was ready to spend freely when a political object was in view. He had lately become security to Caesar's creditors for 200,000 pounds, in order to enable him to get safely out of Rome and to take up his command in Spain. It had doubtless been settled between the two that Clodius would be useful to them in the future, and that he must be saved at all costs. Crassus accordingly paid down an enormous sum of money, and in the course of 2 days bought the votes of a majority of the jury. The acquittal was a heavy blow to the hopes of the constitutional party. The scandal was so notorious that it seemed to proclaim the hopelessness of orderly government and pure justice in Rome. "That settlement," Cicero writes, "which you used to ascribe to my policy, and I to Providence, which seemed firmly established by the union of all loyal citizens and by the events of my consulship, has now, I must tell you, crumbled beneath our feet, unless heaven takes pity on us, all through this single verdict, if indeed one can call it a verdict, that 30 men, as worthless and base as you could find in our state, should take money to outrage all law and all right, and that when every man, and let alone men, every beast in Rome knows that a thing was done. Thalna and Plautus and Spongia and riffraff of that sort should decide that it was not done. The scandal gave rise to some neat epigrams. They did not trust you on your oath, Clodius said, taunting Cicero. 25 of them, was the retort, did trust me, and the other 31 certainly did not trust you, for they got their money down beforehand. In the same vein was the remark of Catullus to a juror. What made you ask us for a guard? Were you afraid that your pocket would be lightened as you went home from the court? It may be presumed that Pompey was disgusted with the shameless perversion of justice, for which the democratic leaders were responsible. At any rate, we find constant evidence in the letters of the months which follow that Pompey was now anxious to be on good terms with the constitutionalists, and that more especially he was drawing towards Cicero. He never frankly gives up his clumsy reticence, but it melts gradually away, and he finds hard at last to commit himself to a definite approval of the acts of Cicero's consulship. In the following December, Cicero writes to Atticus, "However, since your friends," that is the equestrian order, "seem unsteady, another road to safety is, as I hope, being laid. I cannot speak fully of it by letter, but I will indicate what I mean. I am on very intimate terms with Pompey. I perceive what you will say. Yes, I will be cautious where caution is needed, and I will write again to you more at length about my political projects." On the 1st of February, he says, "Meanwhile, you cannot find a single true statesman, no, nor the ghost of one. One man might be, if he chose, my friend, for I wish you to understand that he is very much so, Pompey. But he only stares in silence on his lap, studying the pattern of that triumphal robe of his. Crassus will not say a word to hazard his popularity. For the rest, you know them. They are so stupid that they think that the state may founder, and yet that their fish ponds will be safe. The single man who cares for the public good is Cato, and he brings to the work principle and honesty, but as it seems to me, very little judgment or sense." Next month, Cicero gives to his friend a fuller explanation of the political situation and of his own relations to Pompey. Ever since his consulship, he has never ceased to act in politics with the same great aims and worthily to maintain the dignity then achieved. But the acquittal of Clodius, the weakness of the equestrian order, and the jealousy of the nobles, all made me feel that I must look out for some stronger forces and more trustworthy defenses. My first concern was with Pompey. He had held his tongue far too long, but I brought him round to a proper state of mind, so that, speaking in the Senate on several occasions, he ascribed the preservation of the empire and the peace of the world to my action. Again in May we find, "In your observations on affairs of state, you argue like a true friend and a man of sense, and what you say is really not far away from my own sentiments. I quite agree with you that I must not flinch from my post of honor, and that I must not enlist under the banner of any other, but must effect a junction at the head of my own forces. It is true likewise that the person you name has no breadth or greatness of policy, and that he is too much inclined to truckle to the mob. But for all that, it is of some use for the quiet of my own life, and of infinitely greater use for the state, that the blows aimed at me by bad citizens should be parried, and this I accomplished when I strengthened the wavering resolution of a man with such a position, such influence, and such interest, and brought him to frustrate the hopes of the disloyal by recording his approval of my action." Unhappily, though Cicero was so far successful in winning Pompey towards the side of the Senate, he failed, as we shall see just now, in inducing the senatorial party frankly to meet Pompey's advances. Pompey's position throughout these months was full of anxiety and annoyance. He had pledged his word to his soldiers that their services against Mithridates should be recompensed by grants of land. for the purpose of which ample means were provided by the revenues with which his conquests had enriched the Roman treasury, but his efforts to get the necessary decrees passed had hitherto been unavailing. Another vexation was that the Senate refused to confirm the settlement of Asia which Pompey had made before his departure. All the affairs of the provinces of the East, with the adjacent free cities and client kingdoms, had been regulated and organized by Pompey, and he now wished that his arrangements should be sanctioned en bloc. The Senate refused to do this, and insisted that each detail should be reviewed and voted on separately. Thus Pompey was exposed at every point to a galling and wearisome opposition. His own proceedings showed, as usual, clumsiness and want of tact. By a lavish expenditure of money, he succeeded in thrusting in one of his adherents, Afrianus, as consul for the year 60 BC, but Afrianus was disliked by everyone and was quite incapable of serving his master effectively. "He is such an absolute nonentity," writes Cicero, "that he does not know what he has bought." And again, "He conducts himself in such a way that his office is not so much a consulship as a blot on the reputation of our great one." The other consul was Metellus Celer, the brother of Cicero's old opponent Nepos. Celer has left record of what manner of man he was in a curiously insolent letter which he addressed to Cicero at the time of the dispute with his brother, a letter which Cicero answered with admirable spirit and temper. If we may trust Cicero's judgment, Celer was not a bad man at bottom, and meant well by his country, but he must have been a very stupid and wrong-headed politician. He now set himself in violent opposition to Pompey, and thwarted all his efforts to provide for his soldiers. This object had been undertaken by Flavius, one of the tribunes for the year 60 BC, who proposed in Pompey's interest an agrarian law. Cicero acted in a wise and statesmanlike manner. He suggested amendments in the proposal to make it more workable, and then gave the measure his support. In the month of March he writes, "The chief political news is that an agrarian law is being vigorously pushed by the tribune Flavius, backed by Pompey. Nothing in it is popular except its backer. Out of this bill, with full assent of the meeting, I cut all the clauses which infringed on vested interests. I exempted all the land which had been public property in the tribuneship of Tiberius Gracchus. I confirmed Sulla's grantees in their holdings, and left in full possession the people of Volterra and Arretium, whose land Sulla had confiscated but never parceled out. One principle of the bill, however, I accepted, namely, that land for distribution should be purchased out of the windfall which the Treasury will have in the income to be derived during the next 5 years from the newly acquired sources of revenue. But the Senate sets itself in opposition to the principle of any agrarian law whatever, under the idea that some new power for Pompey is designed. Pompey, on his side, puts all his energies into carrying the bill." The struggle over this question was enlivened by a ludicrous episode. The consul Metellus carried his obstruction to lengths which Flavius considered unfair. The tribune thereupon, by virtue of his sacred and inviolable office, personally laid hands on the consul, as on one guilty of contempt, and dragged him off to prison. It would have been easy for Metellus to appeal to another tribune to grant him protection, but he preferred the cheap martyrdom with which his adversary provided him. Metellus then sat in his prison, but he issued from thence a summons to the Senate to assemble there. Not to be baffled, the tribune placed his bench across the prison door, and his own sacrosanct person settled on the bench, thus setting an insuperable barrier between the senators and the consul within. The fathers of the state, thus beaten off in front, made an attack on the rear, and began pulling down the back wall of the prison to get at their consul. When the farce had reached this point, Pompey sent word in hot haste to his tribune that he had better let Metellus out. Under the effect of these ridiculous proceedings, the agrarian project began to fall flat. The nobles delighted in the discomfiture of Pompey, and gloried in their own outrageous folly. The demands of Pompey were at this time exceedingly moderate. The loyalty and good faith which he had shown in disbanding his army might fairly claim liberal and friendly treatment, and the constitutionalists were bound in honor to see that Pompey did not lose by his respect for the Constitution. Common sense, too, might have shown them that by a little conciliatory action on their part, they could now win over the great soldier to the service of the Senate, and that here lay the only hope of averting the danger which threatened. A fair chance of respite was now offered them, and but for their folly in rejecting it, Horace would not have had to date from this year the motum ex metallo consule civicum, which destroyed the Roman Republic. Cato, Hortensius, and Lucullus were blind to their own plainest interests, and their action at this crisis compels us to recognize that they had none of the instincts of statesmen. A petty jealousy of Pompey seemed to dominate all their conduct. They strove to make him feel that in renouncing the rule of the sword, he had laid himself at their mercy. Thus they drove him to unconstitutional methods, which were destined to ruin himself and them alike. The Republic had experienced a heavy loss by the death of Catullus in the latter part of the year 61 BC, and since then Cicero stood alone in recommending a sane policy. "I am acting," he writes, "and will act so as not to incur the reproach that my old achievement was only the outcome of chance. My honest men, of whom you speak, and that Sparta, in which, as we say, my lot is cast, shall not only never be deserted by me, but if I am deserted by them, I shall remain firm by my own principles. At the same time, I wish you to understand that since the death of Catullus, I am holding on this most excellent way alone, without escort and without companionship." Pompey was kept aloof by the obstinacy and ingratitude of the nobles, and this was in itself sufficient to spoil the hopes which Cicero had entertained for his good cause. But in yet another quarter the good cause was perilously shaken. In these same months, the harmony of the orders, the union between Senate and knights, which Cicero had taken such pains to realize, showed signs of dissolution. The scandal of the acquittal of Clodius had drawn attention to the corruption of the law courts, and Cato and others pressed for vigorous measures against all jurors who had taken bribes. But as 2/3 of the jurors were now not of senatorial rank, such measures could not be carried through without infringing the cherished immunities of the Roman knights. At the same time, the knights had another quarrel with the Senate, because it refused to give them the consideration which they held to be their due in the arrangement of their contracts with the state. In both cases, Cicero would have humored the equestrian order, but he pleaded its cause in vain. We first hear of these jars in the letter of December 61 BC. Here we are living in a political condition that is precarious, pitiful, and unstable, for as I fancy you must have heard, our friends the knights are all but alienated from the Senate. In the first place, they are deeply offended that a bill has been introduced on the recommendation of the Senate, providing that all persons who have received bribes as jurors shall be put on their trial. It happened by accident that I was not in the House when that decree was carried, and I perceived that the equestrian order was offended, though silent. So I took an opportunity to lecture the Senate, and did it, so far as I can judge, with much force. The claim of my clients was hardly a reputable one, but I urged it at length, and in a dignified tone. Now we have on our hands another whim of the knights, which is hard to put up with. However, I have not only put up with it, but made the best of it I could for them. The company, which farmed the province of Asia from the censors, complain that they have been too eager in their bidding, and have contracted to pay too high a figure. They demand therefore that the bargain shall be cancelled. I am the chief among their backers, or rather I should say the second, for Crassus was the man who egged them on to make the demand. It is an awkward business, and such a confession of their own want of caution is discreditable enough. but there is every fear that, if their petition is rejected, they will sever themselves entirely from the Senate. I have risen to the emergency as best I could, and managed that they should have a full house and a friendly hearing, and I made long speeches on the 1st and 2nd of December concerning the dignity and union of the orders. The business is not settled, but the feeling of the Senate has been clearly shown. Only one speaker opposed us, Metellus the consul-elect. There was another to come, our hero Cato, but the debate had been adjourned before his turn was reached. Thus I stand firm by our plans and principles, and maintain so far as I can the union of the orders, which was cemented by my exertions. Cato's opposition proved serious, and it was conducted in a singularly provoking manner. Cato was a master of the art of parliamentary obstruction, and was able by means of long speeches and irreverent objections to put off indefinitely the decision of the House. "For 2 good months," writes Cicero in a subsequent letter, "he has been harrying the unhappy tax farmers who used to be his best friends, and he will not allow the Senate to give an answer to their petition, so we on our side are obliged to obstruct all other business until an answer has been given to the tax farmers." Such were the causes of discord which broke up Cicero's ideal party. The precious months, during which it was still possible that a union should be consolidated between Pompey, the Senate, and the equestrian order, were fast passing away. Cicero alone, of Roman statesmen, saw what was to be aimed at, but he had preached in vain, and now the man was at hand, who was to take advantage of the confusions of the situation, and organize the conflicting forces for his own purposes. In a letter written early in June, we find a casual remark that Caesar is expected in 2 days' time. For the last year and a half, he had been away in his Spanish governorship, and his return marks the beginning of the revolution. In the same letter, we get a lively sketch of the situation just before Caesar's arrival, and of the hopes and fears which Cicero entertained at the moment. "You chide me gently about my intimacy with Pompey. Now I would not have you think that I am leagued with him in order to get protection for myself, but the position of affairs is such that if any difference arose between him and me, it would inevitably produce serious disturbances in the state. Against this mischief I have provided, not by swerving from my own honorable policy, but by inducing him to amend his ways and renounce some of his popularity hunting vagaries. What now, if Caesar likewise, who has a marvelous fair wind in his sails just now, can be brought round by me to a better mind? Shall I have done any great harm to the state? Why, if no one were envious of me, if all supported me as they ought to do, even then a treatment which should restore the unsound members of the Commonwealth would be preferable to heroic surgery. But now, when the knights, whom I once posted with you as their chief and standard-bearer on the slopes of the Capitol, when the knights, I say, have deserted the Senate, and when our chief men think that they are in the 7th heaven, if they have bearded mullets in their fish ponds, who will come to feed out of their hands, do you not think that I gain a point, if I bring it about that those who could injure me should not wish to do so? As for our friend Cato, who cannot be fonder of him than I am, at the same time, with the very best intentions, and in all good faith, he sometimes does mischief to the state, for he makes his proposals as if he were speaking in Plato's Republic instead of in Romulus's gutter. What can be fairer than that every man should be put on his trial who has taken a bribe for his verdict? Such was Cato's proposal, and the Senate agreed. So the knights declare war against the house, not against me, for I protested. What could be more barefaced than the tax farmers repudiating their bargain? For all that, we had better have put up with the loss for the sake of keeping the goodwill of the order. Cato resisted and gained his point. And so now when we have a consul shut up in prison and riot continually afoot, not a finger has been stirred to help by those who used to throng to the defense of the Constitution whenever I or my immediate successors in the consulship called for their assistance. With this quotation, we leave the politics and parties of Rome for a moment to turn to other matters which are wanting to complete the picture of Cicero's life during the years following his consulship. In the next chapter, we shall find what use Caesar made of the political material which lay awaiting his return. Only 2 of Cicero's extant speeches belong to this period. The suppression of Catiline's conspiracy had been followed up during the year 62 BC by prosecutions directed against his accomplices. Cicero mentions the names of several who were condemned by the juries and driven into exile: Vargunteus, Leica, Servius Sulla, Cornelius, and Autronius. Autronius, along with Publius Sulla, had been unseated for bribery after the consular elections in the year 66 BC, and he lay under suspicion of having a hand in the supposed first conspiracy of Cataline in the years 66 and 65 BC. His companion, Publius Sulla, was now brought to the bar on charges connected with both conspiracies, and Cicero came forward in his defense. Leaving Hortensius to deal with the first part of the case, he contented himself with rebutting the assertion that Sulla had taken any part in the conspiracy of the year 63 BC. On this point, Cicero was able to speak from his own knowledge, and his exculpation of Sulla was decisive with the jury. The other speech is of a very different type. The Greek poet Archias, Cicero's earliest tutor, was accused of having improperly usurped the Roman citizenship at the time of the Social War, 27 years before, and an inquisition was now held into his title. Cicero appeared as in duty bound to speak on behalf of his old friend and teacher. He passed lightly over the technical objections urged against his client's rights, and dwelt by preference on his great fame and merit as a man of letters, whose poems, like those of Ennius, had preserved the record of the martial deeds of Rome. For if anyone thinks that more glory is reaped when actions are enshrined in Latin poetry than in Greek, he is much mistaken, for the Greek is read in all parts of the world. The Latin is confined to the bounds of its own country, which are narrow by comparison. In pleading this cause, Cicero begs to be allowed to deviate from the beaten track of forensic practice, and to speak freely of the glories and delights of literature, and of the benefits which he himself owes it. He expounds here at the bar of a law court the doctrine which we find so frequently laid down in his treatises on the art of rhetoric, that the orator must be not only a ready man, but a full man, and that wide reading and deep study are necessary for his perfection. You ask me why I take such an extraordinary delight in this man. It is because he supplies me with a refuge, where my mind can recruit its powers after the din of the forum, and where my ears tired out with controversy may take some repose. Do you think that a man could find the thoughts to express day after day on such a variety of topics, unless he cultivated his mind by study? Or that the mind could bear the strain, unless these same studies supplied him with relaxation? Cicero was clearly in no great anxiety about the verdict. The jury listened with pleasure to his literary disquisition, and confirmed the citizenship of Archias. Cicero's own writings at this time were chiefly directed to the history of his consulship. He composed a memoir of it in Latin and another in Greek, and he promises Atticus a poem on the same subject. That I may not omit any form of self-adulation. A few very indifferent verses of the poem survive, amongst them the often quoted, O fortunatum natum me consule Romam. But the treatises in prose have been entirely lost. We possess, however, in Cicero's speeches and letters ample specimens of his utterances on the achievements of his consulship. He has undoubtedly injured his reputation by the undisguised fashion in which he glories over his own action. His consulship was, as Seneca remarked, non sine causa, sed sine fine laudatus. He spoiled a good thing by making too much of it, and we get tired, as doubtless did Cicero's contemporaries, of the great nones of December, with its inspirations of Providence, and its glorious deed, and its eternal fame. If it be a deadly sin to be thoroughly pleased with one's own conduct and to express that pleasure unblushingly, Cicero must stand condemned. But two faults, of very different degrees of blackness, are liable to be confused under the common name of vanity or self-conceit. There are men into whose souls the poison seems to have eaten deep. They are pompous, overweening, repellent. Their power of judgment and of action is impaired. They are obstinate because they are weak. They would rather perish than allow themselves to be in the wrong, and they delight in rejecting the counsels of common sense, merely to show their own greatness and independence. Sometimes, on the other hand, vanity is a mere superficial weakness, the accompaniment of a light heart, a quick, sensitive temperament, an unsuspicious loquacity, and an innocent love of display. Carlyle has hit off the difference very happily in the contrast which he draws between Boswell and his father. Old Auchinleck had, if not the gay tail-spreading peacock vanity of his son, no little of the slow-stalking, contentious hissing vanity of the gander, a still more fatal species. Now Cicero's vanity is essentially of the innocuous and peacock-like kind. There is no pompous reticence about him. If he happens to be pleased with himself, he blurts out his satisfaction with an almost childlike simplicity. If the laugh turns against him, he is not wounded or distressed, and on occasion he can make fun of himself with perfect grace and good humor. Nothing can be happier than the story, as told by Cicero, of his own expectations of fame from his Sicilian quaestorship, and how he was disabused of them. This has been quoted in its place. It is amusing to observe that, when Cicero finds himself, 24 years later, again charged with the administration of a province, he has just the same admiration for the integrity of his own conduct, and expresses that admiration with the like naivete and openness. In all my life I never experienced so much pleasure as I do in the contemplation of my own incorruptibility. It is not so much the credit I get for it, though that is immense, as the thing itself which delights me. In a word, it was worth while coming out here. I did not do myself justice, or recognize what I was capable of in this line. I do well to be puffed up. Nothing is more glorious. Just so with his literary compositions. The passages from my orations which you commend seem to me, I assure you, very fine, but I did not venture to say so before. Now that they have your approval, I think them picked Attic every word. He is particularly pleased with his Greek history of his consulship. I sent my memoir to Posidonius that he might use it as the foundation of a more eloquent treatise on the same subject, but he writes back to me from Rhodes that, when he read my book, far from being encouraged to write, he felt himself fairly warned off the ground. Now you see, I have discomfited the whole tribe of Greeks, and so the lot of them, who used to press me for material which they might work up, have ceased to pester me. With the subject matter of his treatise he is no less delighted, and it never occurs to him for a moment that he ought to conceal his delight. It is true that in requesting the historian Luceius to take his consulship as the theme for a separate treatise, Cicero professes to beg humbly for his encomiums, and pretends to hope that he will owe something to the favor of the writer beyond the simple requirements of historical truth. But this is merely an affected modesty, suitable to this studied and elaborate letter, which he intended to serve as the model of the proper way of making such an application. In his heart of hearts, Cicero believed that neither Luceius nor anyone else could praise his consulship above its deserts. This comes out clearly enough when he is writing to Atticus, with whom he has no disguise. After recounting the various records, in Greek and Latin, in verse and prose, which he composed on his conflict with Cataline, he adds, Now pray don't object that I am blowing my own trumpet, for if there be any human action more glorious than mine, I am content that it should receive the meed of praise, and that I should incur blame for not having chosen the theme of my panegyric better, though in truth what I have written is not panegyric but sober history. And a little later, when Pompey has soiled his good name by his support of Caesar's illegalities, though Cicero grieves over the defection of his old leader, he consoles himself with the consideration that the great rival of his own fame has thus effaced himself. Nay, that side of my nature which is vainglorious and not indifferent to praise, for it is well to know one's own faults, is affected with a certain satisfaction, for the thought used to vex me that possibly 600 years hence the services of our great Bashaw to the nation might appear more eminent than my own. Now I am relieved from any such anxiety. Each reader will judge of these utterances according as his own temperament prompts. To me it seems difficult to regard very sternly, or to take as a matter for very serious condemnation, a weakness so frankly and simply displayed. Cicero's vanity and love of praise makes him less dignified, but they hardly make him less lovable. We have still to consider a few points connected with Cicero's private life at this period. In the year after his consulship, he bought from Crassus a magnificent house on the Palatine, and borrowed money freely from his friends for the purpose. His burden sat very lightly on him, and it seemed a capital joke that he who had so sternly resisted schemes of national bankruptcy should now be qualified to enlist under another Cataline. "You must know," he says, "that I am so deep in debt that I should be quite inclined to join a conspiracy if any one would have me, but they all fight shy of me." We hear little of Cicero's wife and children at this time, but much of his brother Quintus. Quintus was praetor in the year 61 B.C., and it was at his bar that Cicero delivered the speech for Archias. Towards the end of the year, he set out to take up the governorship of the province of Asia. He had wished his brother-in-law Atticus to accompany him as legate, but this Atticus declined, as he had always declined any participation in official life. Quintus considered himself slighted at the refusal, and he was likewise deeply offended about other matters of which we have only obscure hints. It seems probable, however, that his wife Pomponia had stirred up ill will between her husband and her brother, for Marcus Cicero writes, "Where the blame for this mischief lies, I can guess more easily than I can write it, for I am afraid lest in accusing my kinsfolk I should be hard on yours, for I judge that the breach, if it were not caused by those of his own household, might at any rate easily have been healed by them." Cicero labored anxiously to reconcile his brother and his friend, both equally dear to him. "All my hopes of allaying this irritation," he writes to Atticus, "are placed in your kindliness. For if you hold with me that the tempers of the best men are often easily excited, and again as easily quieted down, and that this mobility and fluidity, if I may so speak, is often the characteristic of a kindly nature, and which is the main point of all, that we ought to bear with whatever we find in each other that is inconsiderate or faulty or aggressive, I hope and believe that this unpleasantness may easily be got over. I beseech you to do this, for to me, who love you dearly, it is all in all that there should be no one of mine who dislikes you or is disliked by you. I have seen, and seen to the bottom, your tender interest in all my varying fortunes. Often and often I have found your congratulations on my success sweet to me, and your support in my hours of anxiety most cheering. Now, when you are absent, it is not only that I miss your counsel, which none can give so well, but likewise the interchange of talk, which is sweeter with you than with anyone. I feel the void especially, where shall I say especially? In my calling as a statesman, which does not admit of a moment's neglect? Or in my labors at the bar, which I once undertook to help me rise, and which I must now keep up to win influence for the support of my position? Or lastly, in my home circle? In all these, and the more so since my brother has left, I long for your presence and conversation. You and I have hitherto been too delicate to utter all these feelings, but now their expression seems to be called for by that part of your letter in which you strive to clear yourself from all reproaches and to justify yourself and your conduct. This letter was written in December 61 BC. In the following February, he refers again to the same topic. My chief want at present is a man with whom to share all my anxieties, who loves me and has sense, and with whom I can talk without pretense or reserve or concealment. For my brother, the most open and loving soul in the world, is gone. Metellus is not a man, but just a desert island, shore and sky and utter desolation. And you, who have so often by your talk and your counsel taken off the burden of my care and disquietude, you who are used to be my ally in the affairs of state and the confidant of my private concerns and the partner of all my talk and all my projects, where are you? I am so lonely that my only solace is the time I spend with my wife and my girl and my sweet little Cicero. For as for all these fine friendships of interest and fashion, they have their glitter before the world, but nothing solid to carry home with me. And so when my reception rooms are thronged each morning, and I go down to the forum marshaled by troops of friends, out of all the crowd I find no one to whom I can utter a joke with freedom, or breathe a sigh in confidence. Thus I wait for you, and long for you. Nay, more, now I summon you to my side, for there are many troubles and anxieties, of which I think I can rid my bosom, if I might only pour them into your ear in the course of a single walk. It is pleasant to know that Atticus was not dull to the affection so heartily lavished on him, and that no cloud was suffered to come between the friends. The answer of Atticus was all that Cicero could desire. I am glad, Cicero writes in reply, that you understand the value which I set on you, and I am beyond measure rejoiced that in those matters in which our family has, as it seems to me, treated you ungently and inconsiderately, you have acted with such patience. And I esteem this as the sign of a perfect affection and of a large-hearted wisdom. You write about the matter with such gentleness, such reasonableness, such delicacy, and such kindliness, that far from having occasion to urge you further, I can only say that I could never have looked for so much placability and tenderness from you or from anyone in the world. I think that the most suitable course will be to drop the subject altogether for the present. When we meet, we can, if desirable, talk the matter over together. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by J. L. Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. The First Triumvirate, 60 to 59 BC. Caesar had well employed the time of his absence in Spain, and he came back, as Cicero said, with a marvelous fair wind in his sails. In the first place, he had freed himself from the most pressing of his money difficulties. He had wanted, so he said, 1,000,000 sterling to be worth nothing. And now he was able to look his creditors in the face. Notwithstanding his great gains, he brought back the reputation of a good provincial governor. Above all, he had served with success his apprenticeship as a general. To himself the secret that he had a genius for the art of war was no doubt already revealed, and the consciousness of this power determined the path which he marked out. Even in the eyes of the world, his victories over revolted Spanish tribes were such as fairly entitled him to a triumph, and to confirm the inclination of the voters to raise the most popular of the nobles at once to the consulship. The triumph he was obliged to forego, owing to the spiteful interposition of Cato, who obstructed a dispensation which the Senate would have granted, and compelled Caesar to forfeit his command by coming within the walls to sue for the consulship. This, however, was a small matter. Caesar was duly elected consul for the next year, 59 BC, having for his colleague Marcus Calpurnius Boulais, who was the brother-in-law of Cato and a vehement partisan of the oligarchy. In anticipation of Caesar's success, the Senate, when assigning provinces for the consuls of 59 BC, had chosen trivial and obscure spheres of administration. Caesar did not intend to be thus set aside. He was determined to have a great provincial command and the control of a powerful army, and to gain this object he set himself to combine all the powers which were at the moment in a state of alienation from the Senate. He could count on the support of his old ally, Crassus, and though Pompey and Crassus were generally on bad terms, he did not despair of uniting them. To Crassus, he could point out how necessary it was for the fortunes of the Democratic Party that Pompey should be estranged once for all from the Senate. And as for Pompey himself, the insults and provocations to which he had been subjected for the last 18 months, and the embarrassments of his present position rendered him very open to the offers which Caesar was prepared to make. If the three could agree on common action, they might hope to overbear all opposition, and this hope would be almost a certainty if the adherence of Cicero could likewise be secured. His presence in the coalition would disarm the hostility of the middle class and of the country people of Italy. His character would give respectability to the new party, and his eloquence would sway public opinion to its side. Caesar's first scheme, then, was for a Quatuorvirate, consisting of himself, Pompey, Crassus, and Cicero. This project was not, of course, openly proclaimed at the time, but 4 years later Cicero publicly announced the fact. "Caesar," he says, "wished me to be one of 3 consulars most intimately allied with himself. He showed, and I was not insensible to it, how friendly his intentions were when he offered me a place side by side with the foremost of all the citizens, his own son-in-law." About the same time, 56 BC, we find Cicero in a confidential letter to Atticus, lamenting that he, who had refused to be one of the masters in the coalition, should now be reduced to act as its servant. Caesar had probably made some tentative advances even before his arrival in Rome, for as we saw in the last chapter, Cicero expressed so early as the beginning of June the hope he could bring Caesar to a better mind. Though Caesar failed in this portion of his scheme, it does not follow that his expectations were irrational or impossible of fulfillment. Cicero had throughout his life acted with the equestrian order, and that order was now estranged from the Senate. He had from the first chosen Pompey as his leader, and after the temporary coolness caused by the events of his consulship, he and Pompey had again drawn closely together. The nobles, on the other hand, had rejected Cicero's latest counsels. It was well worth trying whether he might not be induced to follow Pompey and the knights in their quest of new allies. Between the time of his election to the consulship and his entry on office, Caesar made serious overtures, which will best be described in Cicero's own words. "They say that Caesar looks for my support, and has no doubt whatever that he will get it. For Cornelius came to see me just now, Cornelius Balbus, I mean, Caesar's confidential agent. He assures me that Caesar will, in all matters, act under the advice of Pompey and myself, and that he will exert himself to unite Pompey and Crassus. To accept this proposal offers many advantages. An intimate alliance with Pompey, and since it comes to that, with Caesar too. Reconciliation with my enemies, peace with the multitude, quiet for my old age." On the other side is the conviction that to enter on this new alliance will be to throw up the good cause, and to derogate from the glories of his consulship. He supports this good resolution by some bad verses from his own poem, and concludes that his duties to his country obliges him to abide fast by his principles. That this resolve was final is clear from one of the early letters of the next year, in which he says, "Meantime, I pursue my studies with a quiet mind, and even cheerful and contented, for it never occurs to me to envy Crassus, or to regret that I did not prove false to myself." It may be doubted, even if Caesar had gained Cicero's adhesion, whether he could have so far modified his own course of action as to keep the union unimpaired. The presence of an ally who objected to breaking the law would have seriously hampered his proceedings. In seeking Cicero's support, he must either have hoped that this support would enable him to carry out his projects by milder means, or else he must have calculated that Cicero, once committed to his party, would have been unable to shake himself loose, and would have been drawn along wherever it suited Caesar to carry him. As it was, Cicero stood aloof. The coalition was organized as a triumvirate, and Caesar went on his way unchecked by any scruples. His plan was at once simple and effective. He knew exactly what he wanted, and was prepared to pay the price. Let his confederates give him an extraordinary command for a term of years, of a province and an army, and he will undertake to secure for them anything else which they desire. All that they had been vainly striving to obtain for the last 2 years was to be theirs at once. Pompey was to have his acts in Asia confirmed, and his soldiers were to get their lands. The populace of the capital was likewise to be provided for in an agrarian law. The equestrian order, the clients of Crassus, were to have their Asiatic contract revised, and were to hear nothing more about prosecutions for judicial corruption. In case these objects could not be gained by legal methods, Caesar promised to accomplish them in spite of law and constitution. It followed, of course, that his allies must not be critical of the means employed. He would take all the responsibility of carrying his measures, but they must be prepared to support whatever he did. On these terms, the great conspiracy, known to history as the First Triumvirate, was formed. Crassus, when once the initial difficulty of reconciliation with Pompey was overcome, was not likely to find anything objectionable in the conditions, but the case was different with Pompey. How could any price tempt Pompey to put another man in possession of just such a commanding military position as he had himself enjoyed 3 years before? Pompey must have recollected afterwards, with bitter repentance, that if he could only have possessed his integrity and patience for a few months longer, all would have been well. The migration of the Helvetii and the passage of Ariovistus into Gaul would have certainly created a situation calling for his intervention, if he had not already placed Caesar in a position to deal with it. The explanation of Pompey's acquiescence doubtless is that he had no idea that he was dealing with a man of military genius, equal or superior to his own. Up to the age of 40, Caesar, though he had shown distinguished bravery in his youth, had never been in command of troops. He was famous as a politician and party leader, but quite unknown as a soldier. Just now, indeed, he had supplemented his record by a single year's command in Spain, but to the veteran warrior this would seem a very insufficient training, and Caesar's achievements, though creditable to him as an officer, were not such as to undeceive Pompey respecting his powers. There was then, as yet, little reason to fear a serious rivalry on this ground, and Caesar was able to represent his province and his army merely as a reserve force, on which his partners at home might fall back in case of necessity. Other scruples, however, must have suggested themselves. Pompey had declined the despotism which was within his reach, and had refused to violate his duty to the state in his own interest. And now he was asked to abandon the character of a loyal republican, and to give his sanction to illegal action and violent breaches of the Constitution. It seems probable that he was too short-sighted to perceive clearly the treasonable nature of his compact with Caesar, and that he solved his conscience by disclaiming responsibility for whatever he could not approve. The bargain once struck, Pompey was no longer a free man. He had reaped the benefit of Caesar's illegalities and could not refuse to support them in all their consequences. And so we shall find him, during the ensuing years, compelled in spite of his misgivings to do Caesar's work for him, and unable to break with him until Caesar has made himself too strong to be safely resisted. Cicero afterwards remarked with truth that as the day of the Battle of Allia, not that on which the Gauls entered Rome, was marked as the Black Day in the Roman calendar, so this compact should be regarded as the fatal epoch, rather than the civil war which was merely its sequel. Meantime, the temptation of Caesar's offers was too strong for Pompey. He must have suffered keenly during the months in which he had been worried and thwarted by the senseless and ungrateful opposition of the nobles, and now his patience was worn out, and come what might, he was resolved to be even with the pack of them, and to carry his measures in their despite. Pompey's surrender dealt a fatal blow to Cicero's ideal party, and indeed to Cicero's position as an independent statesman. For the next 8 years, we shall find Roman politics dominated by the coalition, and when this coalition breaks up, all controversies have to be decided on the battlefield. Cicero becomes almost powerless, and his statesmanship suffers an eclipse, from which it fully emerges only after Caesar's death. Caesar entered on his consulship on the 1st of January, 59, and at once proceeded to carry out the engagements into which he had entered. Of the bills which he announced, only one was of the nature of a legislative reform. This was the Lex Julia Repentundarium, which consolidated and amended the laws against extortion in the provinces. His other proposals were strictly party measures. He brought in a bill for the purchase of lands, alike for Pompey's veterans and for the fathers of large families among the poorer citizens. He proposed another bill for the confirmation of Pompey's acts in Asia, and a third remitting part of the sum which the tax farmers had agreed to pay to the treasury. At the same time, he contrived an ingenious scheme to provide himself and his confederates with money. It will be remembered that the title of the present ruler of Egypt was defective, and that Rome had claims on the country under the will of the late king. For 22 years, Roman statesmen had failed to make up their minds whether they should annex Egypt or not. Caesar and Crassus, who had been for annexation 6 years before, now looked to the north rather than to the east for their provincial base of operations, and were disposed to utilize Egypt in another way. It was therefore resolved to procure a decree of the people, recognize Ptolemy Auletes as king, and for this service Ptolemy paid the triumvirs a bribe of 6,000 talents, about $1.5 million sterling. The prize which Caesar had marked for himself, the command for 5 years in Cisalpine Gaul and Illyricum, was to be bestowed, not by a law of his own proposing, but by one brought in by the tribune Vatinius. Caesar at first affected to act with moderation. He submitted all his bills to the Senate, and in the case of the agrarian law in particular, he declared himself ready and willing to listen to argument and to accept amendments. It was not likely, however, that the Senate would, except under compulsion, grant to Caesar what they had refused the year before to Pompey and Cicero. Accordingly, a bitter opposition was raised to the measure in the Senate. Cato in particular spoke at such length and with such virulence that Caesar ordered him to be arrested for contempt. Like Metellus the year before, Cato would not appeal for protection to a tribune, and he was marched off by the lictors, continuing his speech as he walked towards the prison, while the senators rose from their places to accompany him to his confinement. This did not suit the plans of the consul, and he sent word to one of his own tribunes to interpose and release the prisoner. The obstinate opposition to Caesar's measures gave him, however, an excuse for declaring that no fair treatment could be got from the Senate, and that he should therefore cease to consult it and should bring his bills direct before the people. It has been explained in the second chapter how such an action on the part of a magistrate was a breach of constitutional order, and how it could not be carried through to the end without an actual violation of the law. Caesar had complete command of the streets and could easily provide an assembly to say aye to his proposals, if only his power of initiating them was unimpeded. But this power of initiative was subject to the veto of his colleague and of the tribunes. Of the tribunes, some were little more than his own servants, but there were also some ready to obey with equal promptitude the orders of the Senate. Boulais, accompanied by 2 tribunes, appeared in the forum on the day appointed for the voting on the agrarian law, and in due order vetoed the bill. This rendered all further proceedings unlawful. But Caesar set law at defiance. His mob drove Boulais and the tribunes with blows from the spot, and then he submitted his proposal to the assembly and declared it to be carried. A bill so passed was, of course, invalid, and could only be sustained, even as it had been enacted, by the strong hand. It was now clear that the personal interposition of the veto could be made only at the peril of the life of the intervening magistrate, and Boulais was not inclined to face the risk again. But the Constitution allowed the exercise of the veto in a more convenient form, namely, by the allegation of religious obstacles to the business. At this period, the religious, no less than the civil veto, was an essential part of the Constitution, and the conditions under which it might be applied were strictly regulated by the law. The antiquarian history of this religious veto is curious and interesting. The desire to ascertain beforehand what is the pleasure of the gods forms only a secondary motive in Roman augury. The primary object is to win the luck to your side, to avoid anything unchancy, to catch up and appropriate any word or sight which might have a happy significance. The Romans were full of contrivances for manufacturing good luck. Like Balak, if the first sacrifice turned out unpropitious, they tried another and continued the process until they found what they wanted. They starved the sacred chickens to make sure of their feeding, and then gave them porridge to eat, so that some of the food should drop from their beaks, which was esteemed a particularly happy augury. An omen again was held to be significant, not as it occurred in nature, but as it caught the attention of the person concerned, and this doctrine admitted of many developments. If anything happened which it was inconvenient for the magistrate to see, he might refuse to notice it, much as Nelson put the telescope to his blind eye to look for the signal ordering him to retreat. The Marcellus of the Second Punic War, an excellent augur, as Cicero tells us, always went in a closed litter when he meant to give battle, and so escaped the chance of seeing anything unlucky. Again, if an attendant falsely reported an omen to the magistrate might accept it as reported. The attendant, indeed, took the curse of the falsehood on his own head, but it was not difficult to find persons willing thus to purchase to themselves damnation in the way of their calling. Now the Roman magistrate, entering on any official business, was accustomed to consecrate that business by the previous consultation of the auspices. The omen which was most desired was a flash of lightning on the left hand, and this was at once obtained by asking the attendant if he saw such a flash, and receiving his answer in the affirmative. This was technically termed servare de coelo, to observe something, that is lightning, coming from the sky. But this omen, so good in itself, might be used as an obstruction to other business. A thunderstorm occurring during a meeting of the people was unlucky and broke up the assembly, and accordingly the flash of lightning, which the magistrate was supposed to have seen, arrested all legislation for the day. To avoid this inconvenience, the consul, when he fixed a day for the assembly of the people, used to issue an edict forbidding any inferior magistrate to look for lightning for any purpose of his own on that day. Such a prohibition was, however, of no avail against the consul's colleague or against the tribunes of the plebs, who were not bound to obey his orders. The duties and powers of the magistrates in this matter were accurately fixed for them by the law of Aelius and Fufius, circa 150 BC. By this law, every magistrate holding an assembly of the people was forbidden to ignore any omen officially reported to him by his colleague, and every magistrate who had the right to observe lightning for his own purposes might cause the same to be reported as a deterrent omen for his colleague who was proposing a bill to the people. Such a report rendered all proceedings by the assembly null and void. It is manifest that any sincere religious feeling on the subject, which may once have existed, must have died out before this cut-and-dry procedure was ordained. The regulation must be regarded not as a piece of superstition, but as a portion of constitutional law. It was a machinery contrived to extend the power of veto, for under this form it might be used by the consul even against a tribune, and to make its application more easy and convenient. Driven by armed force from the Forum, Boulais now resorted to this method. He shut himself up in his house, and on every day when the people assembled he saw lightning, and caused an official intimation of it to be sent to Caesar. Caesar systematically ignored the prohibition and passed his measures one by one. He thereby broke the law and usurped powers which were not his. As consul, he had the legal right to propose measures to the people, but only provided that his initiative was not lawfully impeded. His colleague had an absolute right to forbid him. The whole business of the lightning was indeed a constitutional fiction, and absurd enough in itself. But it was not more absurd than the other fiction, that by reading a bill to the handful of partisans whom he could collect in the Forum, Caesar had obtained the sanction of 900,000 Roman citizens who were scattered through Italy. Boulais effected his purpose so far as this, that he established abundant and valid grounds for hereafter setting aside the laws of Caesar, if ever the constitutional party should again become strong enough to insist on its rights. The moment that Caesar received his governorship of Cisalpine Gaul, which legally commenced on the 1st of March of his consulship, he hurried on the enlistment of troops, so that he soon had an armed force collected at the gates of Rome. Many of Pompey's veterans were likewise invited to the city to support the measures in which their general was interested. Caesar, under the pretense that violence was likely to be used against him, had publicly appealed to Pompey for assistance, and Pompey had solemnly replied that if the opponents of the consul ventured to draw the sword, he would provide both shield and sword in his defense. Meanwhile, he indulged himself in his favorite weakness of disclaiming responsibility. Everyone knew that Caesar's measures were carried in the interest of Pompey, and that Caesar would have been powerless without Pompey's support. Nevertheless, he takes refuge in quibbles of this sort. He approves the substance of Caesar's laws, but Caesar himself is to answer for his procedure. The agrarian law was quite to his mind. Whether or no it could be vetoed is no business of his. He was glad that the Egyptian question should be settled at last. Whether or not Boulais observed lightning on that occasion, it was not for him to inquire. As for the tax farmers, he was willing to oblige that order. What would be the result of Boulais coming down to the Forum, he could not have predicted. Cicero had declined any partnership with Caesar, but it was not yet clear whether he would venture on active opposition. Caesar was resolved to hold him in check, and to accomplish this he possessed an effective instrument. We have seen that Clodius had an old grudge against Cicero, and an old debt of gratitude to Caesar and Crassus. He would be delighted to wipe off both scores at once, and to inflict punishment on Cicero, nominally for having put the Catilinarian conspirators to death, really for not being sufficiently submissive to the triumvirs. To deliver this attack, it was necessary that Clodius should become tribune of the plebs, but he was debarred from the office by his patrician birth. The obstacle might be removed by his adoption into a plebeian family, and such adoptions were in the control of Caesar as Pontifex Maximus. Caesar was prepared to use this control according as Cicero behaved. This question was decided early in the year, probably during the month of March. Caius Antonius, Cicero's colleague in his consulship, who had since grossly misconducted himself in his province of Macedonia, was put on his trial, not only, as was reasonable, for extortion, but on the charge of complicity in the Catilinarian conspiracy. Cicero was counsel for the defense, and as he himself tells us, uttered in the course of my speech some complaints regarding the present state of the nation, which seemed to me to bear on the case of my unfortunate client. This was at noon, and Cicero's remarks were forthwith reported, in an exaggerated form, he says, to the consul. Caesar accepted the words as evidence that Cicero meant to throw in his lot with the opposition, and he instantly took up the challenge. At 3 o'clock the same afternoon, Clodius was transferred to the plebs. Pompey officiated as augur on the occasion. He took the precaution, indeed, of exacting from Clodius and his brother Appius a solemn engagement that they would make no attack on Cicero. But Clodius's promises were notoriously worthless, and Clodius was ready to make any number of them that might be desired, if only Pompey would put him in a position in which he would have the power to break them. Soon after receiving this significant warning, Cicero retired into the country, where he spent the months of April and May. The tone of his letters to Atticus is at first more careless and cheerful than might have been expected. He was convinced, and not without reason, that the high-handed proceedings of the triumvirs must set public opinion against them, and that dissensions must arise even amongst their own followers. He forgot for the moment that the triumvirs were resolved to rule by force, and that with force on their side they could afford to ignore public opinion. The country people, as was natural, were disgusted with the doings of the capital. You write that at Rome there is dead silence. So I suppose. But here in the fields, men are by no means silent. The very fields themselves rebel against your tyranny. If you come to this far Laestrygonia, to Formiae, I mean, you will see how men chafe under it, how indignant they grow, how they detest our friend, the Great One. His surname will soon be as much out of date as that of Crassus the Rich. Trust me, I have not met a single man who takes these things so quietly as I do myself. After the rejection of his own policy, Cicero had good reason to be sick of public life, and he seems to have contemplated with satisfaction a complete retirement. I was weary of piloting the state, even while I was allowed to do so, and now that I have been turned out of the boat and have not abandoned the helm, but have had it wrenched out of my hand, I had rather watch their shipwreck from the shore, and as your friend Sophocles says, beneath my roof tree list with drowsy sense the plashing of the rain. At one time, Cicero fancied that the triumvirs would offer him a mission to Egypt, but though he liked the prospect, he felt that he could not accept the offer at their hands. In the same letter he inquires, who is to have the vacant augurship, and adds, that is the only bait with which they could catch me. Observe my venality. But why do I speak of these things, when all I want is to get rid of them, and to devote my whole mind to philosophy? That, I say, is my intention, and I only wish I had done so from the first. Of course, this hankering after the augurship is only a momentary whim, which goes down, as does every passing thought, on paper to his friend. If Cicero had been seriously willing to sell his services for any such price, Caesar would gladly have paid it 20 times over. In the month of May, Cicero began to be more anxious. He was alarmed by Pompey's marriage with Caesar's daughter Julia, and by a fresh agrarian proposal, under which the Campanian land, expressly exempted from the former law, was destined for distribution. These things, he writes, are bad enough in themselves, but they cannot be meant to stop here, for what have these people gained by them as yet? They would never have gone so far, except to pave the way for further abominations. From the month of June onwards, Cicero is again in Rome, and his letters to Atticus, who has now retired to his estate in Epirus, give a lively picture of the situation. The triumvirs are absolute masters, but they are likewise the objects of universal hatred. Speech is little freer than it was, at least when people converse together in public places or at dinner. Indignation begins to overpower fear. Things are really much worse than before because men have lost patience. The poison administered at first was so slow in working that I thought we might have a painless extinction. Now I fear that the hisses of the commons, the plain speaking of decent folk, and the indignation of Italy will stir them up to violence. Bibulus' edicts, full of invective against Pompey and Caesar, were eagerly welcomed. There is a block in the street where they are posted up. From the numbers who stand to read them, they cut Pompey to the heart, so that he is vilely fallen away with fretting, and to myself they are, I confess, unpleasing, both because they give too much pain to one for whom I had always had a regard, and because I fear lest a man of a stubborn nature, who is so used to wear his hand on his sword hilt, and so unaccustomed to listen to abuse, should abandon himself to the dictates of vexation and displeasure. Cicero tells us in the same letter that he could not restrain his tears at the sight of the abject figure which Pompey made, when in face of a hostile audience he tried to defend himself against these attacks at a public meeting. It was a sight to please Crassus. For myself, I felt as Apelles or Protogenes might feel if they saw their masterpieces dragged in the dirt. At the games, the young Curio, who had been bolder than others in his opposition, was heartily cheered alike by the equestrian benches and by the people, while Caesar himself was received in dead silence. The audience caught up every line in the play which could be applied against their masters. The time shall come when thou shalt rue his valor, and if neither law nor duty can restrain you, were received with rounds of applause, and the actor Diphilus was rapturously encored when he turned on Pompey with the words, "By our misery thou art great." To Caesar all this signified little. Indeed, it was so far to his advantage that the unpopularity of Pompey made him the less able to dispense with his allies. Caesar had now ample force at his command, and all else was indifferent to him. Think what they might, Caesar could rig an assembly to vote whatever he should please. This was indeed so evident that the Senate at his request added Transalpine Gaul to his province, in order to prevent that too being given away over their heads by decree of the people. When his year of office was over, Caesar ventured to give a yet more striking proof of the lengths to which he could go with the Senate. Two of the new praetors foolishly brought the question of the validity of Caesar's acts before the House. Law and right were absolutely on their side, but force was not. Caesar accepted the challenge, and with a feigned courtesy begged the Senate to decide the question once for all under the eyes of his soldiers. The Senate was, of course, helpless, and could only evade a formal surrender by ignominiously declining to entertain the question. While he could thus trample the Senate underfoot, it was not likely that Caesar should trouble himself about any other unarmed members of the Commonwealth. The only notice he took of the demonstrations in the theater was to hint to the knights that, unless they behaved themselves, he would take away their reserved seats, and to the populace that, if they hissed the wrong man, he would cut off the distribution of corn. Pompey, on the other hand, felt his conscience uneasy and his position awkward. "I must inform you," Cicero writes to Atticus about the month of August, "that our friend, the great Bashaw, is heartily sick of the state of affairs, and is anxious to recover the position from which he has fallen. He confides his distress to me, and openly begs me to suggest a remedy, which for my part I am wholly unable to do." Meanwhile, the triumvirs made their arrangements for the magistracies of the next year. They put into the consulship Pompey's old adherent, Gabinius, along with him Piso, whose daughter Calpurnia was lately married to Caesar. At the same time, Clodius was elected tribune. Since his adoption, he had been playing strange pranks. In the month of April, we find him announcing that he will stand for the tribuneship as an opponent of the triumvirs and with the intention of canceling Caesar's laws. "In that case," retorted the chief pontiff and the officiating augur, "we shall deny that we ever made a plebeian out of you." His sister Clodia, the terrible beauty of Rome, with whom Atticus was on very intimate terms, assured Cicero's friend that she was urging her brother on this new course, but it is not clear that she told Atticus the truth. In any case, this quarrel was soon patched up, and before Clodius was elected tribune, he and Caesar were again fast friends. He now openly announced that he intended to attack Cicero, and Pompey as vehemently protested that he would allow no such thing. He declares that there is no danger. He takes his oath to it. He adds that Clodius will have to pass over his dead body before he shall do me any harm. And again, "It would be an everlasting disgrace to him," he says, "if any mischief came to me, through the man into whose hands he placed a weapon of offense, when he allowed him to become a plebeian." Caesar, however, had otherwise determined. From the time when he returned from Spain to the end of his life, it was a principle of Caesar's policy that Cicero must be brought over to his side. Sometimes he tries to attract him by friendly offers and delicate acts of kindness, sometimes to drive him by well-directed strokes of chastisement. The means employed might differ, but in pursuit of the end, Caesar never wearied. He knew full well that the great orator must be either a useful ally or a dangerous enemy, and that he could not afford to neglect him. In the present crisis, he was prepared to employ either method as occasion might serve. For the moment, he held Clodius in leash, but he made it clear that he was to be slipped on his prey, unless Cicero gave sufficient guarantees that he had abandoned his opposition to the triumvirs. That Cicero should now have a voice in the councils of the confederates was of course out of the question, but he might still, if he pleased, receive protection from them as the price of his silence. So far as outward position went, Caesar's offers were meant to be honorable and complimentary to Cicero, and in after times Caesar unhesitatingly appealed to them as evidence of his goodwill. 10 years later, Cicero writes, "When he is justifying his conduct, he always throws on me the blame for the occurrences of that time. I was so bitter against him," he says, "that I would not accept even honors from his hand." But these honors would effectually have closed Cicero's mouth. He was offered either a vacant place on the board of commissioners for executing Caesar's agrarian law, or else the post of Caesar's lieutenant in Gaul. Finally, he was allowed the option of simple retirement by the acceptance of an honorary commission, which would have removed him for a year from Italy. All these offers Cicero declined. He claimed complete freedom of action and thought himself strong enough to face the attack of Clodius unaided. "I am now bearing myself," he writes in the autumn, "so that every day increases my forces and the goodwill with which I am supported. I let politics alone and work with all my might in my old field of labor, the law courts. I find that this is favorably regarded not only by my clients, but by the public. My house is thronged, crowds come to greet me, the memory of my consulship is revived, I am promised support, and I have raised my hopes, till I sometimes think that the struggle which lies before me is a thing to be welcomed." Cicero's efforts to fortify his position by speeches at the bar may receive illustration from his successful defense of Lucius Flaccus, the only oration of this year which has been preserved to us. Flaccus, now accused of extortion in his province of Asia, had been praetor in 63 BC, and was one of the two who arrested the Allobroges on the Mulvian Bridge. Cicero speaks in his behalf, as if the prosecution were directed against himself and all his coadjutors in the suppression of the conspiracy. Caius Antonius has been overwhelmed. Be it so. He had his faults. Yet even he would never, if I may be allowed to say as much, have been found guilty by such a jury as that to which I speak today. On his condemnation, the tomb of Lucius Catilina was wreathed with flowers. Abandoned men and traitors to the state thronged to the spot and feasted there. Catiline's ghost had its due. Now you are asked to wreak on Flaccus vengeance for Lentulus. How can you find a victim more sweet for Publius Lentulus, that Lentulus who tried to slaughter you in the arms of your wives and children, and to bury you beneath the ashes of your country, than by sating with the blood of Lucius Flaccus that bitter hatred which he had for all of us? Let us perform, then, an expiatory sacrifice for Lentulus. Let us appease the shade of Cethegus. Let us call back their associates from banishment. Let us, if so it must be, in our turn, bear the punishment due to too exact a loyalty and to an excessive love of our country. For it is we who are now named by informers. Against us charges are invented. For us perils are afoot. Well, we see now clearly enough the mind and the will of the Roman people. In every way which is open to it, the Roman people makes it clear what it thinks. There is no difference of opinion or of wish or of utterance. If any man summons me to that bar, here I am. I do not refuse the Roman people for judge in this quarrel. Nay, I claim its decision. Only let force be absent. Let swords and stones be kept out of the way. Let the hired gangs depart. Let the slaves be silent. No one who hears me, if he be but a citizen and a freeman, will be so unfair as not to judge that the question is not of punishment for me, but of reward. Cicero's demands for a free decision of the people were, of course, absurd. Caesar's object was not to give the Roman people an opportunity of expressing its opinion about the execution of Lentulus, but merely to coerce or to muzzle a dangerous political opponent. Cicero had rejected his offers, and though Caesar had no wish to hurt Cicero unnecessarily, he had decided that the blow should fall. To this most practical of statesmen, it would have appeared the extreme of simplicity to allow his victim a chance of escape. He intended to effect Cicero's banishment, as he had effected the measures of his consulship, by the exercise of sheer force. To the latter part of this year belongs a strange story, for which a brief allusion must suffice. A creature named Vettius, who had acted as a spy on the Catilinarians for Cicero during his consulship, proposed to young Curio a plot to kill Pompey. Curio reported the matter to his father. The two gave information to Pompey, and Vettius was promptly arrested. He now disclosed a tale about a great conspiracy of the nobles, in which Boulais and Cicero were implicated. The triumvirs at first tried to make political capital out of the story, to damage the character of their opponents, and rouse some popular feeling in favor of themselves. But Vettius proved to be a clumsy liar, and the contradictions and absurdities of his evidence were too glaring for him to be of any service. He was found strangled in prison, and the matter was hushed up. Whether the whole business was contrived by the triumvirs and their adherents, as Cicero himself undoubtedly believed, or whether some mad partisans of the oligarchy really had formed a plan of assassination, which served Vettius as the foundation of his lies about the senatorial leaders, it is impossible at this distance of time to determine. For us the chief interest of the transaction lies in the fact that the alarm brought Atticus back in hot haste from Epirus to his friend's side. Cicero had just before pressed him to return. As you love me, if you are asleep, wake up. If you are on your legs, march. If you are on the march, run. If you are running, fly. The fresh peril brooked no delay. Atticus returned at once to Rome, and the series of letters to him is interrupted until the following April. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Cicero and the Fall of the Roman Republic by J. L. Strachan-Davidson. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Cicero's Exile and Return, 58 to 56 BC. Clodius entered on his tribuneship on the 10th of December, and on the 1st of January, 58 BC, the consulship of Gabinius and Piso commenced. Caesar was now proconsul of Gaul, but he delayed his departure and remained with his newly levied legions at the gates of Rome. Though both consuls were the servants of the triumvirs, they expected to be paid for their services. Clodius accordingly bargained to give them by decree of the people rich provinces and extraordinary allowances. Piso, for instance, received 180,000 pounds under the title of table furniture, though, as Cicero says, it would be more truly described as blood money. Clodius next abolished the small fee which had hitherto been paid by the recipients of the public dole of corn, and effected certain constitutional changes with respect to the auspices and the censorship. Having thus prepared the way, he brought in the bill that anyone who had put citizens to death without trial should be outlawed. Cicero was afterwards of opinion that he committed a fatal blunder in not expressing his approval of this decree, and taking his stand absolutely on the ground that Lentulus was not a citizen but an enemy. At the moment, however, he publicly recognized Clodius's proposal as directed against himself. He and his friends put on mourning and commended themselves to the people. The Roman knights, always friendly to Cicero, stood by him on this occasion, and the Senate proclaimed its sympathies by a decree enjoining every member to lay aside the dress of his order as in times of public calamity. The consuls nullified this proceeding by an edict forbidding any senator to appear except in his proper robes. In the prevailing violence and disorder, the tribunician protection, the proper remedy in such a case, was not available, and the senators were obliged to submit. The Roman knights were roughly handled by Clodius's mobs, and were insulted by the consul Gabinius, who further arbitrarily ordered out of the city one of their number, Aelius Lamia, because he had made himself conspicuous among Cicero's defenders. Clodius commanded the streets with gangs of roughs whom he had enrolled under the pretense of founding collegia or street guilds. These were only the advance guard of his force. Behind them were the triumvirs and Caesar's army. After Cicero had been restored from exile by aid of the three, he was obliged to speak with reserve of the part they had taken in banishing him. Nevertheless, he indicates pretty clearly that Clodius was little more than their instrument. What disturbed him, he says, was Clodius's declaration that his measures had the approval of these three, and that he could command their help in carrying them through. Now one of these three had a powerful army in Italy. The other two, though private men, could raise an army if they chose, and this he said they would do. He threatened me, not with the judgment of the people, not with any prosecution or trial or answer to the law, but with violence, with arms, with troops and generals and camps. Cicero constantly complains of the silence of the three when Clodius maintained that he was their agent, and indeed both their silence and their utterances left him no doubt that for once Clodius was telling the truth. Clodius held a meeting outside the gates that Caesar might be present, and he publicly questioned the proconsul as to his opinion on the execution of Lentulus. Caesar replied that in his judgment Cicero had acted illegally, but that he should prefer to let bygones be bygones, and advised them not to persecute Cicero further. This reply, as it stood, was certainly hypocritical, for Caesar could have stopped Clodius's action by raising his finger, but we may perhaps find a better excuse for him than that he merely wished to shirk responsibility. It is probable that now, as all along, Caesar's action was determined solely by his desire to force Cicero to his side, that he looked on his exile as a mere temporary measure of policy, and was resolved to recall him so soon as he had humbled and frightened him sufficiently. In that case, he was wise in not committing himself to any public participation in his banishment, which would have made it more awkward for him to consent to his restoration. Meantime, Clodius reaped all the fruits of Caesar's support and openly boasted that he would march Caesar's army down on the Senate house. From Crassus, Cicero expected no help. The two had never been friends. Young Publius, indeed, the son of Crassus, was one of Cicero's warmest admirers and had put on mourning along with him, but he could not influence his father. Pompey shows very badly on this occasion. Almost to the last, he had encouraged Cicero by his promises, and now in the hour of peril, suddenly he fell away from him. He studiously kept out of Cicero's way and referred him to the consuls, whose help he pretended to desire. He would only be too glad to oppose force to the violence of Clodius, but he was a private man, and must really wait until he was summoned by the consuls. To the consuls, accordingly, Cicero turned. Gabinius rudely repulsed him. Piso affected some concern. "But," said he, "Gabinius is in difficulties. He is quite out at elbows. He is a ruined man, unless he gets a province, and if I stand by him, he has good hopes of one from the tribune, for it is hopeless to look for anything from the Senate. I must oblige him, just as you did your colleague Antonius. It is no use your applying to the consuls. Everyone must look after himself." Shortly afterwards, when publicly questioned by Clodius what he thought of Cicero's consulship, Piso delivered himself of the oracular response that he did not approve of cruelty. Meanwhile, the day for the passing of Clodius's bill drew on. His new law about the auspices seems to have barred any attempt to invalidate the proceedings, as those of Caesar had been invalidated by Boulais. The veto of Clodius's colleagues in the tribuneship could only be exercised personally, and if they interposed, except under the protection of an armed force, they were certain to be killed on the spot. Clodius did not content himself with the bludgeons of his newly formed guilds, but occupied the temple of Castor in the Forum with armed men, removing the steps which led up to the temple so as to make it a veritable fortress. It became every day more clear that Cicero must either fly or else fight a pitched battle. He had on his side the Senate, the equestrian order, and the whole country population of Italy, but it would require time to collect and marshal these forces, whereas the gangs of Clodius were ready armed and organized. Even if the tribune was disposed of, Cicero would have still to deal with the consuls and with Caesar, so that, as Clodius maliciously pointed out to him, he would either be knocked on the head once for all, or else have to win a battle twice over. Lucullus, notwithstanding, gave his voice for fighting, and Cato probably was of the same mind. Hortensius, on the other hand, strongly advised that Cicero should bow to the storm and retire voluntarily from the city. The majority of the nobles agreed with him, protesting that it would only be a matter of a few days, and that Cicero would soon be brought home in triumph. Cicero made a final appeal to Pompey. In his despair, he flung himself at his feet and begged him to redeem his promise. But Pompey did not even raise him from the ground, and coldly replied that he could do nothing against Caesar's wishes. Thus balked of his last hope, Cicero removed from his house a consecrated image of Minerva, bearing the inscription, "The Guardian of the City," and deposited it as a pledge and memorial in the temple of Jupiter on the Capitol. Then with a heavy heart he departed from Rome. The same day Clodius carried his bill. The opposition to his measures had now collapsed, and he might do what he pleased. After first paying the consuls their hire, he next carried a resolution directed against Cicero by name. This decree set forth not that Cicero should be outlawed, but that he had been outlawed already by the terms of the general law. It further fixed a limit of space, 400 miles, within which this outlawry was to be operative. Anyone who received or comforted the banished man within these limits was himself liable to proscription. By the same decree, Cicero's goods were confiscated and his house ordered to be razed to the ground. No time was lost in carrying out these last provisions. Clodius with his mob sacked and burned the house on the Palatine, seized all the property of Cicero on which he could lay hands, and threatened Terentia with legal proceedings on the charge that she was concealing some of her husband's goods. Caesar, who had remained at the gates until Cicero was driven from Rome, now swept northwards. In 8 days he was on the banks of the Rhone. Before the summer was out, he had annihilated the armed nation of the Helvetii and had driven the mighty hosts of the Germans back across the Rhine. After these 2 splendid victories, Caesar withdrew his army, as he tells us, into winter quarters, somewhat earlier than the usual season. Before departing for his province, he had made arrangements for expelling from Rome the other statesmen who had shared with Cicero the honor of being feared by Caesar as a leader of opposition. Cato was to be removed more gently than his comrade had been, but quite as effectually. Clodius had passed a law for the annexation of the kingdom of Cyprus and the deposition of the Ptolemy who reigned there. This king was the brother of that Ptolemy Auletes who had purchased his recognition as king of Egypt from Caesar, and it was an act of cynical injustice thus to ruin the Cypriot ruler, whose title was just the same, as a punishment for not having bribed the triumvirs. Clodius had undertaken the business with all the more zest, because the king of Cyprus had once refused to ransom him from the pirates. Clodius now passed a supplementary decree, commanding Cato by name to execute the deposition of Ptolemy. This order he did not venture to disobey. He wrote to Ptolemy, promising to treat him with all consideration, but the unfortunate king put an end to his own life, and Cato was obliged to content himself with an ostentatious incorruptibility in administering his effects and paying the money realized into the treasury. Meantime, Caesar's object was accomplished, and he wrote a letter to Clodius, congratulating him that he had got Cato out of the way for the rest of his tribunate, and had likewise shut his mouth for the future about extraordinary commissions. Cato did not come back to Rome for more than 2 years. We must now turn to accompany Cicero on his melancholy journey. After wandering for a while in southern Italy, always in dread lest he should bring ruin on his hosts, he crossed over into Epirus from Brundisium on the last day of April. He would have preferred Athens for his place of residence, but was afraid of Autronius and other exiled Catilinarians who infested Greece. Finally, he resolved to avoid Greece altogether, and proceeded by the Great Northern Road across Macedonia to Thessalonica, where he arrived on the 22nd of May. Here he was received with great kindness by Plancius, the quaestor of the province, who afforded him ample protection and such consolation as was possible under the circumstances. But consolation was the last thing of which Cicero would accept at this time. He was crushed in spirit by the blow which had fallen on him, and his letters are full of nothing but lamentation and self-reproach and upbraidings of his friends. His retirement, for which he could find abundance of excellent reasons a few months later, now appears to him an act of incredible folly and perverseness. Why had he not stayed and fought it out as Lucullus recommended? Why had Hortensius and the rest given him such treacherous advice? Why had they said that his absence would be an affair of a few days? Why had Atticus contented himself with tears for his misfortune when he might have averted it by sager counsel? Why, when all was lost, had his friend restrained him from falling on his own sword, the only honorable resource? It will come to that in the end, he thinks, but the opportunity for dying with credit has been lost. He is convinced that never has there been such a fall as his. He measures it by all the height of his former position of honor and influence. He has brought ruin not only on himself, but on his dear ones at home. He does not trust himself to meet his brother Quintus, now returning home from his province. They would both be too much unmanned. Throughout, he despairs of any improvement in the situation and turns a deaf ear to the hopes which his friends hold out to him. Lessing, in his famous treatise on the Laocoon, has drawn an interesting contrast between the conventions of ancient and modern life with regard to the manifestations of pain and grief. The northern peoples of Europe have inherited notions of the dignity of stoical endurance, which, though far less thorough than those of some barbaric races, lead us to consider tears and lamentations as unworthy of a man. The Greeks, and to a certain extent the Romans, were more natural in their utterance of their feelings. Philoctetes can howl from the pain of his wound, and Achilles roll on the sand in the agony of his bereavement without degradation or loss of sympathy. It is said that the modern Italians show something of the same unconventionality and absence of self-restraint. In Cicero, we find these characteristics carried to the extreme. Stoical reserve is sadly wanting in him. The versatile intelligence, the susceptibility to impressions, the quick wit and the genial receptiveness, which give their charm to his writings as they doubtless did to his conversations, are compensated in the economy of nature by an equal sensitiveness to pain. There never was a man of less equitable temperament than Cicero, nor one born more completely under the influence of the planet Mercury. In the stir of life and action, he is alert and sanguine. When he is struck down by misfortune, he becomes nerveless and depressed, and all that remains of his ingenuity is employed in devising fresh reasons for torturing himself. During times of prosperity, he suns himself in the society of his friends, in the affection of his children, in the applause of his fellows, in the approval of his own judgment and conscience. Whenever these fail him, the gloom of anxiety and disappointment closes around him, and he sets forth his grief and despair as frankly as he had set forth his self-satisfaction. Happiness and misery affect him with equal keenness, and his unrivaled powers of expression are employed in both cases to display to his friends, and, as fortune would have it, through them to future centuries, feelings which had better been buried in his own breast. If we are inclined to think hardly of him, let us remember that these are, as the French say, the defects of his qualities. About the end of the year, Cicero left Thessalonica for Epirus. He could hardly remain in Macedon. His friend Plancius's term of office was out, and his enemy Piso was expected as the new governor. Besides, the horizon had already begun to clear. Cicero could now afford to disregard the limits to which Clodius's law confined him, and he was at liberty to approach close to Italy and await the restoration which was drawing nigh. Clodius had become intolerable in Rome. Like Caesar himself, writes Mommsen. Caesar's ape kept governorships and other posts great and small on sale for the benefit of his fellow citizens, and sold the sovereign rights of the state for the benefit of subject kings and cities. What region, asked Cicero, what district of any extent was there on the face of the earth in which some principality was not set up? What king was there who did not recognize that it was time for him to buy what was another's right, or to pay blackmail for what was his own? Grown bold with impunity, Clodius at length ventured to cross the path of Pompey himself. He accepted money from the king of Armenia to procure the release of his son, who had been brought to Rome as a hostage, and in pursuance of his bargain carried off the young prince from the custody in which Pompey had placed him. When Pompey tried to oppose force by force, Clodius not only defeated him in the streets, but attempted his life by means of an assassin. Pompey was obliged to barricade himself in his own house for the remainder of Clodius's year of office. The departure of Caesar's army and the estrangement of Pompey left the Romans more free to express their real feelings as to Cicero's banishment. Though not one of Clodius's colleagues had dared to interpose his veto at the critical moment, Naninius, as early as the 1st of June, brought the question of Cicero's recall before the Senate, and elicited a unanimous resolution in favor of it. In October, 8 of the tribunes not only consulted the Senate, but proposed a bill to the people. These measures were inoperative except as a demonstration, for they were vetoed by Clodius and his single adherent among the tribunes. The consular elections in the summer resulted in favor of Lentulus Spinther and Metellus Nepos, the same who, as tribune, had forbidden Cicero to speak to the people when he went out of office at the end of the year 63. He now announced that he would forget his old feud and not oppose any measures in Cicero's favor. His colleague declared himself from the first Cicero's friend, and almost all the tribunes elect were on the same side. Amongst them were Titus Annius Milo and Publius Cestius. Cestius, before the end of the year, undertook a journey into Gaul to beg the acquiescence of Caesar. As early as August, Cicero had mentioned in a letter some information received from Varro which seemed to indicate that Caesar showed signs of relenting. Nevertheless, Cestius's overtures were at first unsuccessful, and some delay was thus caused, for Pompey could hardly permit Cicero to return without first gaining Caesar's consent. At length his objections were removed, apparently by negotiations with Quintus Cicero, who gave certain pledges on his brother's account to the triumvirs, and Caesar now expressed his approval of the measures which Pompey wished to adopt. The proceedings of Clodius in the last months of his tribuneship were like the tricks of a mischievous monkey. His quarrel with Pompey implied a breach in his alliance with Gabinius. Accordingly, he set his gangs upon him, wounded his attendants, and broke up his consular fasces. Then he put up an altar of incense, and standing before it with veiled head, consecrated all the goods of the consul to the temple of Ceres. As at a solemn sacrifice, a flute player piped the accompaniment to the traditional words of banning. One of his colleagues mimicked the ceremony and consecrated Clodius's goods under the same form. Clodius next turned upon Caesar. He convened an assembly in the Forum and summoned Boulais and the College of Augurs to attend. He put the question to Boulais whether he had not observed lightning on each occasion when Caesar carried his laws. He elicited a response from the augurs that such an observation invalidated the proceedings. "In that case," summed up this impartial judge, "it appears that Caesar's official acts, including my adoption, are null and void. Let them all be set aside by a decree of the Senate. Cicero is the preserver of Rome, and I will bring him home again on my shoulders." The first act of Lentulus Spinther as consul was to bring the question of Cicero's recall again before the Senate, and the matter was fully discussed on the 1st of January, 57 B.C. Lucius Aurelius Cotta, the first senator who was asked his opinion, protested that no legislation was required. The whole of the proceedings against Cicero, he argued, were null and void. He had merely yielded to violence, and now he should be simply invited to resume his place in the state. Pompey, who came next, while agreeing with much that Cotta said, recommended that for the avoidance of all scruples a bill should be proposed, annulling the former decree and expressly restoring all Cicero's rights. This view, which was Cicero's own, met with the approval of the Senate. Though some delays occurred through the opposition of a single tribune, a decree was actually brought before the people on the 24th of January. But Clodius, though no longer tribune, was still master of the streets. His gangs were reinforced by some gladiators whom he was training, and with these he made an armed attack on the supporters of the bill. A regular battle was fought. The Forum had to be swabbed with sponges to clear away the blood, and corpses were tossed into the river or choked the sewers. Quintus Cicero barely escaped with his life. The day ended with the victory of Clodius, and the bill was not carried. On another day, the tribune Cestius was assailed with equal violence. He was left for dead on the ground, but none of his wounds proved mortal. Milo attempted to bring Clodius to justice, but found his family connections too powerful. He then resolved to meet Clodius with his own weapons, and himself hired a band of gladiators. Many of Cicero's friends seem to have contributed to bear the expense. The two champions fought out their quarrel, much in the fashion of the Montagues and Capulets, and neither could drive his adversary from the field. It was sufficient, however, for Milo to hold Clodius in check, and so soon as he accomplished this, the public feeling in favor of Cicero's recall bore down all other obstacles. Meanwhile, the Senate refused to transact any other business until this measure was carried through, and it passed decrees commending Cicero's safety to the protection of all magistrates in the provinces, and giving thanks to those communities which had sheltered and comforted him. At length, after months of obstruction, the bill was again introduced. The Senate, combining the advice of Cotta and of Pompey, now issued a proclamation that all who desired the salvation of the state should come to Rome to vote in Cicero's cause, and at the same time they decreed that in case the vote should be delayed for more than 5 lawful days, they invited Cicero to return as a citizen under no legal condemnation or disability. On the strength of this invitation, Cicero crossed into Italy and landed at Brundisium on the 5th of August. Here the whole population of the town went forth to greet his landing, and with them his daughter Tullia, who had come thus far to meet her father. By a happy coincidence, the day was the anniversary of the foundation of the town, and was likewise Tullia's birthday. 3 days later, Cicero received the news that the bill had actually passed on the 4th of August. Every circumstance served to heighten his victory. The immense crowds of citizens from the country who had flocked to Rome, and now assembled on the Campus Martius to proclaim their goodwill to Cicero, afforded a striking contrast to the handful of roughs and slaves whose assent had given the form of law to his banishment. The assembly was by centuries the most solemn and august fashion for the utterance of the popular voice. The bill was introduced by both the consuls. Pompey himself urged its acceptance and delivered a panegyric on Cicero. Men of rank and position not only appeared to give their votes, but were proud to discharge in person the subordinate functions of distributing the ballots and counting the votes. Clodius was present and was permitted to say what he had to say against the proposal, but the feeling of the assembled multitude was practically unanimous, and every century voted in the affirmative. So far as the unwielding forms of mass meeting permit a real expression of the will of the majority, this was a truly representative assembly, and this decree stands almost alone in the latter days of the Republic, as having received not only the formal but the real assent of the Roman people. Cicero's journey homeward was a triumphal progress. Along the way, he was stopped by deputations sent from all parts of Italy to congratulate him. When he reached the gates, he found that everyone with the least pretense to be a notable person in Rome had come forth to greet him. Even Crassus was there, and none stayed behind except those whose hostility had been too notorious for them to be able to pretend to join in the welcome. As Cicero advanced, he found the steps of the temples occupied from top to bottom by enthusiastic crowds, whose plaudits accompanied him through the densely thronged forum and up to the Capitol, whither he went to offer thanks to the gods for his safe return. One thing was wanting to complete Cicero's restoration. The site of his house on the Palatine had been consecrated by Clodius, and a shrine of liberty erected thereon. It was doubtful, therefore, whether it could again be applied to secular uses. The question was referred to the College of Pontiffs, and their unanimous vote declared the consecration to be null and void. Cicero's house was rebuilt on the old site at the public expense. Cicero was pleased to find that he was still regarded as the unquestioned leader of the bar. The applications of clients, the instant he returned to Rome, sufficiently convinced him of this. The devotion of all the loyal citizens in his cause seems even to have alarmed him, as likely to rekindle the jealousy from which he had suffered so much. He now shakes off all the despondency of his exile, and can look forward with a light heart. "I feel," he writes to Atticus, "as if I was standing at the commencement of a new life." The enthusiasm displayed by the Romans was partly due to sympathy with Cicero himself, partly it was a manifestation of disgust at the reign of lawlessness and rascality which had been the first fruits of Caesar's attack on the Constitution. With the return of Cicero, men began to hope that this most discreditable page in the national history was turned down once for all. They did not perceive how seriously the fabric of the Constitution had been shaken, nor how imminent was the danger to those republican institutions which they still cherished as their most precious birthright. In real truth, it would have taxed the utmost resources of statesmanship now to find a solution. Whether the Triumvirate held together, or whether it dissolved, the issue was likely to be equally disastrous to the survival of the Free State. Cicero's new life began in a world which admitted only of counsels of despair. 3 days after his return, we find Cicero once more handling affairs of state. The Senate was called to suggest remedies for a dearth, which caused much discontent, and Cicero moved that Pompey should be invested with proconsular power for 5 years, and should exercise control over the corn supply of the whole world. The motion was carried, and the consuls immediately embodied the resolution in a bill which received the assent of the people. The proposal of this honorable charge for Pompey was in accordance with the general policy which Cicero had pursued since his first entry on public life. It was likewise a graceful act of recognition of Pompey's services in procuring his recall from exile. It seems, however, to have given offense to the leaders of the Optimate party. The consulars, Cicero writes, take their cue from Favonius and express dissatisfaction. Clodius availed himself of their resentment when Cicero pleaded before the pontiffs for the restoration of his house, and Cicero found himself obliged to defend his action at length and to deprecate any prejudice which it might occasion in the minds of his judges. But that which the Optimates thought too much for Pompey was much less than what Pompey himself desired. His real wishes were revealed by the counter-proposal of the tribune Messius, which would have given to the commissioner of the corn supply the disposal of the treasury, an army, a fleet, and a power in every province superior to that of the actual governor. Public opinion was not yet ripe for so thorough a measure. Even if the Republicans had accepted it, we may doubt whether Caesar would have acquiesced, and whether the effect would not rather have been to hurry on the civil war. This risk, however, might well have been faced. Caesar's army was not as yet fashioned to that perfect efficiency which it afterwards attained, and though even now the Republicans would have found it difficult to hold Italy, they might have made a fight for it in the East, with far better chances than when they had tried the fortune of war 6 years later. At this 11th hour, the sole chance for the Republic was to place itself unreservedly in Pompey's hands, and to trust that the loyalty which he had shown at the end of the Mithridatic War would still be the guiding principle of his conduct. This was the more to be hoped because Pompey's subsequent defection from honor and duty had borne him bitter fruits. He had expected to use Caesar as his instrument, and now his eyes were open to the fact that Caesar was fast becoming his master. 2 years of splendid victories had half revealed to the world the supreme military genius. Caesar's army was devoted not to any party or principle, but solely to its incomparable chief. He had made himself a position independent of his confederate, and could conquer and govern at will throughout his vast province, while a tribune or two in his pay at home served to secure his interests in the central government. Pompey, meanwhile, was sorely perplexed in his new position. He had little capacity and little inclination for guiding the turbulent politics of the capital. His main object now was to secure himself some military force and some base of operations independent of Caesar. But here he was met by constant difficulties. He was checked alike by his own best feelings and by the memory of his past defection. On the one hand, the Optimates wished he should divorce Julia, but Pompey steadily refused to sacrifice the tender and beautiful woman, whose love both for her husband and for her father bound them together by a tie more honorable than that of political expediency. On the other hand, Pompey bore, and not unjustly, the odium which resulted from lawless acts of Caesar's consulship, and he was still compelled to play the part of figurehead in a cabinet in which the decisive word lay no longer with him. The constitutional party had now some excuse for refusing to trust him. Pompey was still further hampered by his own reserve and mystery and dread of committing himself. These bad habits had by long indulgence now completely gained the mastery over him. It is pitiful to see how a man, honest and well-meaning at bottom, earned the reputation of insincerity and double-dealing, merely because he was afraid to speak his mind. No one now relied on him. Cicero expresses this distrust in an amusing way to Atticus a few months later. He had a long conversation with me on politics and was by no means satisfied with his position. So he said, for that is as much as one can vouch for in case of Pompey. He did not care for Syria and thought nothing of Spain. Add, if you please, so he said. So I think, indeed, that whenever we speak of him, we may append the tag, so he said, like the refrain of "Thus saith Phocylides" in the epigrams. On this question of the corn supply, while pressing the more thoroughgoing proposal of Messius by means of his friends and adherents, he affected to prefer that of Cicero. This hesitancy destroyed the last chance of Messius's success. "The bill," writes Cicero, "which the consuls brought forward on my recommendation now appears moderate, and this of Messius not to be borne." Pompey accepted the commission with its restricted powers, and this opportunity was lost to the Republic. Pompey's hopes were next directed towards Egypt. King Ptolemy the Piper had been forcibly expelled by his subjects not long after Caesar had obtained his recognition by Rome. As the triumvirs had sold him his throne for a great sum, he naturally expected them to guarantee him quiet possession of his purchase. He sent envoys to Rome, requesting that he might be restored and that Pompey might be authorized to reinstate him. This commission would have given Pompey just what he wanted: a fleet, an army, and a base of operations. It will be recollected that some years before, in 65 and again in 63, Caesar and Crassus had looked to Egypt as a place where they might build up a power against that of Pompey. Now the positions are reversed. Caesar is the man in possession of military force, and Pompey would fain counterbalance that force by establishing himself in Egypt. But here again the nobles could not recognize the fact, which seems to us so obvious, that Caesar was the really dangerous man, and that the only chance of resisting him was to make Pompey strong enough to be independent of him. Their alarms were still directed to Pompey. He was to them still what a scatterbrained young man had nicknamed him during Caesar's consulship: the dictator without office. The majority then of the Senate resolved in their wisdom that Pompey was not to be trusted with an army, and accordingly, on the pretext of a Sibylline oracle, unearthed for the occasion, they passed a decree that the king of Egypt must not be restored by military force. Even with this restriction, they were unwilling that Pompey should be allowed to meddle with Egypt, and indeed there were numerous rival candidates for so lucrative a commission. While Pompey's adherents urged his claims, Pompey himself affected to approve of Cicero's exertions on behalf of his benefactor, Lentulus Spinther, who after his consulship had become governor of Cilicia and Cyprus. Cicero writes to Lentulus that when he hears Pompey speak, he acquits him of any hankering after the job, but that his action is so inconsistent that he cannot penetrate his real wishes. "You know," he adds, "how slow the man is and how incapable of speaking out." The time was wasted in endless wrangles, and nothing could be settled in the Senate. Ptolemy remained in exile till the next year, in 55 BC, when Gabinius, the governor of Syria, without any authorization from the home government, restored him to his throne. So far, then, the nobles had thwarted all Pompey's efforts. Their dislike to him was curiously evinced by their attitude towards Clodius at this period. Clodius had indeed done much to outrage the feelings of the Optimates, but after all he was one of themselves, a noble of the bluest blood, and they were disposed to put up with many eccentricities from such a one. The principal sufferer had been Cicero, and the wrongs of the new man did not rouse much sympathy in their minds. Besides, Cicero had been restored, and what more did he want? True, Clodius had appeared with his mob, and driven off the masons who were rebuilding Cicero's house. He had attacked Cicero himself with stones and swords, as he was proceeding, happily with a sufficient escort. along the sacred way, and he had succeeded in setting fire to the house of Quintus. But the Ciceros might look after themselves. Men who had risen from the middle class had no business to stand on their dignity. The nobles then petted and encouraged Clodius, who was always ready to show sport by insulting and annoying Pompey. They had baffled all Milo's efforts, as tribune, to bring him to trial, and now, in the year 56, Clodius was aedile and could in turn arraign Milo before the people. When a namesake and creature of their favorite, Sextus Clodius, was tried before a jury for complicity in his patron's lawless proceedings, a majority among the non-senatorial jurors was for a verdict of guilty, but the senators' votes turned the scale and procured an acquittal. Cicero was naturally indignant at all this. In a speech delivered in the Senate early in this year, he upbraids the nobles with the folly and indecency of their conduct. I am not surprised at Clodius, he does after his kind, but I am astonished at those men of sense and character. First, that they listen so readily when they hear a great citizen and a noble servant of the Commonwealth traduced by the tongue of a scoundrel. Next, that they hold a doctrine most contrary to their own interests, that the glory and dignity of any man are at the mercy of the insults of a rascal, bankrupt in fortune and reputation. Lastly, that they do not appreciate, though I fancy they must have some suspicion of it, that these same wild and whirling words may one day be directed against themselves. Can we believe it, that worthy citizens have brooked to gather to their bosoms and hold as their darling this fanged and deadly adder? With what bait did he catch them? We wish, they say, that there should be some one to speak against Pompey and to cast reproach on Pompey. What? Does Clodius cast reproach on Pompey by abusing him? I hope that great man, to whom I owe so much, will take what I say in the spirit in which it is meant. At any rate, I will speak my mind. To me, I protest. It seems that some reproach was cast on his noble and honored name, but it was on the occasion when Clodius praised him to the skies. The situation was yet further complicated by dissensions between Pompey and Crassus. There never was much love lost between the two, and though Caesar had brought them together, their true feelings manifested themselves now that Caesar's presence was withdrawn. We find Pompey complaining to Cicero in February 56. That plots were being laid against his life, that money was being supplied by Crassus to Clodius and to Clodius's associate, Caius Cato, and that Curio, Bibulus, and others of his old opponents were likewise backing up the pair. In order to protect himself, Pompey was obliged to enroll a band of roughs, whom he imported from his native Picenum. Meanwhile, Clodius did not have it all his own way in the streets. Cicero's escort showed fight on the occasion when Clodius set upon him in the Via Sacra. They retired into a friend's portico and beat back their assailants from thence. At one moment, Clodius's life was at their mercy, but Cicero would not give the word. I am weary, he writes, of heroic surgery, and am trying to starve out the disease. Milo was less scrupulous. I think, says Cicero in the same letter, that Publius will be brought to trial by Milo unless he is killed first. If he puts himself in Milo's road during a riot, Milo will certainly do it. He is quite resolved and announces it openly. He has no fear of falling as I did, for he puts his trust in no one but himself. Clodius had no luck when he tried to carry the war of prosecutions at law into the enemy's camp. His accusation of Milo before the people came to nothing, and a charge of rioting which he brought before a jury against Cestius, whom we have seen as tribune exerting himself to procure Cicero's restoration, led to a signal triumph for Clodius's opponents. The occasion brought Cicero at once to the front. Cestius was unwell, he writes to his brother. I went straight to his house and placed myself, as I was bound to do, entirely at his disposal. This, however, was more than people expected of me, for they thought that I had good reasons for being vexed with Cestius. So both he and the public consider that I have behaved like a kind friend and a grateful man, and I mean to act up to the character." Cicero nobly redeemed this pledge, and his speech for Cestius remains as an admirable specimen of forensic oratory applied to a state trial. The story of Cestius's tribunate, of his labors crowned at last with success in Cicero's cause, and of the desperate lawlessness with which he had to contend, is set forth with every grace of language and every force of argument. The jury responded readily to Cicero's appeal, and Cestius was acquitted by an absolutely unanimous vote. Among the witnesses for the prosecution in this case was Publius Vatinius, the same who as tribune in 59 BC had passed the law which gave Caesar his command in Gaul. Cicero availed himself of the curious practice of the Roman law courts to direct against Vatinius a speech of fierce invective under the form of questions in his cross-examination. "In defending our surly-tempered friend," he writes immediately afterwards, "I gave him his due, full measure and running over, and as he particularly wished it, I turned upon Vatinius, who was an avowedly hostile witness. I cut into him at my leisure to the satisfaction of heaven and earth. The end of it was that Vatinius, impudent and reckless as he is, retired quite baffled and crestfallen." Cicero's speech against Vatinius is not pleasant reading. The invective, which rises to dignity when aimed at great antagonists, like Cataline and Antony, sinks to vulgar abuse when directed against underlings, such as Vatinius, Piso, and Gabinius. The account which Cicero, in his confidential letter to his brother, gives of the effectiveness of the speech is undoubtedly true, but we can only wonder at the fact. It must be remembered, however, that the Romans tolerated and expected a roundness of invective, which is much at variance with the greater decorum of modern habits of speech. One reason for the difference probably is, that our notions of what is proper and gentlemanlike are an inheritance from days when the practice of dueling compelled everyone to be punctilious both about the language he used and the language of which he must take notice. Now, nothing like the duel had existed in civic communities of the ancient world, and so the point of honor was not liable to be touched in the controversies of society or of politics. To a Roman, abuse was mere words and wind, carrying no responsibility with it. Neither did the man who uttered it suffer from loss of dignity, nor was the object of it under any obligation to clear his character. Notwithstanding its sins against good taste, the speech against Vatinius has an interest of its own as illustrating Cicero's attitude towards Caesar. He could hardly attack Caesar's jackal without approaching dangerously near to the proconsul himself. When he inveighs against Vatinius for carrying laws in defiance of the auspices, do not his words reflect on Vatinius's master? Cicero will not allow his victim to associate his cause with that of Caesar. And that not only for the sake of the commonwealth, but for the sake of Caesar, lest a stain from your despicable vileness should seem to rest on his worthy name. Suppose that Caesar did break out into some excesses, that the strain of conflict, his ambitious aspirations, his preeminent genius, his exalted birth, did hurry him into acts to which we could submit at the time from such a man, and which should now be blotted from our minds by his glorious services meanwhile. Do you, rascal, dare to presume on the same forbearance? And shall we give ear to the voice of Vatinius, the pirate and the temple robber, when he demands the same privilege shall be extended to him as to Caesar? This argument was really sound as regarded the past. Caesar as consul had done fearful mischief to Rome, but the Romans might well condone it in consideration of the splendid deeds of the proconsul. The doubt arose when men looked to the future. Caesar had shown himself utterly unscrupulous. He had trampled on all law and constitution. Could such a man be trusted with power? Would not the acquiescence in Caesar's supremacy mean the servitude of the commonwealth? These anxieties, though but dimly felt, certainly affected the minds both of Cicero and Pompey at this time. Both of them were uneasy and inclined to enter on lines of policy likely to bring them into collision with Caesar. The relations of political parties were unsettled, and the position of Pompey in particular was doubtful and anxious. Towards the end of March, Cicero writes to his brother, "Pompey is not what he was. The mob are cool towards him on Milo's account, and the loyalists find much wanting and much to blame. My only objection to Marcellinus, he was the consul for the year, is that he handles Pompey too severely. The Senate, however, is pleased to see it, and this makes me the more inclined to absent myself from the house and maintain an attitude of reserve. In the law courts I am all that I ever was, and my levee is as thronged as in my best days." In spite of all drawbacks, Cicero was at this time very confident in his own strength. He writes to Quintus, "In other respects, my position is what you used to declare it would be, though I could never believe it, full of honor and influence. These have been restored to me, my dear brother, and with me to yourself, by your patience, your courage, your devotion, and your affection." The acquittal of Cestius confirmed him in this opinion. The tide of public feeling, which had borne him in triumph home, seemed still to be setting steadily in his favor. He thought himself able to take a stronger line in politics, and now, as before his exile, his main object was to draw Pompey over to the side of the constitution. He had marked Pompey's distrust of Caesar, and he seems to have believed that the confederacy between them was fast breaking up. At any rate, he was satisfied that Pompey would see without displeasure an assault on the Julian legislation, and Cicero resolved to deliver that assault in person. The point selected for attack was the vexed question of the public lands in Campania. It seems that Pompey's veterans had been provided for elsewhere, on lands acquired by purchase, and that this Campanian land was destined for distribution among the poor citizens. Thus Pompey's interests were not directly involved in upholding Caesar's law. At the end of the year 57, one of the tribunes, a supporter of Pompey, had mentioned the matter in a tentative way, and now on the 5th of April, Cicero brought it again to the notice of the Senate, which was as uproarious, he says, as if it had been a public meeting. On Cicero's motion, it was resolved that the question should be submitted formally to the House by the consuls on the Ides of May. This was, as he afterwards said to Lentulus, to attack the enemy in the very heart of his position. Pompey showed no displeasure. On the 8th of April, Cicero writes to his brother, then acting as Pompey's legate in Sardinia, "Yesterday I dined with Chrysippus, and after dinner was carried in a litter to Pompey's garden. I had failed to catch him earlier in the day, as he was from home, and I wished to see him, because I was leaving Rome the next day, and he was bound for Sardinia. I found him at home, and begged him to let you come back as soon as possible. You shall have him immediately, he replied. He was leaving, as he said, on the 11th, to embark either from Labro or from Pisa." Evidently Cicero told the truth to Lentulus 2 years later, when he said that Pompey left Rome without giving him a hint that he was offended by his line of action. But a bitter disappointment was in store. The events of the next few days completely altered the situation and left Cicero in a painful and humiliating position. End of chapter 8.